Dread Delight, Chapter 29, Part 3 of 3. I sewed a brand new tea party outfit. My green velvet-heeled Mary Janes coming late Saturday afternoon to match the swirling skirt and cinched waist bodice. I had to take a break between the bodice and the skirt when the insistent chem girl came to get me to show her how to make a truly excellent burn cream. She seemed more interested in healers than anything else. Naturally, I showed them how to make a really invigorating foot scrub. The chem girl didn't even frown, simply rolled her sleeves and followed my instructions perfectly. Well, as perfectly as could be expected. Drake. Every time I saw him, he'd look at me and smile. It wasn't just his lips curving or eyes crinkling, but it was like his whole body lit up, and he looked at me for a second, like there wasn't anything more beautiful in the world. Of course, I knew that it was all in my head, or worse, that he was doing it on purpose to set me up for an even greater crash. But if I was going to enjoy Drake, I may as well do it well. What? I turned to stare at Zach. How long had he been sitting beside me in the cafeteria while I stared at Drake, where he sat in his little corner table? Who cared? He slid in beside me and stole a sliver of beautifully blackened chicken off my plate. He had skills. My stab missed his hand by a mile. I hear you're having a tea party on Sunday. I beamed at him and nodded. I found pink green tea. He blinked his soft blue eyes at me. Your life's goals achieved. Are you going to the tourney tonight to watch Viney? I shook my head and stabbed another Zach hand. But again he retracted, paw intact, and that time had an artichoke. If you steal any more of my food, I'm going to stop giving you lollipops. His blue eyes widened innocently. Stealing? I'm checking for poison. You should go watch Viney. I'm going. Oscar's going. You should sit and tell him how awesome she is and how he should ask her out. You know, that thing you do all the time. Wear him down. I wrinkled my nose as I glanced past him to where Drake was sketching something in a pad, with his lips pursed, forgetting all about his beautiful chicken artichoke linguine. I didn't even try to stab Zach that time. If he ate my food, I'd make him get me more. Could I trust him not to slip something in my food on the way back? I sighed when I looked back and saw my empty and polished plate. It's unethical to use magic against someone else's dinner. That's cruel and unusual. Aren't you going to get more? He stood with me and smiled sweetly. I pushed him back down. No, tourneys make me queasy. I'll eat afterwards. No, I probably won't. His smile vanished. You're really going? There was something calculated in everything he said and did. There was also something wild, reckless, and chaotic. He was a mixed bag. How can I possibly miss the chance to whisper sweet nothings in Oscar's ear? I'm only going if I'm finished with my tea party outfit. He rolled his eyes. By all means, can't neglect the important things. I patted his cheek. Unless they aren't any fun. I twirled away, swishing my skirt and sucking on my lollipop. I saw my chem girl and gave her a little wave. She got up like I'd gestured her to come over, but I hadn't. I'd specifically only waved. Hi, Penny. Do you need something? Her t-shirt was neon green with a dragon on it that cuddled a kitten and blue heart smoke rings. Yeah, I want to know where you get your amazing shirts. That one reminds me of Drake. She glanced down, then over at him. I guess. She looked back at me and then gave me an uncertain smile. I'll walk with you to your room. Sure. I beamed at her and then smiled at the guy in front of me, handing him a lollipop while I swished my way out of the cafeteria. I hesitated at the door to glance over my shoulder. Drake was watching me. When he saw that he'd been caught, he winked and raised his eyebrows just enough to make me blush. He was going to try and kiss me again. Tuesday. Would I let him? Penny. What's with you and Zach? I glanced at Chem Girl. We're roommates. Right. But he's not like that with Viney. Viney's faster with her fork than I am. Yeah, but aren't you and Drake? I stared at her face, the sternness at odds with her golden halo. I patted her head. We're just friends. Are you going to the tourney tonight? She nodded but seemed distracted. I'm going to be in it. I leaned forward to study her. Really? Why? She looked confused. I'm good. Nice. I can't wait to see. What number are you? 4th. Oh, so you're one of the last ones? You are good then. She hesitated before she nodded. I've been working hard. That's nice. What kind of herders do you use? She looked down and muttered, I just make some boring ones. I can't buy ones as flashy as Viney or anything. But you have skills. My mother always said that no one should have herders more spectacular than their own skill level. She cleared her throat. My mother says that flash is a waste of money. My mother and your mother would have the best tea party together, except my mother despises tea parties. She smiled broadly. So does mine. I hesitated, then said, Do you want to come to my tea party on Sunday? Just you? Not 50 other people? I tensed while I waited for her answer. She walked, focusing on the marble floor beneath our feet. Will Drake be there? I couldn't help but smile. Yes. Zach? No. Viney? Oh, I don't think so. Tea parties aren't her thing. So, just you and Drake? She looked up at me with something suggestive in her eyes that made me blush for some reason. Not if you came. She shook her head. Maybe another time. Before the tourney, Zach threw a bundle of black fabric at my head when he came into Lilac Stories. I pulled the leathery, smooth fabric off, the black a shocking statement on the lilac and eggplant floral couch. What is this? Not a tea party outfit. I stretched the thick fabric and it snapped back impressively. Are these pants? He sighed deeply. They'll probably make your butt look huge. Some sacrifices must be made for the sake of function. I put the pants to the side, examined the black tank, then unfolded the cloak. It was thick, interlined with heating cables, so I would stay toasty warm. I looked up at Zach where he stood, leaning against the couch. Why do you want me to go to the tourney and to wear this stuff? I suppose you have shoes somewhere. He kicked a box I hadn't noticed at the base of the couch. Boots. They're your size. Okay, here's the thing. The rich jerk guy is supposed to give the girl some ridiculous ball gown. Not black pants and a tank top. A tank top in November? It's not even like leather corset and elbow-length opera gloves. There are arm-length gloves with the boots. I stared at him. Seriously? He nodded. Why? He shifted before he dropped to the couch beside me. Viney's trying to be friends with you, but she's not good at friendship. She's good at tourneys. You can go and be supportive, and she'll feel like you care about her. So, this is all for Viney. Do you have a thing for her? I punched him in the shoulder, and he didn't even wince. It's her, isn't it? Your secret girlfriend. Are you trying to impress her with your clothier skills? You are? She'd be all, oh, Zach, 8-directional stretch with instantaneous recovery. And you could say, for you, I'd scour the earth for the perfect combination of tensile strength and supple mobility. And she would say, you're so delicious, I'm going to gobble you up. And then you wouldn't say anything because you'd be dead. Your fantasies are so stupid. He made a face at me before he got up and walked off. You should own black clothes that you didn't get from Wit. If I wanted black clothes, I know how to use dye. Hey, I'm not done talking to you. You're giving these to me, not her. She doesn't do tourneys anymore. Hey, get back here. What time are we leaving? He didn't answer, only slammed his door closed, leaving me in a puddle of the most incredible fabric I'd ever touched. I sat there, running my fingers over the pants. Thick, soft, warm, flexible, the sleeveless top more of a breastplate, with its firm yet flexible material. Pitch would be impressed. I'd made more tourney clothing for Poppy and Pitch than I cared to admit, and this was fabulous. It wasn't serious performance costume, not when part of the shoulders would be visible. I dove into the box. I ran my hands over the tall, supple, beautiful boots made out of the same fabric of the pants, only a little heavier. They were incredibly practical boots, tourney boots. For a moment, I thought I heard the sound of rustling in the wind before I got up and carried the gear into my room. I had some work to do if they were going to be up to the standards of Penny Macaroon Lane. Ruffles? Shh. I focused on the tourney. It wasn't anything like I'd feared it would be. There weren't a lot of sound effects, and the fighting was incredibly amateur. I was used to attending pro tourneys and all the madness that entailed. It's just ruffles? On the boots? I elbowed Zach. Be quiet. What is that girl doing? She's wide open. Isn't she going to duck? Nope. That wasn't even a hard lob. These guys are terrible. I grinned at him, then noticed the way Oscar was looking at me where he sat on the metal bleacher past Zach. Oscar. Have you seen Viney perform before? I bet she's awesome. He gave me a slight nod. I admire her skills. Yeah? When are you going to ask her out? I stood and threw my arms up in disgust. The girl had just stood there, letting the other girl light her on fire. Don't run, stop, drop, roll. And maybe, I don't know, stop, roll. And maybe, I don't know, stop sucking. Zach grabbed me and pulled me back down to the bench. Are you trying to get lynched? I blinked up at him innocently. What? Isn't that appropriate? People are always screaming at the tourneys. Pitch tourneys, sure, but that's different. I leaned close so I could whisper in his ear. No kidding. Please tell me that Viney doesn't completely blow. He turned so his nose brushed mine, and I pulled back, startled at the contact. She's good. He smiled suddenly. The beginners make her look particularly good in contrast. I nodded and sat back, focusing once more on the mess of a tourney below. Suddenly, the girl on fire whirled around, making the fire all tornado until it exploded out in a little puff that knocked the other witch down, her legs sticking in the air. I giggled, and Zach nudged me. Show some respect, otherwise they'll put you out there. I giggled again. My hair would go up like a wick. He pulled my hood down lower on my forehead. Nah, it's flame resistant. I bet it is. I turned and stared at him. It feels like armor, casual Friday armor. He shrugged and studied the girl out on the field. That was really awful. Did you see her completely miss her target? I looked down and focused on the tourney for the rest of the evening. It got better. Much better, particularly when Viney came out in a serious tourney cloak with a flaming skull on the back. Tourney cloaks were more armored tank than clothing. The body would be packed with your personal special effects. Apparently, Viney's was mostly fire. Woo! Go, Viney! Viney! You're so cool! I yelled, then reached past Zach to pat Oscar on his shoulder. Isn't she cool? I bet you really want to date her. You should ask her out. She loves to, do stuff. Zach pulled me back down and whispered, do stuff. Seriously. Seriously, stop talking. Viney doesn't like distractions. You're going to piss her off. I nodded and beamed at him. Sure, I whispered. Not another word. Viney fought 3 girls, and it was very pretty. Swirls of cloaks mixing with dark red smoke, and very flashy herders with delayed timers and multiple fuses. It was really quiet except for the exploding herders, the screams of witches, and every once in a while, Viney's cackling laughter. She made a particularly beautiful throw, and I broke into spontaneous applause. She whirled to glare at me, the weight of her stare beneath the rim of her low, pulled hood. Very ominous. Penny, that's her warning. You need to stop. I turned to smile at Zach. Do I? I suppose that depends how you define need. I stood up and cupped my hand around my mouth. Throw the ball, hurl the ball. So far, light it up, burn it down. To the ground, Zach was yanking on me, but it seemed to be from far away. Who's the best witch around? It's Viney. Viney. Up the stairs, down the hall. She'll make you fall, 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 fall. Viney screamed and moved in this rapid whirlwind, ending the fight too quickly to really build up well. She crouched on the last girl, staring at me with dark, dark eyes. I could feel the darkness in them. It called me to come and play. I hadn't played in so long. Zach stepped in front of me, meeting my eyes with his. Penny, I'm carrying you out now. He threw me over his shoulder, gouging my stomach with his bony joint. He moved fast, trailing through the black-cloaked witches until we were out of the tourney stadium and out on the field. He set me down and stalked off towards the school, leaving me standing there, clenching and unclenching my fists. I started after him, but hadn't taken 3 steps before he whirled around to face me. How can you be afraid of cars but not of Viney? She would have ripped you apart. You say that like it's a bad thing. I thought you wanted me to go so you could see what happens when you throw a penny into a barrel of witches. After all, if I'm threatened, maybe someone dark and dangerous will come and rescue me, and you can ask her to autograph your heart. He grabbed my arm. And what would happen to Viney? I blinked at him. You should have thought that through. I didn't want to go. But you did, and then you heckled all players. Your behavior is irrational. I laughed and dodged around him, heading home. You have no idea. That night, after I got to my room, I stood in front of my mirror, staring at my reflection. I'd put a row of ruffles down the center of the shirt, and little pink bows on the knuckles of the gloves, as well as ruffling the seams of the boots. But still, it wasn't me. Was it? Sometimes it was hard to remember exactly who I was. I took off the exquisitely crafted clothing, put it in a pail, and lit it on fire. I watched it burn. Poppy liked to watch fire until it turned to ashes and blew away. I rifled in my trunk for the little cask tucked in the corner and threw a few pinches of pink powder in the pail. It made the smoke swirl pink and silver with splashes of gold. So pretty. Pitch wouldn't like me burning such a beautiful suit. The next morning, I went to breakfast in the dining room. But no sooner had I sat down with my stacks of pancakes, bacon, sausages, and everything else fatty, unhealthy, and full of calories, than Zach sat down and ate a slice of bacon. Off my plate. I snarled at him, my fork in my fist. I would stab his face if he did that again. Forget about his hand. His face already had a slash across it that was still raw and angry red. As I watched, it faded into smooth skin. I swallowed hard and focused back on my hash browns. Suddenly, they didn't look so appetizing. I ate anyway, determined to make a dent, like the dent Pitch had put in Zach. She'd been angry about the suit. That's what he wanted, a Pitch reaction. Zach got what he wanted. It didn't have anything to do with me. I never should have accepted the outfit. But hello, it was cool clothes, and I'm a girl and I like clothes. A lot. I ate steadily while Zach sat there staring at me. You burned it? His voice was low, deceptively soft. That's not who I am. But you burned it? I smiled sweetly as I stabbed his hand with my fork. He winced in surprise. looked down at my tines, not quite breaking the skin. Your crush is super cute, but I want you to stop using me to flirt with her. I have my own issues. If you give me clothes, it had better be because you think I'd like them, not because she would. He studied me for a minute. You did like them. I pulled away and stood, abandoning the rest of my breakfast. You've spoiled my appetite. He grabbed my wrist and leaned close, whispering in my ear, You're not so different from her. I froze before I twisted out of his grip and left the room, hands shaking. I was halfway to Lilac Stories when Viney found me and linked her arm with mine. We're going to the gym and you are going to work out until you can't walk. Excuse me? Why? She gave me her fiercest glare. The short girl with a pixie cut looking super scary and tough girl. Because you're an idiot and you're going to get yourself killed. You have no sense of self-preservation. I would have challenged you if Zach hadn't dragged you out. I would have respectfully declined. Her eyes widened and she stopped for a moment. You can't decline. Respectfully decline. I can. But it's humiliating. So is life in general. Zach is trying to starve me to death. He's been stealing all my bacon. I'm going to investigate turning him into a newt, or a puppy. Which do you think would irritate him more? A puppy, which do you think would irritate him more? A puppy would be super cute, but Senior Mort would kill it. She shook her head. You're impossible. You missed the chance to see Whitley go up against your friend, Rhoda. Who? I frowned at her. She rolled her eyes, angrily smeared with black coal. Your little fangirl. Blonde hair. Weird shirts, that one. She didn't used to be so weird, but apparently your influence is spreading. Oh, the Chem girl. She thinks I'm dating Drake. She thinks the Zach thing is weird. It was weird. He shouldn't be giving me clothes and I shouldn't be wearing them. I shouldn't be on pretend dates with him and clinging to him during horror movies. I should be doing that with my future husband. My stomach clenched at the idea of dating another mage. I stopped walking and wrapped my arms around my waist. I had to stop putting my stress there. Where else should I put it? I shook my head and walked after Viney. She worked me until I couldn't breathe, couldn't walk, then kept me working after that. When she finally got tired of torturing me, I was lying in the sauna, limp and aching, when a girl in a towel came in through the heavy wood and glass door, dumped a cup of water on the hot rocks, and sat down beside me in the swirls of rising steam. I saw you last night. I groaned. Was I awesome or what? You were clearly challenging Viney. I turned my head because I knew that voice. The girl was the ballet girl. The one with the neat bun. Her dark hair was not a neat bun, but down in wet strands on her shoulders. I shrugged. Sort of, but since I was lying on the warm wood slats, I wasn't really in a position to shrug. I was just excited to see her play. Play? Haven't you ever gone to a tourney before? I stared at her for a long time. Her posture, her form, she had to be one of the girls in the heavy tourney cloaks who Viney had freaked out on thanks to my cheering. Did you fight Vine last night? Why were there 3 girls against her? It doesn't seem fair. She frowned. Viney is a really excellent competitor. That wasn't a competition. I sat up and wiped a drop of water off my chin. Viney doesn't need more opponents, but better ones. Why didn't she fight Wit? She perched on the edge of the bench and smoothed down her towel. Whitley doesn't challenge Viney. But for the sake of improvement, the best competitors must fight each other. That's the purpose of having competition, so that you can improve, push yourself to that next level of excellence. It's not fair for you to fight 3-on-1 with 2 other witches, instead of fighting your own battle. 1-on-1 to develop your skills. You're only a freshman. And you're already quite good. So you should be pushing yourself so that by the time you're a senior, you can be serious. Do any witches ever go pro from here? She stared at me, her face blank and confused like she wasn't used to being blank or confused. A professional tourney player from Rosewood? I don't know. A lot of them keep their identity private. I closed my eyes. Whatever. Tourneys aren't my thing. I think Viney is punishing me for being so loud and proud. I'm not going to be able to walk tomorrow. She made a non-committal sound, and I drifted, kind of dozing, mostly daydreaming about Drake. I was going to go see him tonight, watch him steal the show, see him in nothing but green lights. I shouldn't have burned the black clothes. I was supposed to be a ninja, and all I had was Whitley's thin black silk cloak, Viney's old skirt, and a black scarf that I wrapped over my pink camisole like a shirt, securing it with black ribbons. I went to Viney's room and knocked on the door. She opened it in a violent rush, then stared at me, her own outfit all black jeans and black sweater with a burning skull on it. Did your mom knit that? It's really nice. She glared at me. We can't spy on Drake in the locker room. The starter's changing room is unimaginably hard to get into. I actually would rather watch the tourney. Do you want to go with me? She stood there, then nodded. I'm going to cheer for Oscar. I grabbed her arm. Really? That's wonderful. I threw my arms around her and gave her a hug. I pulled away while she was still stuck frozen in place, before she could shove me off her. Do you mind if I cheer for Drake? Her eyes went dark and fathomless before she shrugged. No. You should cheer for him. It will throw him off. I heard that you're having a tea party with just him tomorrow. It's not a date. She cocked her head. Why not? It's a tea party. I'm inviting him for tea. That's not a date. She patted my shoulder. So incredibly stupid sometimes. You're going to hurt yourself one of these days. Too late for that.
Dread Delight, Chapter 30. I stood beneath the stage, listening to the thumps as bodies hit the wood tourney floor above me. The music throbbed, the beat in time with my heart. Would she really be watching me? I'd missed the McKiss tourney thanks to a group of chess players and my own temper, but I'd heard all about it from Oscar. Oscar wasn't the most voluble mage, but Pete knew how to pester information out of people, and I knew how to listen to their conversation in the lab while I struggled to get a colored light that was the precise shade of luminous green I wanted. I smiled at Oscar where he stood in the long shadows beneath the stage with me. A flash of gold through the stage's cracks announced Ian's arrival to the adoring students of Rosewood. The roar of the crowd joined the throbbing bass until I was filled with the sound, vibrating molecules that were as magic to me as anything else. Oscar made his way over to me as a flash of blue announced Zach's arrival on stage. I closed my eyes and smiled as I heard a voice distinctively off-key. I couldn't make out the words, but it was her. Tenny really had come even after the disaster that was the last tourney she'd gone to. What debacle would she create tonight? I smiled at Oscar while he nodded up to the stage above. Aren't you concerned about Ian and Zach? What am I, their mother? Ian's gotten lazy. He needs someone who isn't going to take it easy on him, and Zach needs something else to do with his life than obsess over a witch he can't have. Like obsess over a witch he can have. I shrugged. I could hear Penny, and she was saying something about knees and elbows. Zach's technique was negligible. She feels like a sister to him. He studied me with his dark eyes, darker from the low emergency lights that were the only things that illuminated that space other than the flashes of brilliance from above. I have sisters, and I don't dance with them. The way he danced with her. I raised my eyebrows. Are you trying to get me upset before the two of us spar? I don't believe I've ever ripped you apart before. He smiled slightly. She's watching. You think she wouldn't like it? I sighed heavily. You're probably right. I'll try to leave you in one piece. He cleared his throat. Is Viney still obsessed with you? I studied him. He didn't look nervous except for a slight twitch of his Adam's apple. Less and less all the time. I think a patient mage could make it work with her. His eyebrows lowered into a dark scowl. It reminded me of Viney, patient. What do you think I've been? I know that you don't encourage her, but watching her. He shook his head and glanced away into the shadows. It's the same in Blackheart. Teddy Prince is their Drake Huntsman. He's much prettier than I am. I'm very excited to make him ugly, at least for a few hours. Oscar winced. My sisters think that nothing in this world compares to him. No, he's an angel or a devil, something supernatural. I suppose we'll all get to see in a few weeks. I grinned at him. It's going to be marvelous. All those Blackheart mages to fight bloody, no guilt, no regret. He shook his head. When you feel the need to break a mage, can't you just go to Darkside and play mercenary like you do every summer? I blinked at him. What did he know about my summers? He probably had relatives in my companies. The transition takes some time. I can't simply bleed off violence in an hour or two. My uncle is in your 15th company. Your excellent mercenary skills are the reason I was allowed to transfer to Rosewood. You have near-perfect technique, and although I am not the chemist I should be, my father has no complaints about my fighting skills, even though I waste too much time on ballet and horse riding. I grinned and slapped his shoulder. You're the perfect mage, balancing sophists with chemies and looking devilish good doing it. I'm quite jealous. It's become glaringly obvious that my lack of sophistry is an actual problem in my life. Now let's go and make the girls scream. I drew my bare toe over the ground in the shape of a star. Fingers of green followed the movement of my foot until it glowed beneath me. My veins flashed green as the armor spilled over my skin. Oscar watched me, fascinated at my spellwork, or lack thereof. It would take me 4 hours to use traditional spellwork to create the mage armor. My way was faster, but not precise. I would have to develop my inner sophist mage, if only so that I could understand Penny's curse better. Oscar spoke carelessly. Penny looked different last night. It was probably the clothes. Stoneborough created an entire black outfit for her. She actually looked like she might be a tourney player, a real witch. I stared at him, and for a moment, green was all I saw. After that, the support mages said the magic words, and presto chango, I materialized on the platform above, my veins sparking green beneath the mage armor. I looked at Penny Lane where she stood in her silk cloak, too thin for the swirling wind that should have been cold to me. But all I felt was burning. My chest ached where she'd marked me hers and beneath. My heart ached with so much wanting. I needed her. How could she make me need her when she didn't need me at all? The swirl of purple smoke that was Oscar rose in a cloud between myself and Penny Lane. I just stood there, staring at her while witches and mages screamed, a roar of excitement when they saw me. Usually I soaked up the applause, but Penny wasn't cheering. She didn't say anything, simply stood there with ribbons wrapped around her arms. That wasn't something Zack had made her. Oscar came towards me, his purple sword raised. Swords already. He was trying to impress Viney, show her once and for all that he was the mage. Viney would have to admire him for something else, because I did not ever lose fights. The tourney was a blur, a green flame roaring from my hand to block the fall of his purple sword, sparks of purple and green exploding between us as he fell back. He came at me again, a beautiful scissor attack filled with poisoned darts. I incinerated them with a magic spell fused with a rush of basic chemical reactions, while the music pumped through my veins in time to each movement. Oscar's movements, my own defense and attacks were precise, perfect, but my focus wasn't on my opponent, but Penny where she stood, gripping her cloak with her white hands. The music was wrong. There should be violins and cellos, less drum and screaming. No, that wasn't the music, but a witch. I knew her scream. I could feel the panic in my own chest, but it wasn't my panic. Penny. I turned to see Penny standing in the front of the crowd, pressed against the railing beside Viney. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move, while the panic kept building and building until she collapsed bonelessly in a heap of black silk. The panic subsided as quickly as it began. I whirled to block Oscar's attack, then ripped him across the stomach and face. He fell back, and I turned back to see Penny. Zack was beside her, wearing but blue mage armor and nothing else. He picked her up, her body still limp. He was going to step through side with her. No, he wasn't. I transfigured to smoke, swirled across the divide, and gripped his throat with my barely formed fingers, then bashed his face with my forehead, her body between us. Crowds of witches were around us in the stands. My shield dispersed for the tourney. "Darkside is her death," I hissed, and a flicker of comprehension dawned in his sparking blue eyes. I gasped as Oscar stabbed me. I spun away from Zack, sparks swirling around me, a sword protruding from my back. Oscar stood on the stage, his eyes sparking purple, his face a mask of intensely crazy. I was going to break him. I leapt from the stands across the 10-foot gap that separated the stage from the audience, ripping his sword out of my back in that movement. I sliced his skin off with his own sword, but he put up a beautiful fight, using a small dagger that smelled of Darkside to block me. I pulled, slashed, and stalked him across the stage while he crouched and lunged, cutting my legs. His spells were subtle, enhancements, minimizing the strength of my strikes, mixed with each block and attack. Finally, I felt something far away, something that hurt like grief, angry, agonizing loss, and the world became a swirling green haze. I blew him back with a spell that disarmed his armor enough that when he hit the stage with a thunderous crash, he didn't get back up. I stood there blinking while the crowd roared, witches on their feet chanting and screaming my name over and over again. I didn't feel anything. I stood there while their adulation filled me with absolutely nothing. The support mages pulled Oscar away while I stood, trembling, bleeding, and wondering when Penny would say my name like that. Zack! I would kill him for touching her, and thank him for taking her away from the mob. Which one should I do first? Ian materialized in front of me, grinning widely. "Drake, you're bleeding a lot. I know that you're trying to get Viney and Oscar together, but letting him stab you so you look incredibly incompetent as well as lovesick is so brilliant. I never would have thought of it. Vine won't be able to help but find him utterly irresistible." I won. He raised a golden eyebrow while his eyes sparked, and that's why Zack has the girl. I growled at him. He glanced around at the still cheering crowd who watched us both ecstatically. We were the champions. I inhaled deeply before I flashed a smile at the adoring crowds and struck Ian. After the tourney, when I showered all the blood off my body and let the support mages patch me up, I headed to Lilac Stories. Viney greeted me, arms crossed over her flaming skull sweater. "Cute sweater. Did your grandmother knit it?" She snarled at me. "She's resting. Kept talking about how she had to sleep so she could look cute for her tea party. What is wrong with you? Why would you let yourself be distracted like that? Are you really that pathetic about her?" I stared at her. Her vehemence wasn't necessary. I still won. Her lips curled. "You should have annihilated Oscar. Instead, you patted him on the head and sent him to bed. I've seen mages after you're finished with them. Why didn't you finish him?" I ran my hand through my hair. This wasn't the conversation I needed to have. Oscar's a good mage. What happened with Penny? Lines of worry furrowed her brow. "I don't know. Someone could have cursed her. She doesn't remember anything." I nodded and edged around her, but she moved in front of me, her eyes flashing with something. "She's resting. I would like a word with Zack. If you would so kindly give me permission, I would be eternally grateful." I smiled at her and leaned a little bit closer so she could see the green in my eyes. Her eyes widened, lips parted, and I brushed past her easily. I went to Zack's room and walked in without bothering to knock. He was lying on his bed, but instead of staring at his pitch poster, as he usually did, he studied a drawing in his hand. "I'm here to kill you." He nodded without looking up. "I have an extremely potent beverage in the drawer. If that doesn't kill me, it will make me wish it had." I went to the desk drawer, pulled out a bottle the color of emeralds without a label, and poured myself a glass, and a glass for Zack. I handed it to him before I dropped on the bed beside him, throwing back my drink and staring at his picture. Through the fumes of the drink, I squinted at the beautifully rendered drawing. In the background, an empty field held a crumpled car, and a man with a white face and flaming eyes stalked forward with one hand outstretched. In the foreground was a pair of blood-streaked bare feet. "Creepy," I murmured while my throat burned and I squinted my eyes. "Tenny drew it." "I didn't know she drew." He shrugged and turned the paper upside down. "They're small feet, children's feet. She said that she'd been in a car accident when she was 5, lost 2 ribs from the collision, but that man coming towards her looked like a sorcerer. Interesting. What do you mean, death in Darkside? It's something her deliveryman told me. Death waits for her in Darkside. I imagine that's why he doesn't take her away. I think he's a sorcerer. I didn't have to explain anything about him to Zach. Of course not. Zach showed far too much interest in Penny Lane. Probably, but not that one. We could pool information about her. You go first. He shook his head, frowning. I don't think she'd like that. But you'll let me know if I'm about to do something that would kill her? He cocked his head as if he was considering. Since you were so generous illuminating me about the Darkside threat, I'll be sure to clue you in. You realize the deliveryman could be lying. I sighed. On the one hand, I wish Penny would simply reveal all her secrets, but on the other, it's awfully amusing puzzling things out. He studied me for a long time. Have you considered other ways of being amused? Other than Penny Lane? What an odd question. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to find amusement in anything? Other than beating a fellow mage to a pulp? I laughed and slapped him on the shoulder. It might be amusing to watch, but I would call it more of a compulsion than a diversion. Penny is a diversion from my many compulsions. He studied me thoughtfully. What do you like about her? I stared back. It was a strange question for him to ask. I shrugged because I didn't see how it made a difference. She's charming. She's vulnerable yet strong, innocent yet the sort of person who gets involved in a Creech massacre. Her hair, her legs, her eyes, particularly the gold specks in them, her fear of cars and her lack of fear of Viney or Whitley. The way she looks at you as though she's seeing who you are instead of who you pretend to be and doesn't look away. Her blushes, her glares, her love of telenovelas, and her hatred of owing anyone anything. I shrugged again. And you? He scowled at me. I don't like her. I stared back until he glanced away and shoved his hands in his pockets. If you say so, Zach, perhaps you feel brotherly towards anyone who feeds you lollips. I think it's peculiar that you don't even notice her legs, though. He made a rude sound. The only legs I'm interested in wear triceline pants. Penny doesn't know how to wear pants. I smiled blandly. And yet you tried to dress her in those pants. He snarled at me. She burned them afterwards. Apparently, she didn't like them. I stared at him and leaned closer. She burned them, really? You don't need to look so pleased. She traded the dress you gave her to Wit. True. She could have traded your suit to any number of witches for a very good price. And yet, she would rather burn it. I stopped smiling. Why would she burn it? Does that mean she likes you? His eyes widened and he quickly shook his head. Of course not. She was just angry that I was trying to turn her into pitch. I wasn't. I studied him. She thinks that you're trying to turn her into the woman you're obsessed with. How uncomfortable for her. She struggles with self-contempt, you know. She actually thinks that her vulnerabilities aren't adorable. So strange. I don't want you to give her the idea that she isn't perfect precisely how. She is. She is. His soft blue eyes widened and he looked stunned. You care how she feels about herself. You care about her. I grinned at him. It seems like that sometimes, doesn't it? How long was she unconscious? She stirred as soon as I left the tourney, then she ran to her room and started drawing. She didn't talk to me, but when Viney came in and started yelling at her for being so stupid and idiotic, passing out and screaming in the middle of the tourney, Penny stared at her like, I don't know, like Viney was someone else. Poppy, one of Penny's most closely held mysteries. Viney found my fight most contemptible. She should be pleased. She was cheering for Oscar. Zach inhaled deeply. Penny was heckling me. And I made her scream, and faint, and draw strange pictures. It must be connected to her curse, her fear, all of that. I took a photo of her drawing on my phone, handed the paper back to Zach, and stood up. I thought you were going to kill me. I raised an eyebrow. Are you so eager? You'll have to wait. I have limited time to kill. Who thinks he can kill time without harming eternity? I shook my head and left his room. Viney was still standing there, glaring at me. I paused. Is there something I can do for you? I asked. Yeah, you cannot do that. She gestured at me. I looked down at my body, clothed in jeans and shirt. I looked up at her. I'm not sure I can. She stepped closer, lifting her chin slightly. I was cheering for Oscar. I heard you. Then why did you use my obsession to your advantage just now? Because I'm a mage, and I thought it would save time. I didn't realize that we would be having another conversation. She glared at me, then turned her head to stare down at the floor. I like Oscar. I'm trying to like him. Good. I like Oscar too. He's the perfect mage. But you do that, and I don't see how I can ever... I put my hands in my pockets as I studied her. She was letting me see her vulnerability because she thought that I would be merciful to her or hoped I might be. Would I? I cleared my throat. I apologize. You're right. I'm used to treating people however I want because I can. It's laziness on my part, laziness and spite. I have a great deal of respect for you, Vine. I'll try to act like it in the future. I make no guarantees. I'm a mage after all. She looked up at me with large, dark eyes. Surprise and something else. Something sad was in those eyes. I glanced past her to the door. I shouldn't be looking too closely into her, not when she would always be vulnerable to me. She finally stepped out of my path and I left her, Zack and Penny. Dread Delight, Chapter 31. On Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock, I stood at the door of Penny's room wearing a velvet suit and holding my top hat. The tea party was utterly charming. Penny and I both wore green. We looked stunningly woodsy together, particularly if you considered the weasel. Before the tea party really started, she had me stand with my eyes closed as she rustled around. Okay, open them. I opened my eyes. She was holding a little pink cage with a mouse behind bars. As I watched, the mouse stood on its back legs and twitched its nose at me. That's a mouse. I'm training him for you, so he can ride in your hat during tea parties. I wasn't sure what to say, so I cleared my throat instead. Won't Signor Mort eat him? She frowned. You'll have to protect him. I was thinking of naming him Professor Cadaver. What do you think? I mean, you can name him whatever you like because he's yours, because I owe you. I slipped around her so I could pull her back against my chest while I leaned my chin on her shoulder. I stared down at the mouse while she stood there, frozen but not fainting. Professor Cadaver is perfect. Where did you find him? She inhaled deeply, and I slid my hands around her waist until she was wrapped in my arms. I closed my eyes and tried to stretch out that moment for a very long time. In the woods, she leaned against me, and for a moment her sweetness filled my arms and the world. She straightened up suddenly, slipping through my fingers. Let's eat. After drinking tea and eating cakes and sandwiches, I taught her card games. She'd never played so much as go fish. She was ridiculously adorable, with Signor Mort helping her pick cards. He was the most well-trained animal I'd ever seen, and the way he nuzzled her cheek and squeaked in her ear, it seemed like he was giving her very good advice because on her third hand she beat me. I didn't mind even a little bit. Why was that? As I floated to my room afterwards, I sang loudly, Spanish opera. When I entered the dining room at 6:15 for dinner, I saw Penny where she sat on a bench. A girl walked by and accidentally dumped her coleslaw on Penny's head. Penny just shook off the stuff while the girl visibly fumed at the lack of reaction. I wanted to rip the girl's head off and stuff it down her throat, if only such things were possible as well as legal. I walked stiffly to my customary table in the corner, but after sitting there for a few minutes, I got up, walked over, and sat down beside Penny. With the eyes of the cafeteria on me, I took my fork and started combing out the coleslaw. What are you doing? I slipped my fingers through her curls, gripping the base of her skull so she couldn't turn her head. I bet that dressing has fabulous conditioning properties. Your hair is going to be glossy, even if it has the subtle aroma of mayonnaise and dill. She laughed. You're using a fork on my hair. Be careful that you don't accidentally lose it in there. My curls can be voracious. How terrifying, voracious curls with good enough manners to eat with utensils. I worked until her hair was free of bits of cabbage, then I reached into my inner coat pocket and pulled out a feather. It was a little bit ragged, but the color was a lovely shade of green. I braided a thin strand of hair and wove in the feather, then tied a knot in the end. What is that? She shook her head until her hair swirled around her face. Then she captured the feather in her fingers, studying the green with black splotches. It's beautiful. She looked up at me, past the feather, and smiled, but it wasn't the smile she put on when she was irritated. It was soft and lit up her eyes, so the gold and green were bright and luminous. She liked it. I smiled back, then turned to my dinner using my fork, even though it tasted of slaw and Penny's shampoo. Attention, students. The quiet voice pierced the room, cutting through every conversation, whispered or otherwise. We all turned in one body towards the small woman who stood in a neat navy suit, hair in an immaculate chignon and blue eyes bright beneath her spectacles. When she was certain that she had our attention, Madame Pritchard walked towards our table with the grace that belied her shark-like instincts for weakness. I slipped my hand over Penny's and pulled her closer to me. "Who is that?" Penny whispered, gazing at me with her large, luminous eyes. "Madame Pritchard. She runs this fine establishment. Don't get on her bad side. She only has a bad side." By then, the superintendent of Rosewood had arrived at our table and stood on the opposite side of us, where she stared down her nose at me for a long time before her lips twisted. "Mr. Huntsman, we are organizing the annual student show. I anticipate your participation with great keenness. You will perform with Whitley for the finale. Any questions?" It was hard to maintain my lazy smile. I inhaled deeply and shrugged. I'd rather not. Her eyes narrowed and her attention shifted to Penny. "Ms. Lane, you've never attended one of our shows, have you? If Mr. Huntsman doesn't wish to participate, you will perform with Whitley in his place?" Penny stared at Madame Pritchard. "What kind of performance?" Her lips tightened and her eyes took on the beady glare of a bloodthirsty weasel. I knew that look and was not surprised when she said a musical piece, naturally. I cleared my throat. "I'm signing up with Zach and a few others to do a classical guitar piece that will be sure to fill your heart with warmth, as well as the usual dances, including the ballet corps and something Oscar is choreographing. I'd hate for people to think that I want to hog all the attention. Give someone else the finale, someone who wants it." She ignored me, even though I was very loud, very clear. Whatever Whitley had done to persuade Madame Pritchard, my refusal was unheard. Madame kept staring at Penny until she shifted uneasily. She bit her lower lip, then smiled at Madame brightly. "I'm not very musical, but I guess if you want." "Madame Pritchard," Whitley came up with a winning smile on her perfectly made-up face. "I'm so excited about this year's show. Is everything worked out for the finale?" She stared at me with ice in her blue eyes. I stared back before I smiled and shrugged. "Fine, but you're not putting Penny on the stage." Penny elbowed me. "What do you mean? I'm a student. Aren't all the students supposed to perform?" I inhaled deeply. I was trying to save her from humiliation. Of course, when did Penny Lane mind being humiliated? "Fine. I'll do pas de deux with you, but that's all. Otherwise, Whitley can croak all by herself." "Wonderful." Whitley grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them before she turned to beam at Madame Pritchard. "This is going to be the most memorable winter extravaganza of all time." Madame glanced at me, raised her eyebrow, then shot Penny an ominous glance before she turned and walked out as though raising her nose would make her taller. "She could just wear heels," Penny said as she stabbed an asparagus too hard so it got all mashed up. I nudged her. "Does her lack of heels upset you?" She shook her head. "I think I almost bit Whitley when she put her hands on your shoulders. It's almost like I need to put a shirt on you, property of Penny Lane. Do not touch." She gave me a sidelong glance while a blush crept up her cheeks. She had the most delicious blush. I wanted to make her blush on a regular basis. "It could be arranged," I murmured, making her blush deepen. I cleared my throat and forced myself to release her hand and pull a notebook out of her bag instead. "Do you want to collaborate on the choreography or leave it up to me?" She frowned. "Don't you think that it would be best if you took care of that? It sounded like you're going to be busy, though. I could just do something else, like juggling with Viney. That would be fun, or yodeling." "You yodel?" She shrugged. "How hard can it be?" I laughed and tugged on a curl, letting it bounce back into place. "I think I'd better keep a close eye on you, maybe a few hands as well. I'll do the choreography, the music, the costume, but you have to promise to work very hard and be the best little ballerina you can be." She cocked her head as she stared at me. "I won't be able to walk, will I? All right? All right? I'll practice as long as you say, but you have to promise me something." "What? Anything?" Her glance fell down to my lips. It can't cut into community service time or other important Tuesday activities. Her blush was beautiful as her eyes once more met mine, and you have to make me look good. Done. She frowned slightly. What kind of musical duet will you do with wit? I licked my lips. She wouldn't believe me if I said singing, or more to the point, she'd realize that I'd been pretending to sing badly this entire time. Would she feel hurt if she realized that I wasn't as terrible a singer as her? She was truly terrible, but it was endearing that she sang enthusiastically anyway. She'll probably want me to arrange parts and accompany, of course. She'll sing. She nodded slowly and wrinkled her nose. She sings well? Like a peacock. I mean, a lark. Do larks sing well? I've never actually heard one. We should find a lark and train it to sing duets with Senior Mort and Professor Cadaver. I stood up because this conversation might not end precisely well. I'll see you tomorrow in class. She nodded and smiled, but I could have sworn there was disappointment behind the curve of her lips. Penny! Try to miss me. I took her hand, brushed my lips over the back, and winked at her. My life was utter chaos. I sat in the middle of the auditorium with Penny's notebook, scribbling down the basic choreography for whatever dance we'd do, while students came on stage and showed me what they had in mind. These were final auditions. The winter extravaganza wasn't just a student showcase. It was the best and brightest of Rosewood. Not just parents would be filling up the enormous auditorium with rows upon rows of seats, but alumni would come to see the rising potential mages and witches, would consider them for internships and memberships in the specialized groups. The chess demo was odd but charming. The fact that Penny would like it was the only reason I allowed them to perform. Ian came and sat down behind me while I scratched on my notebook and ignored the three witches on stage. Isn't Penny completely new to ballet? Ian asked. Shouldn't you be working with her right now? I turned to look at him. Are you here to irritate me? I could help her. He leaned over his knees, golden eyes flickering. I hesitated. Ian was an excellent dancer. To be perfectly honest, he'd always been better at pas de deux than me because he could sense his partner much more than I ever could. I was wrapped up in myself, and Ian was extremely attuned to females. That's why I hesitated. I did not need Ian falling in love with Penny or vice versa. Mostly vice versa. He laughed and punched my shoulder. It would irritate Wit. Ever since she found out about Penelope Rose, she's changed tactics. If you want a princess, she's going to be a princess. Penny isn't a princess. He raised an eyebrow. Lights, choreography, backdrop, music, costume, and of course, training. Where are you going to come up with the time for that? She's a beginner. You want her to look good. She needs to practice at least 3 hours a day, after school. I gritted my teeth. 3 hours a day of Ian close to Penny and practically nothing. Touching her, talking to her, seducing her. No. He smiled the smile of someone who has already won the argument. I suppose she'll just have to be a laughingstock then. It will look like you set her up to fail. I turned and glared at the girl who tripped over the lines of her exposition when she saw my face. I pulled out my phone and dialed a number. Zach picked up almost immediately. Can you babysit Ian and Penny every day for 3 hours until the extravaganza? Silence on the line. Every day? 2 hours on Tuesday, before community service. He laughed. Sure, he's a good choice. I turned to glance at Ian. No, he's the worst, but he'll do. I hung up and nodded shortly. You may assist the fair Penny Lane to become the ballerina she never wanted to be. You're welcome. He squeezed my shoulder and stood. Don't worry, I'm not interested in seducing her. Liar, liar. He laughed, a golden ringing laugh that took me back to Darkside. Fair enough. I'm more interested in seeing her succeed to spite Whitley than I am in seducing her. I think as long as she has your feather in her hair, it will be impossible for anyone else to seduce her. If you need any other assistance, let me know. I ground my teeth, but let it go. I had to be extremely efficient and organized if I could take off the entire afternoon and evening on Tuesday without the fallout spreading through the rest of the week.
Dread Delight, Chapter 32. Drake never mentioned me fainting in the tourney. I couldn't explain it however many times Viney yelled at me or Zack frowned in concern. Of course he was concerned. Of course he was concerned. If I dropped dead, he wouldn't see pitch anymore. I sat in class, fiddling with the feather Drake had tied in my hair. Maybe I should take it out, but it was so pretty and the knots he made were probably magic, so I couldn't take them out. And it was so soft. And I could still feel his hands gently tugging and hear his low voice as he murmured, and, "What is that hideous thing?" Whitley was the hideous thing which had arrived at my desk and looked at me with extreme contempt on her otherwise perfect face. I frowned at the feather in mock concern then up at Whitley. "Do you think so? It's a good thing that I'm not beautiful." So the feather would look out of place on me. Her lip curled in a snarl. "I'm sure. The other night I thought you dropped dead. No such luck." Would that be lucky? It sounds terrible. They might have had to stop the tourney and you wouldn't get to witness Drake fight Oscar. I wish I hadn't passed out. Maybe they have a feather that helps with that. She studied the feather for a moment while her fingers twitched with the urge to rip it out of my hair. "It's doubtful. I understand you're practicing with Ian today while I rehearse with Drake." I held my breath for a moment before I managed a sickly smile at her. "Oh." Her smile grew. "You should enjoy yourself. Ian is an exquisite partner." "You too. Drake is an amazing musician." And I was going to rip out her tongue so that she could never sing again. She turned and sauntered away, hips swaying to emphasize the fact that she had won, and I had lost. I pulled out my phone and texted Drake furtively. "Whitley just told me that Ian is dancing with me." It took a moment for Drake to reply. "Zack will be there as chaperone. Ian is a great dancer." I scowled at the phone. How much help did he think I needed? I tossed it in my bag and took careful notes through the rest of class. In linguistics, I asked Zack about the whole thing in Spanish, because that was the only language I knew well enough to talk about something serious. And he shrugged like it wasn't a big deal that I'd have to spend 3 hours after school every day dancing with Ian. There was something wrong with him if he didn't see that it was the biggest deal ever. In ballet, Madame Torture was even harder on me than usual. Ian was one of those wolves who would gobble you up and leave you craving more. He was like Drake. I did not need another like Drake. One was enough. More than enough. Far too much when you got right down to it. Which I did at lunch because Drake stepped behind me as I was waiting in line and drew me away by the elbow, leading me to the corner table where a feast lay out for me. I might have been able to resist his charming smile and seductive lips, but I couldn't ignore 5 different kinds of cheese. We didn't talk. He was working on his computer with my notebook that he'd stolen and his phone, seeming to use all 3 at once while he ate. It was kind of amusing to watch him type, text, and stab a ravioli at the same time. Of course, it was always fun to watch him no matter what he did. He was simply beautiful with that russet hair and those dark eyes, his hands calloused but gentle, musician hands, while his suit was perfectly tailored to his well-muscled torso. We both ate and sat together until I finally interrupted him. I cleared my throat, leaned closer. I'd rather not dance with Ian for 3 hours every day. He raised an eyebrow and stared at me, a smile twitching on his mouth. He was going to kiss me again on Tuesday if I didn't faint. I tried not to stare at his mouth. Ian is a very good dancer. That's what you said, but at the same time, I'd really rather not. I'd rather have a not-so-good and not-so-Ian dance partner if it's all the same to you. He smiled broadly. Ah, if only it were all the same. It's not. You see, with Ian, I can be certain that you will have the training you need to fulfill your potential. I don't want you to do well. I want you to do well. I want you to amaze or look good, as you said. I fiddled with my fork. I'm not competing with Whitley or anyone else here. I know I'm not going to impress anyone. I just don't want to be horrible." He leaned close enough. I smelled black cherry while his knee brushed mine. "Penny, there's this thing about me that you should know. I don't do anything halfway." Behind this indolent smirk is the drive of a truly psychotic sorcerer. "This is a performance, and I'm your partner. Believe me, you will impress." He tilted his head and brushed his lips across my cheek. Any protestations I had died, while the feel of his soft lips spread through me. He was so sweet and smelled so good, and if I turned my head, I could touch my lips to his. Before I could, he pulled away and stood. I smiled up at him. "What kind of an emergency was that?" "I think you're just wily about getting your way." He grinned broadly as he brushed his fingers over the skin he'd kissed. "You're the one who said that you wanted to look good. Words I already regret." He shook his head and sighed. "I have to go. I have a meeting. Business or pleasure? For me, business is pleasure, and vice versa." "So you're a gigolo?" He raised his eyebrows and studied me in a way that made me blush. "What brings me pleasure isn't what most people would pay me to do to them. I'm sure there might be a few exceptions." He lifted my hand and kissed the back. "I really like watching you eat, because you're fattening me up for the kill." I stood up and took his hand in mine. "I'll walk you to your meeting." I dropped his hand because we weren't dating or anything, but every time he brushed me with his arm, I shivered in the most pleasant way. After my history class, Ian was waiting outside the door for me. "Don't you have a class?" I asked, while he grabbed my books and headed away from my room. I threw Viney a wistful glance while she shook her head and gave Ian a truly terrifying sneer. "He doesn't want to give you the chance to bail. Can't imagine why you wouldn't want to spend the rest of your day with Ian's sweaty hands all over your body." "Is that jealousy, Viney?" Ian asked, giving her a glimmering golden smile. She hissed at him and I patted her shoulder. "I'll see you later. Dining room, 6:35? She nodded and whirled around, away from the bane of her existence. I sighed as I headed after him. We rehearsed on a small stage with a mirror at the back of the auditorium, so I could see Ian and me in my pink leotard. He wasn't anything like Drake. 20 minutes of Ian's hands on my waist, and I was ready to chew them to bloody stumps. Macaroons and bonbons, I couldn't concentrate. He was just wrong. When Zach showed up in loose pants and a t-shirt, I shoved Ian away from me. "Okay, here's what's going to happen. Zach is going to be my partner, and you, Ian, are going to be our coach." Ian raised an eyebrow while he studied me as if curious. "You really dislike me." "Nothing personal." He grinned. "Oh, I think it is. I see why Drake found you so irresistible. Did you insist on keeping him at arm's length as well?" "Of course you did. Seducing you would take artistry." Zach stepped between us and glared at Ian. "Can we get on with this? Unless you're seriously attempting seduction. In that case, I have better things to do." Ian shrugged. "She wants you as her Drake replacement. Traditionally, you'd resent that. What do you think?" Zach glanced at me, down my body like he was analyzing it for flaws. He stepped close and put his hand on my waist. Nothing reluctant or cautious, just a matter-of-fact placement. So why did I blush? No idea. I looked at the mirror and saw the two of us standing like a frozen image. He was taller than me by maybe 3 inches, and he wasn't quite as slender as Drake. Next to him, I looked slender and delicate, with my long limbs, my hair piled on top of my head, leaving my pale neck bare. His hand did not look wrong on my waist, and when he stepped closer behind me and took my other hand in his, it felt natural, I nodded at myself, and he gave me a soft smile back, both of us staring into the mirror. You don't dance as well as Drake, but Penny probably won't notice the difference. Ian took Zach's silence as agreement. Ian took that standing pose and spent the next 20 minutes fixing it. A standing pose. 20 minutes. I didn't hold my ribs right. My arms weren't fluid, yet somehow not floppy. My turnout laughable. My chin too high, too low, too tilted. Not holding that je ne sais quoi quality that all beautiful dancers had. Zach just stood there in apparently the perfect standing position, laughing silently at me. I accidentally elbowed him, but since we weren't doing anything, it was pretty obvious. After 3 hours of the most tedious, torturous, boring ballet lesson, I could barely walk. I was headed from the small changing room off the little auditorium to the dining room when Zach came up behind me. He poked my shoulder. You're soft. I stared at him and sighed. I am. Sitting in my attic making potions doesn't really tone one's abs. Or legs, ding-dongs, and ho-hos. I can barely walk. And we did what? Stand there. How does Ian make standing so hard? Thanks, by the way, for taking his place as Drake's body double. Or body triple. He gave me an amused glance. Why does Ian bother you? You know how I am when you don't wear a shirt. That's how Ian is only times 100. I don't understand. Is it sex appeal or something else? I wrinkled my nose. Sex appeal? Gross. No, it's the fact that I spent my whole life not seeing men who were naked, and Ian's always naked, and Ian's always naked. That still makes no sense unless his clothing is magically invisible to you. That would be interesting. I rolled my eyes at him. How could I explain it? I'd grown up with Poppy, Grandmama, my mother, Revere, and the occasional pitch. Revere always wore a suit. Always. He never took off his jacket to do his ritual exercise, and he wore his suit to do all the household chores. He never smiled, smirked, or otherwise moved his mouth in anything other than a slight frown. All these mages who flirted were so completely alien to me. At least Zach pretended to be gentle to cover up the psychotic, but he didn't have that blatant masculinity that Ian so effusively exhibited. Drake was different. Ian was right about me holding Drake at arm's length. So why was I fantasizing about kissing him every 5 minutes? I shook my head and focused on making it to the dining room and Viney. The next day, I'd no sooner walked out of business class with Drake than Ian stopped me. I talked to Professor Vale. You're going to practice early. We must get in your 3 hours. I stared at him, then glanced at Drake. He teased and shook his head. The sacrifices we make for art. And ego. I spun around and marched towards the auditorium. Zach was already there, wearing a white tank top that showed off his shoulders and the dark patch above his low neckline. Chest hair? I stared at that bit of black until I shook my head and tried to focus. I had left my hair messier than usual, and strands kept falling into my face until Zach sighed and pulled it out and twisted it up into a much neater bun. I had my arms over my chest while I stared at his. That bit of black hair. Why don't you glamour your chest smooth? Maybe I glamour it, Harry. It's rude to suggest that a mage would ever stoop to using a glamour. I cocked my head while I raised my index finger and traced it down his cheek where I'd cracked it. Pardon me for suggesting such a thing. Ian interrupted us. Enough. Penny, come to the center of the stage and stand as though you were the only person in the world, as though all the energy and focus of existence rested upon your glory. I gave him a look. Seriously? Zach elbowed me, the exact place I'd elbowed him the day before. I think that's right up your alley. I wrinkled my nose and headed to the center of the stage to embody the glory of existence. Or whatever. Ian came close, lifted my elbow, extended my hand, and leaned in for just a moment. Pretend that you're Whitley, or better yet, one of those telenovela stars who just walked into a wedding to steal the groom in her nefarious plot. I gasped and looked up at Ian. For a moment he wasn't golden, just a mage, but then he smiled and I leaned away from that smile. Putting it in those terms changed how I looked at it, so I was supposed to play Marionetta, the seductive wench who brought all men to their knees. I wiggled my eyebrows at Zach and gave him a come-hither smile, while I stretched my neck and shifted just so. Better. More here. Ian put his hand on my upper back and pushed until I arched awkwardly, my chest rising as he pressed more and more until I thought my spine would snap. He pulled his hand away, gestured Zach to come, and in that weird position, I was supposed to gracefully flow over the stage like Marionetta, commanding attention and stealing women's lovers. Playing the villain was fine, but the weird positions weren't. After what seemed like eons of that position, Ian patted my back. Take a break. Don't worry. We'll get a good arch eventually. I glared at him, spun around, and stalked over to get a drink in the hall. I drank and drank until finally I stood and Zach was standing close behind me. I jumped and he laughed, a gentle, sweet laugh that belied the mockery in his eyes. Why in the world was I talking to him? No idea. Aren't you worried that it's poisoned? He asked innocently, then stepped forward and bent to get a drink. Zach, why are you helping me? I owe Drake, he said, and tapped his cheek. I groaned. Seriously, that's what this is. I guess that makes sense. Is Drake really that big of an ego? He leaned against the brick wall and studied me. People aren't egos. They have egos. Ego means yes, he has a very strong self-definition. Let's talk about his id. That's more interesting. The id is his deepest, darkest self. Yeah, I already know all about that. Then why do you let him touch you? Why are you sitting with him at lunch and texting him? You've never texted me. I don't have your phone number. Also, he fixed me after you broke me. As for ID, you're the biggest I'd as an idiot I've ever met. If you had just liked me from the beginning, we wouldn't have this whole mess. I gestured towards us, the hall, and the drinking fountain. He smiled sweetly. If you'd told me that you were Pitch, I might have believed you. And then you could have had me. I glared at him. You did not just say her name. Also, you liking her is what makes you so stupid. He straightened from the wall and said low as he passed me to go back into the auditorium. And you liking Drake makes you what? Exactly? Touch. I was indeed an extraordinarily gifted imbecile, which was why I was anxiously checking the clock for the rest of the afternoon until it was 4:45 and I got to dash to my room to bathe, shave, and triple lotion my extremely long legs. It was too cold to have bare legs, but I did anyway. My little faux fur capelet looked lovely over my pale pink shoulder-length gloves. Was it too tea party? My princesses like tea parties? I packed up all my deliciously healthy lollipops and bounced out of my room. Zach sat on the back of the couch like he'd been waiting for me to come out. What? I asked. He held out his hand. Phone. I frowned at it, then up at him. That's a hand, not a phone. He gave me a gentle smile. That's right. I want you to hand me your phone. Why didn't you just say that? I gripped my bag tighter and shifted so it was further from him. Are you going to give it to me? Let's think about that. Actually, no, I don't have to think about it. No, I'm not. If you trust Drake, you might as well trust me too. That's like saying because you have one wolf inside your sheep enclosure, you may as well let another one in. He shrugged. Do you have anyone else to call in case of an emergency, other than Drake, I mean? Sure, my stepfather. He's far away. I mean, if there was something interesting, I don't know, involving Creek or something, you might want someone to call who wasn't. I put my hand over his mouth. His lips were soft, warm, and his breath tickled my fingers. Give me your number. Write it on a piece of paper, and I'll put it in my phone. But don't expect me to call you. I pulled my fingers away and added, slide it under my door. I'm going to be late if I don't hurry. He nodded like that made sense. He was acting nice again. I turned and walked out of Lilac Stories, down the pillared walk to Drake's car. He was waiting for me in spite of me being early. I beamed at him and offered him a lollipop. He took it with a smile. Dirt and herbs? Are you feeling anxious? He twisted his lips as he fingered the cellophane. Actually, yes, a little. Really? Why? He opened the door for me and gestured me inside. I'll tell you later. First, community service. The drive to town was uneventful. I clung to his hand, and my heart pounded while my stomach roiled with nausea, but I didn't throw up on him or anything. The princesses were lovely. I didn't even mind that they completely wrecked my hair before Drake came to stand in the doorway, waiting for me. I scrambled to my feet, gave everyone hasty hugs, and then went over to him. How did it go? I asked once we were out in the hall, the door closed behind us. Ow! Your necromancer friend? He raised his eyebrows. That's an excellent question. I'm not really sure. I spent the entire time helping Tim fill out a college application online. Would you like to fund it? Scholarships can be great for tax breaks. I blinked at him. I don't think Tim should count on it. I do like the idea of doing something with profits. Right now, I don't make enough. Of course. We should do something about that. I glared at him. No, we shouldn't. He cocked his head, glanced around, then took 2 quick steps until he was close against me, bent his head, and kissed me. It was over before I realized it had happened. I stood there reeling dizzily while he slid his arm around my waist and led me unresisting down the hall. I didn't. I mumbled, although my head buzzed. I suppose that's a start. I turned to stare at him. He was so close, his strong arm around me, hand cupping my side, protectively over my missing ribs. I loved that. I turned, leaned into him, and kissed the corner of his mouth. I parted my lips and inhaled the scent of him, tasting him as he held perfectly still. He tasted of ashes and wind with an undercurrent of peppermint. A nurse came along, and I quickly pulled away from him, blushing, while he growled. I stepped away from him and bounced down the hall, waving slightly at the nurse, who gave me a stern look like kissing in hospitals was strictly forbidden. Once we were in the car, and Drake started the engine, I rubbed my cold knees. 2 kisses and no fainting. Isn't that amazing? He gave me an arch glance. So amazing. Are you warm enough? That outfit is positively delicious. It's something between a cupcake and fondant, neither of which can be terribly warm. Do you want to wear my jacket? I glanced down at his large black coat, wool and delicious. But you would be cold. He gave me a flirty smile. You could keep my hands warm. He took off his jacket, slipped it over my shoulders, then started the car and drove to the usual Chinese restaurant on the outskirts of town. After a moment, he turned off the car and turned to me. My heart pounded in my chest while his dark eyes gleamed at me from the reflected light of the red and gold sign. Can I tickle you? I blinked at him. What? He smiled and leaned closer to me. He slid his hand over mine, up to my elbow, then on my side. I don't think you'll faint if you're giggling. Oh, I guess, I gasped because he tickled my ribs, his fingers deliciously digging into my skin. Drake, stop, I squealed and wriggled. And then his mouth was over mine, his lips burning and sweet, soft and smooth. My lips were already parted, and the taste of him along with the scent of black cherry was so overwhelmingly sweet. I drowned in his taste, his touch while his arms wrapped around me, pulling me close. Before I could faint or really reciprocate, he pulled away, brushed his fingers over my lips, and got out of the car. I sat there blinking black spots out of my vision until I could manage to unbuckle with shaky fingers and climb out. He wasn't there. He must have gone inside when I wasn't watching. I followed, wrapping his jacket around me like a beautiful Drake hug. I could still feel his lips on mine. I wasn't hungry for anything other than more of Drake, but how could I kiss him without fainting again? The server beamed and bowed several times before he led me over to a booth. I gave him my order without looking at the menu, then heard a voice behind my head. "You should try the Sequan chicken." I turned around and saw Drake, or rather the back of his head because he was sitting in the booth behind me, his back against mine. I settled back down, heart pounding and lips tingling. He'd kissed me, and now we were supposed to sit here like nothing happened. Thanks. Do you come here a lot? I'm addicted to it. Some people try to quit addictions, but I prefer my life to be filled with irrational compulsions. Do you know what I like my life to be filled with? Sequan chicken. What about waffles? And waffles. Also lollipops. He sighed. This is the first irrational conversation I've had in ages. All everyone wants to talk about all the time is the student show, or the black heart tourney, or the chem exam. It's exhausting. Poor baby. In such high demand, I'm not sure if I can forgive you for having such torturously high standards. That explains it. I wondered why I liked you, but you may be the tallest girl I know. I must keep up my high standards. I snorted. I'm not that tall. All the same, I smiled because he said he liked me, and he'd kiss me. When my food came, I stirred it around a lot, but didn't eat much. Finally, I pushed it away and stood up. When I turned, Drake was standing beside me. We stared at each other for a long time, swaying closer and closer and closer until his fingers brushed mine, and I gripped him back, squeezing his hand tight. He stared down at me, gaze on my lips. My face tilted up towards him, my lips parting, but instead of kissing me, he turned and dragged me across the worn red carpet towards the entrance and the server who beamed at us. Drake threw money on the counter and left without grabbing our fortune cookies. We were halfway across the parking lot before I said, "Drake, we forgot the fortune cookies." He growled and pulled me faster. I loved it. Him pulling me around. My heart raced as we neared the car. Maybe he would forgo the car and instead drag me into the woods and tie me to a tree. He opened up the back door and gestured me inside. I scrambled in and turned in time to see him slam the door in my face. He stalked back into the Chinese restaurant while I sat there, frowning at his back. Was he cold in just his white shirt? I shivered a little bit in spite of the heavy jacket. Finally, he came back out, stalking across the parking lot towards me, the sign's light turning his hair into fire. He opened the back door, handed me a fortune cookie with a bow. I grabbed his hand, ignoring the cookie, and tugged him over onto the seat. He sat up and stared at me, his position very awkward, half in, half out of the Suburban. I got your cookie. And I have you. His eyes narrowed. Really, he drawled. And what do you intend to do with me? First, I'm going to make you close the door. He did so, getting all the way into the back seat first. And then I slid my hands around his ribs and dug in my fingers, waiting for him to gasp and writhe like I did. He stared at me, his face close to mine, his strong muscles beneath my fingers. I'm tickling you? I whispered, staring at his lips. While you do that, I'm going to kiss you until you faint. But there's no music. I breathed as his lips brushed mine. He smiled and brushed his lips over mine again. Oh, but there is. With you, there is always music. He kissed me, soft, sweet, lingering, kiss after kiss, while I slid my hands over his chest, leaning against him. Dizziness swamped me as I clung to him. When he bit my lip, I gasped, and my eyes opened wide. His eyes gazed back, sparking green. I tasted blood, my blood, and then things got really weird. I shoved him against the door and scraped his lips with my teeth, holding the soft, delicate skin in my jaws like a weasel. He was mine, and I would utterly consume him. It was like the time in the woods, only I had no rope. His chest already bore my name, and he wasn't passive. He pulled me against him, crushing me into his chest while his lips bruised mine. I wanted more and more, deeper and deeper, until the flicker of something slick and serpentine against my tongue had me pulling away to blink at him in shock. Was that tongue? He threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was the most beautiful, terrifying thing. I wrapped my arms around myself while I trembled. I could still feel his fingers digging into my skin. His lips, teeth, tongue. That's when I fainted, which was kind of pointless since it was after the fact, but whatever.
Dread Delight, Chapter 33. I carried her to her room, her body limp, head resting on my shoulder, my shirt ripped along with the skin beneath my shirt. I felt ridiculously alive. Not only alive, but sated. I never felt like that, satisfied in any way. I always craved more, but that her crashing against me like a wave and pulling me under, I'd been waiting so long to drown in her. Finally, I'd kissed her without having her faint, and she'd actually kissed me back. I left her on the grotesque lavender eggplant floral couch in Lilac Stories and turned to find Viney, arms crossed over her chest, staring at me with this strangely blank stare. "Good evening," I offered. She nodded and then shifted her gaze down to my chest, my ripped and blood-stained shirt. She didn't say anything, simply stared at my shirt, unblinking. She fainted. She stood there, staring. I hesitated. "All right, I'll see you later. Have a lovely evening." It was a lovely evening and morning the next day and afternoon when I went into the auditorium to watch her dance with Ian. She wasn't dancing with him. Instead, she was with Zach, but she was distracted and a bumbling mess. That shouldn't have made me happy. She had to be brilliant and perfect, the absolute best, but I just wanted her to be in my arms. Zach said something to her, and she frowned and wrinkled her adorable little nose at him. In her hair, one green feather and one gold star poked out of her bun. I'd tied it while she'd been lying limp against my chest before I decided that if I didn't drive her home and put her away for the night, I'd worry less about her state of consciousness than I would about how much I needed to taste the rest of her. I didn't stay long. I had to rehearse with Wit. She had ideas about our musical number, which was ridiculous, almost as ridiculous as the extremely short skirt she wore, along with a top whose sweeping neckline left very little to the imagination. She beamed at me when I came in, but her calculated charm couldn't erase the tactile memory of Penny in my arms, burrowing into me as though I were her breath, her salvation. Speaking of salvation, the necromancer's pet wasn't doing well. He'd started to compile lists of his wrongdoings, and it was very long. He should go to church with some of the other rehabbers. I needed to do something about that, but after Wit, I had to head into Darkside, where a shipment of a very special chemical compound waited for my signature. It wasn't for the tourney, but just business. I had to stay on top of Huntsman Inns, along with all of my other responsibilities. I liked it, the business, the endless complicated juggling of people and projects, but what I liked best was happening upon Penny in the cafeteria and dropping into the seat beside her, then watching her blush when she noticed me. There was something utterly perfect about a life where every hall could end in a turn that revealed Penny handing out lollipops to a stunned student. Her beauty was so much more than beauty, more than any physical attributes. Beneath every racing moment was a sense of contentment. I would have a tea party with her on Sunday, and on Tuesday I would experiment with other methods of keeping her conscious. Friday, I had no intention of going to the tourney. Penny wouldn't be going because Viney had banned her very publicly that afternoon in the dining room where I sat next to her, my fingers brushing hers. Did she realize how often I touched her? Didn't seem like she noticed. At any rate, I had no intention or time to attend the tourney except as I was walking down the hall late that evening, a woman stepped in front of me, blocking my path. She wore a heavy cloak, so her face was covered all but a pair of black lips and her moon-pale chin. Drake, Huntsman. If you cared about her, you would leave her alone. The voice was so strange, so empty of emotion, but full of something else, that the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. If I cared about anyone, I would do any number of things. Do I know you? She raised her head slightly, and I caught my breath. There was something terrifyingly absent in those black eyes, but I had the uncomfortable sensation that I was looking at the emptiness of my own soul. I'm a friend of Penny's. Her voice continued low, expressionless. If you are not a friend to her, I will end you. I blinked at her while I focused and prepared to summon 5 defenses and 3 attacks. Imagine that. Has anyone ever told you how much you look like Pitch? I don't suppose you're here for the tourney? The tourney. With that, she dissolved into smoke. I stood there, staring at the empty hall, and put a hand to my forehead. Witches didn't step through side the way mages did. They stepped through mirrors and flew, at least some of them. This girl just dissolved. I pulled out my phone and called Zach. He didn't answer. It rang, then went to voicemail. I had things to do, so many things, but if Pitch was at the tourney, that was a historical moment, and possibly a deadly one, that I didn't want to miss. I dressed in black, threw on a cloak, and headed into the darkness of the midnight tourney where Viney reigned. Pitch was a friend of Penny's. It didn't compute, but it did explain the Creesh adventure, or at least the dead bodies. It also explained Zach, his brotherly, not brotherly attitude towards Penny. She was his gateway to his fantasy. But Pitch and Penny, what could they possibly have in common? I strode across the hard frozen ground, my breath misting in the air. It was a clear, cold night, and the stars were sprinkled like dice across the black velvet night sky. I gathered my cloak around me as I joined the throng heading towards the bleachers. There were more people than usual, and I heard the hisses, Penny's name mingling with Viney's, like they would finally have an epic battle where Penny's heritage would be revealed in full glory. Well, I couldn't miss that, or the tourney where Pitch fought in Penny Place. How would Viney do against Pitch? I found a seat close to the back in the bleachers, and soon Pete and Ian gathered around me, sensing me or finding a place closer to the back, more convenient for any hasty exits we might have to make. Have you seen Zach? I asked them. Pete shook his head, and Ian shrugged. Other than the 3 hours I spent with him this afternoon, no. You saw them. What do you think? I think that after only a week in your hands, she's nearly an entirely different dancer. Flexibility, grace, posture, all is greatly improved. Ian flashed a golden smile. She has lovely lines. Pete snorted and elbowed him. Yeah, like you need to tell Drake that. Ian elbowed him back, hard and sudden, leaving Pete gasping. I put a hand on Pete's shoulder and frowned at Ian. Is there a problem? Ian leaned towards me, frowning. You know, Zach. You know how he is, what he is. If he disliked her, he'd be showering her with compliments. Instead, he mocks her, insults her, jibes her, basically everything to convey how ambivalent he is towards her. I considered for a moment, and it was suspicious, but if he was trying to get Pitch through Penny, we couldn't hope for consistency in his behavior. I was about to say something about that when Zach's head appeared above the crowd while he climbed the bleachers. At his side, in a swirl of shadows and black fabric, was a figure that moved like black oil, liquid and viscous. Vicious, both, probably. Ian stiffened while Pete gasped when they saw Zach and his escort. Zach looked somewhere between terrified and euphoric, while his date looked mysterious, deadly and remarkably like Pitch. Ian stood there, scowling at her, while Pete's mouth flapped open and closed. I gripped them both by the shoulders and pulled them down. The tourney went as they did, witches hurling hurters at each other, catching on fire, running around on the field screaming, that sort of thing. One contestant after another fought while the figure beside Zack sat perfectly, unnaturally still. The rest of the audience was unnaturally quiet, seeming to watch Zack's date as much if not more than they watched the tourney. It couldn't be Pitch. Pitch might fight in a tourney, but she would never go on a date to one. That was far too ridiculous. She was some girl who looked like Pitch, moved like Pitch, and Zack was a sucker. Maybe he'd actually end up having a real relationship with her. I'd convinced myself that she was a fake by the time Viney came out in her cloak with the flaming skull on the back. Viney spun around, hurled 3 hurters at various witches, then crouched down to take their attack beneath her heavily armored cloak. The girl beside Zack made a sound. It wasn't too loud, but her voice carried, the meaning conveyed clearly, that of disgust and contempt. I expected her to start harassing Viney like Penny would, but the girl stood up and walked down the stairs one at a time while Zack trailed behind, a look of panic on his face. Did she not like his date? Poor Zack, if not even pretend Pitches liked him? That's what I thought the moment before she moved. Movement wasn't the right word. I could say fly, but it wasn't flying, but a launch forward, vaulting forward 15 feet down the steps to perch on the tourney railing for a blurry moment before she jumped again. 30 feet, landed with a crunching sound on one of the witches who fought Viney. Then she moved again, a blur that left the other witch flying backwards to somersault 15 feet away. Then the other witch, who seemed like an afterthought. Pitch simply hit her with her face until her opponent crumpled bonelessly. Pitch stood for a moment on the last witch in this body-skimming uniform, black, bumpy cloak fluttering around her before she turned to face Viney. Viney stared at the newcomer, a strange look on her face. It wasn't fear, but excitement, eagerness. Viney had been waiting for a worthy adversary, and now she faced the best. Viney dropped all showiness and focused on spare, meticulous defense and attack. It wasn't an ordinary pitch tourney. Pitch was a marvelous showman. I could admit that she might even have been better than me in some ways. Her entrances were always incredible, mind-blowing, and her hurters' sound effects and costumes were always cutting-edge brilliant that were quickly copied by all the other contestants. This Pitch wasn't putting on a show as much as she was humiliating Viney. Pitch didn't use hurters and seemed to brush off the ones Viney threw or somehow lob it back at Vine, who fell back choking beneath the screaming, sparking, and smoking explosive. What fascinated me was when Pitch nearly strangled Viney with her cloak until Viney slipped out of it, facing the other, taller girl in nothing besides her basic black reinforced suit. Pitch moved in with an attack that a freshman could have blocked. Viney sidestepped and went ahead with her own punch, lunge, drawback, and kick. Pitch should have fallen on the ground, legs knocked out from under her, but when Viney kicked the back of her legs, Pitch used that kick to launch her up and over, flipping over Viney and landing in a graceful defense pose that she held for barely a breath before she attacked with a move I'd never seen before. Neither had Viney or Vine was getting slow. It was very clear, after only a few seconds of Pitch taking over the tourney, that she wasn't there to win. She was there to humiliate. Blood-streaked Viney as she moved in with another attack that Pitch simply stepped away from, then knee up, and Viney was gasping out of breath. "She's teaching her." I glanced at Ian. I'd forgotten all about him. He gave me a slight smile, then frowned at the field, studying the exchange. Yes, it was very interesting. Viney fought Pitch for 15 minutes, the most brutal exchange I'd probably ever seen. Then Pitch suddenly got bored, punched Viney in the face, laying her out, limbs spread-eagled like she was making snow angels on the dirt. And now she's going to eat Zack. I glanced at Pete, who watched the whole thing in rapturous awe. I stood and smiled at the mages. Maybe I can have a word with Zack before... Not likely. Ian nodded towards the field, and I followed his gaze to where Zack was, striding like he wasn't a mage on the sacred Makist territory. Zack moved fast, dropped down beside Viney and worked some magic on her that lit her up blue and purple until she stirred and tried to sit up. Oscar came up beside Zack, and they both tried to help her when apparently she didn't want helping. Laughter filled the night, blood-chilling laughter that resonated inside my bones. That wasn't a laugh you heard every day. I'd have nightmares of that laugh. Zack stiffened and turned to Pitch, hesitating between Viney and the most incredible fighter the world had ever seen. He walked towards her, drawn as though by a spell. She laughed again and turned, ducking through the doorway beneath a tourney. It wasn't until after she left that anyone else moved, like they were waking up. "What is she?" Ian asked. No one in particular, but Pete answered. "No, that's a witch."
Dread Delight, Chapter 34. I woke up to laughter, the kind that sent chills all over my body, and then my feet hit the floor as I threw myself off my bed and landed in a crouch, facing the shadow that stood, motionless as though she'd been waiting for me. I straightened slowly, staring into her dark eyes. "Macaroons and bonbons, what?" I demanded, sounding like I didn't appreciate being woken up in the middle of the night. "Zack." She made it sound like a delightful weapon she'd found in her arsenal that she hadn't expected. Of course, Pitch being delighted couldn't be called delight. More sadistic pleasure. "What did you do to him?" She smiled, drawing back her black lips and showing me her teeth. At least they weren't blood-stained. Yet. "Do you really want to know?" I moved away from her, but too late. Her hand gripped my throat, and her face loomed over mine. She brushed her fingers over my lips. Ow. No, like agonizing torture, and that's why I screamed before I inhaled and forced the scream back into my throat. It would only make me hoarse and make her happy. The worst thing about that touch wasn't the pain that shot through my body like fire-hot needles of anguish, but the feel and taste of Zack's lips on mine through that pain. She'd kissed Zack. I hissed at her and jerked back and down. Yes, I was fighting Pitch. Stupid, stupid, stupid Penny. She laughed. I screamed. She compared me to Viney. I compared her to a black hole of rotten anchovies, and so on, until I was wrapped in layers and layers of helpless anger and pain. When the pain changed, I slid down to the floor and she stepped away from me. I started shaking. Felt like my insides were outsides, and my head. I couldn't function with elephants stampeding in my brain, crushing every mental synapses and strand until I couldn't think anything but agony, my body far away while pain suffocated and squeezed me raw. I curled up on the floor, helplessly clutching myself like I could hold the pieces together. She crouched over me and hissed. The tourney was laughable, your little friend Viney hardly any fun at all. But I played with her anyway. Aren't you happy? I'm being so nice to them all. I'm being so nice to them all, even the tall one who smells like ashes. I closed my eyes. Drake, what had she done to him? I groaned while my face split open through my eye. I could feel blood dripping down my face, and Pitch hovered over me, watching the pain consume me. After that was a crushed collarbone. Internal bleeding, my leg snapping in 3 places, and layers and layers and layers of bruises. It wasn't that she hurt me, she just gave me the pain, and the injuries followed. When she laid her fingers carefully on my side, where my 2 ribs should be protecting my internal organs, I screamed for a long time. She laughed breathlessly when I stopped screaming, my throat raw to match the rest of me. She slid her fingers through my hair, and then, with a yank and a twist, she ripped out the feather and stardrake had woven in. She studied the locks and the object for a moment before she tossed them in a bucket, added a lit match, a pinch of silver powder, and then they were gone in a flash of fire and a puff of smoke along with Pitch. Dread Delight, Chapter 35. I passed in and out of consciousness for some time, my eyes opening long enough for me to take a breath and then fall back into agony, then darkness. She must have fought in a tourney with Vine. Was she okay? If Pitch had kissed Zack, what did that mean? Had she kissed him and then killed him? I shook my head, forehead pressed against the floor. I'd been conscious for a good 3 minutes. I needed to do something about my body, the mess that I was. I had to go home. I couldn't go to the school's healers without them finding out about my non-magic status, and I needed to keep that hidden. I couldn't reveal the ultimate vulnerability. It would be like offering my liver to Whitley on a platter. I groaned and slid my forehead over the floor and towards the table where I'd left my bag. It seemed a long way away as I stared at the floor out of the one eye that wasn't swollen and bloody. It felt horrible. It probably looked worse. Thanks, Pitch, I mumbled out of my swollen lips. What had she done to my face anyway? Bad things. Somewhere was a very smashed-up witch. Other than me. Pitch took pain and shared it. Multiplied it, compounded it inside me. So I could be feeling the pain she'd inflicted on her opponents, or the pain they'd given her. That was all she was. Pain. That she'd kissed Zack made no sense. I finally reached the table and extended my arm up, floppy at the elbow. Dislocated? That was going to be fun to fix. I used the other arm and happily, no dislocated elbow. I grabbed the strap and pulled the bag down onto my head. After that, I passed out for a little while, then woke up, shifted the bag off me, and painstakingly opened it and fumbled inside for my phone. I called Revere, let it ring and ring until it went to voicemail. I didn't try to call again. If he didn't answer his phone, he was busy somewhere he wouldn't tell me about. That would make my mother's lips thin while she stared at him. I slid my computer out of my bag, turned it on, and squinted at the screen. Even my good eye was swollen. It hurt so much. I swallowed down tears because that would hurt to cry from my bloody, sliced-up eye. And it would make my eyes even puffier. You've had worse, Penny. You've had much worse. You weren't even unconscious for an hour. This is nothing. All you need to do is get home, and Revere can heal you no problem. When he gets back, he'll be back in a few hours, and you'll be home when he gets there. No problem, except he'd demand to know the whole story, and I'd have to get home first. I went to that special delivery site and scheduled a delivery for as soon as possible. It took me forever to write those words, as soon as possible, and then I remembered the ASAP I could have used. I groaned and closed the lid of my computer, resting my cheek against it. It hurt, but not enough to knock me out. That meant it was time to move, fix what I could, and somehow look presentable enough to make it out to pick up without anyone talking to me. If Pitch had been at large, someone would put 2 and 2 together, and I did not need anyone else involving themselves in my life on her behalf. So how to look pretty with a broken leg and a slashed eye? Pirate tea party? Aye, Captain. The Penny Pirate tea party commences first thing, after I fix my elbow. I rolled over, grabbed my forearm, stretched and twisted until the joint popped beautifully in place. I'd screamed, but only for a moment before I gasped and panted, one breath at a time while the world got fuzzy, then came back into focus. The next few hours were bizarre. I splinted my leg, passing out a few times during that fun time. Then I was able to stagger into the bathroom and start on my eye. I swallowed hard before I cleaned out the sliced eyeball. After I'd irrigated it, poulticed it, and taped a bandage over it, I clung to the edge of the sink with white fingers while I breathed in and out, trying to keep from throwing up. Do you have any idea how disgusting it is to probe around in an eyeball? Cupcakes and cream puffs, Pitch had to end. After I'd treated my major mishaps, I dug deep into my trunk, coming up with a big hat that only needed a glued-on feather to make it perfect. I wrapped my leg with brown fabric, that I painted wood grain. Talk about authentic. My other leg was remarkably untouched, so I wouldn't have to wear tights. How nice that I wouldn't have to chop up a pair, but my knees would be cold. That made me laugh because if cold knees were what I noticed, I'd be doing very well. I put cold compresses and cream on my not sliced up bits of face, and after laying on my bed for a long time, passing in and out of consciousness, I felt slightly less death-like. Magical. My phone buzzed and there was a message. Delivery pickup, 5:45 at Northwest entrance. I set my alarm for 5:30 and slept or passed out. Whatever. When I opened my eyes again and sat up, I felt much better. My healers were quite good. Not that my leg was suddenly unbroken, or my sliced eye not, but still, when I walked over the mess pitch and I had made of my room to the bathroom, I hardly limped with the splint. My room was a disaster, smashed bottles and potions running down the walls and dripping on the walls and dripping on the floor. It looked like the aftermath of a slasher horror scene. That was pitch, straight, unrelieved horror. She should have a theme song that really captured the epic awfulness of her. I got dressed in a roughly something, put on a black eye patch, white blouse and white, ruffled bloomers that I actually wore for real underwear when I lived in an attic, and then put on heels, or one anyway. With the hat over top of it and a whole lot of makeup, I limped out of my room and into Lilac Story's common room. I hesitated when I saw Zach on the couch, his face lit blue from the screen that was left on. I exhaled as a knot, somewhere inside me, loosened. She hadn't eaten him. I carefully pulled the throw blanket over him and left the room. It was quiet on a Saturday morning at 5:45 a.m. I walked with barely a stagger, and when some kid who was passing across from me saw me, he took a double take, but his expression was not, "Wow, that girl got the crap beat out of her. Why is she walking around?" but more, "Oh, Penny Lane is wearing weird stuff. Why does Drake like her?" If he thought Drake liked me, which I didn't know. Of course not. He didn't really like me. How could he like someone who couldn't handle a little roughing up? I rolled my good eye because, by anyone's standards, Pitch had hurt me good. What a cow! Murderous, psychotic jerk cow. It hurt. My leg was about to give out. Yep, it did as I reached the building's corner. I sat there, leg outstretched, slumped against the wall and trying to look like a drunk pirate, not a weak, sniveling idiot. I should have gotten drunk. I didn't have alcohol. Although, stumbling around drunk would probably not help me get where I needed to go. Taking edges off pain could be extremely useful. Drugs. I needed all kinds of drugs. Revere would make the pain go away. Or my mother. Probably my mother. I had to get up and walk down the drive where Signor would be waiting for me. Would he take me home? I'd paid for the delivery. He had to take me. "Cara mia," he said, before he took me in his arms and carried me away. I pressed my face against his chest. Ouch. Also, I'd lost my hat somewhere. I didn't see anything until he set me down, crouched in front of me, and peered at me with his concerned eyes. I was going to cry. No, because my wounded eye would hurt, or worse, it would wash out all the crap that was supposed to heal it. I licked my lips, which hurt. It was getting a little annoying, actually, all this pain. So boring. Hi, Pitch came. She was at a tourney last night. I need to go home. Revere didn't answer his phone. So I scheduled an appointment. I hope you don't mind. He made a sound, a growling purr in the back of his throat before he straightened up. It was only then that I realized where I was in the mysterious depths of his truck. It looked like a bar. I was on a couch that smelled like Signor, and the fabric felt a bit like cobwebs and a bit like grass, so not at all like Dayside or fabric. Do you mind, Signor? I don't know if you deliver livestock. He went to the bar, reached behind it, and pulled out a bottle, purple and glistening. Not at all. Drink this. He put the bottle to my lips, and I swallowed the strangest flavors, all honey in summer. Rich peaches dripping from trees, with a biting undertaste of herbs and insects. After my second swallow, I felt much, much nicer. Everything blurred around the edges, and Signor's face took on a beneficent glow. I patted his cheek. You are such a good deliveryman. Are you my father? He covered my hand with his, rough, calloused, permanently swollen and twisted. If I were your father, I would protect you, take you to my castle, dress you in lace, and make certain you never felt ripped into pieces again. Alas, I'm only a deliveryman, and my castle is what you see here. You have a very good couch. It's drawing the brokenness out of me, isn't it? He laughed roughly. It will ease your ache while you rest. Drink more. I have a few deliveries I must make on the way. If you don't mind. I shook my head, and the ceiling with its rough wood spun. It did not look like the top of a truck or a van, whatever. I'm getting quite comfortable. Maybe I don't need to go home. Just ride around with you for a few hours. He ruffled my hair with his large palm. Not a few hours, but travel with you will take some effort. Drink, rest. I'll wake you when it's time. Did I sleep? Maybe. The sound of roaring armies and thunderous wings didn't really happen, but it seemed like they pounded around that small space as I rested. I turned my face into the couch and slept with the scent of Signor in my nostrils. I wasn't afraid when I was with him.
Dread Delight, Chapter 36. Drake, do you have a moment? I didn't, not really, but I turned to Ian anyway, giving him a half-smile that changed to a full one when I saw that he held an enormous hat with an even larger white feather sticking out of it. Do you need some fashion advice? I say it needs a bigger feather. He handed it to me. Pay drop this. I held the hat and frowned at him in the middle of the not terribly busy hall. It was mid-morning, and I had things to do, so many things including business in Darkside that wouldn't wait. Well, it would have to. Where? Why? What was she doing with this kind of hat? He studied me for a long moment before he turned away, moving out of range. I saw her when her deliveryman came. She dressed as a pirate for a delivery. Odd. Perhaps he took her to a costume party. It's evening in some parts of the world. Always evening in Darkside. He nodded agreeably. True. I fingered the hat and glared at Ian's feet. Are you saying that Penny left Rosewood with her deliveryman? No, I'm saying that I found her hat. I would not say the other thing, not when you're liable to feel a bit itchy. I raised my eyes to his face. You object being beaten to a bloody pulp? No, but only consider how less helpful I'll be as her coach if she should ever return. I grabbed his collar and slammed him against the wall, baring my teeth at him in a completely inhuman snarl. He scratched his ear. For a moment I almost ripped him apart, but I didn't have time for that. I stepped away from him and adjusted my cuffs. I apologize. Not at all. I've been meaning to shake my brain loose all day. Now I feel much more relaxed. Do you want me to do anything about it? I glared at him. What? Did you put a tracking device on her? He shook his head. No, but I could probably hunt her. Hunt her, I snarled at him. If anyone tracked her, it would be me, and when I found her at the end of my hunt, I would take her somewhere she would never be able to escape again. Ian made a face. That wouldn't work, would it? Pity. I suppose we'll have to cancel dance practice today. I'll tell Zach. Why are we canceling dance? Aren't we obsessive about it? I thought you were going to torture her for 5 hours today. We both turned to look at Zach, because the way he sounded was so different, so happy. He stood there, smiling like an idiot, the kind of smile only a mage in love wore. I should qualify a mage in love who hadn't moved into the stage of mindlessly jealous, possessive, and sadistic. I cleared my throat, clutching the hat. It was a good thing that I wasn't a mage in love, otherwise I'd be a snarling beast at the thought of her abandoning me. Penny has left Rosewood to attend a pirate party. Zack looked confused. In Fairfield, she shouldn't be there alone. Not alone, Ian said with a slight glance in my direction. With Viney? Can she walk after last night? I doubt it. Besides, Viney wouldn't be caught dead wearing anything like that. He ripped the hat out of my hands, then stared at it, frowning, his blissful love forgotten. I was going to talk to her this morning, but she was gone when I woke up. Ian made a noise. I'm sure that after a night with a wit like Pitch, I couldn't get up early either. Zack glanced at Ian and looked a little bit guilty. I'm worried about something Pitch said. Something about Penny being jealous, making sure Penny never burned anything I made her again or something. Titch would explain why Penny had a broken leg and an eye patch, Ian said. Broken leg? I grabbed Ian and slammed him against the wall again. Zack pulled me back only so he could get in Ian's face. What are you talking about? Ian looked from Zack to me and rolled his eyes. You're dating your true love. What do you care if Penny collapsed and was carried off by her Darksider? I stepped away from Ian and ran a hand through my hair. I did not have time for this. I had to go to Darkside and sign the contract with a new client. 3 of my armies were already in position, waiting at a battle for me to sign. If the client lost before I got out there, that would be incredibly inconvenient. It would look like an insult as well as sloppy business. There were so many intricate details you had to put in contracts, and the signing of them took at least an hour, more if the client felt like they had to show courtesy to you. At the moment, I wanted very much to rip apart this world, hunt her as Ian had suggested, particularly if she was hurt by a jealous Pitch. I growled at Zack. You had your hands all over her. You probably smelled like Penny and her delicious shampoo. Of course she'd hurt her. I didn't glance at Ian. If he didn't glance at Ian, if he didn't know that Pitch knew Penny, I wasn't about to tell him. I inhaled and shook my head. There's nothing to be done at the moment. I really do have to go. I slapped Zack across the chest. Worried double for me, all right. I turned and stepped into Darkside, into a smoky haze with the sound of war raging around me. I'd come out in a tent that had probably been white not too long before, if its current ghostly gray was any indication. I inhaled deeply, then coughed as smoke and rotting filled my nostrils. I took another shallower breath and walked out of the tent, across uneven ground to the doorway of a much larger one, dark red instead of white with a black pennant at the top that waved limply in the heavy, hot air. It was more humid and the air tasted of sulfur this far into the borderlands. This contract was extremely lucrative. Even with the extra costs a position so distant would accrue in supplies, we would still profit unless all 3 companies were eradicated in this skirmish. I walked towards the doorway, and the closer I went, the stronger the scent of sulfur and this foreboding that worked in my limbs, making them heavier than usual. This was a risk. Jasper had arranged most of it, but this step I couldn't leave to anyone, however delightful their concerned facial expression. I nodded at the 2 witches who stood guard at the door and stepped inside, pretending that my stomach didn't tighten, knowing that either one could drive a knife through my back. Ah, welcome. Please sit. Have some wine. I waited until my eyes adjusted and I could make out the garish figure with white face, black hair, dramatic receding hairline until he looked like some cartoon vampire, particularly with his suit and deep crimson sash that set off his red mouth. I apologize for my tardiness. There was something of an emergency. He raised his thin, black eyebrows that looked like they were drawn on with charcoal. Indeed, the only emergency for a man of your age would be a fight or a woman. Am I right? He laughed an utterly chilling sound that swept through me like a wind through the burning lands. It was strangely familiar. Have we met? I asked, cocking my head at him. He mimicked me, cocking his head without moving any of the rest of his body, like a puppet controlled by sticks. I don't believe that's likely. What would I have to do with an upright Daysider mage like yourself? His voice, everything about him gave me the serious, creepy crawlies. This wasn't some mage, it was a sorcerer, probably hundreds of years old, who wouldn't hesitate to slaughter my mages at his slightest whim. Why in the world had Jasper agreed to this? Excellent question. I'm going to have to review the contracts to be certain we aren't taking advantage of your excellent wages." He laughed again and leaned forward, close enough I could smell the faintest trace of lilacs on his breath. More to the point, he could smell me, and he did, inhaling deeply while his bright, black, beady eyes bore into me. Something flickered in his eyes, and he straightened, then studied me with a momentary gravity. "You aren't very adept at deception, or you wouldn't reek of her. Shall we get to the point?" I blinked at him. "By all means." "Sit." He gestured to the table set with fine lace and china. The wine, when I inhaled, was of flowers, lilacs mixed with grapes. Were lilacs mixed with grapes? Were lilacs edible? I couldn't remember, but it would be rude to refuse a glass of wine even if it were laced with something mildly toxic. I held the glass in my fingers while I studied the sorcerer in front of me. When I finally recognized him, I almost dropped my wine glass. I put it on the table, smoothing the lace underneath. It was the exact same pattern Penny had used in our first tea party. "So, you are her grandfather. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." He bowed to me courteously. "And you are the Huntsman heir. I understand business is doing very well, particularly in summers when you personally join the ranks." He'd done his research. I smiled grimly. "And you smell of Penny's grandmother. I take it that she isn't dead, simply in your care." His eyebrows rose for a scant moment before he laughed, threw back his glass of wine, and poured another. "It's all very precarious, you understand?" I nodded because while I had no idea what he was talking about, chatting with the devil of Darkside in his private war tent was an extremely precarious proposal. I sipped my wine. It was delicious. Not too sweet, but almost. "Sabine has kept the child from me, insists that it's all for the best, but what could be better than my own flesh in my care? Sabine must be Penny's mother. Interesting. I completely agree, but it seems that there's a curse that would prevent her." His dark brows drew together. "A curse, you say?" I shrugged. I shouldn't have revealed that, but how could he not know that there was a curse? He was so subtle, slipping me little tidbits that made me let down my guard, so I revealed slightly bigger ones. "That's the rumor, but I don't know firsthand. You seem to know much more than I do, which is as it should be. I'm only a lowly mage working my way through my last year at Rosewood." He sniffed his narrow nostrils. "So suspicious. You'd think I have a dreadful reputation or something. Have another glass of wine." I would, but I actually need to look over the contract before I let myself enjoy the pleasures of Darkside. He gestured to the table, and the papers appeared. I went through them meticulously. He had all the proper lines filled out, and as collateral for my 3 companies, he had on offer the entire Devil's City. It was extremely good faith. Also, Jasper must have arranged this just so that I'd have the opportunity to finish my hunt for the elusive devil of Darkside. Jasper could have warned me, or at least looked dreadfully concerned. "It looks very good. Too good." I put the contract down and studied the creature. "If you don't mind my probing, what exactly are you getting out of the fulfillment of this contract?" He shrugged. "Nothing. I expect at some point you will notice the final clause, mark the contract null, and be on your way, thoroughly put out for all the bother." I smiled at him. "Yes, well, I saw that clause, but I was certain that you would alter it, since the first step, after a manipulation like you would never do, is offering my armies to your opposing forces, including my dragon riders." He raised his eyebrows. "Indeed, you would challenge me?" I smiled at him while a slight shimmer of green tinged the edges of the world. "It isn't a challenge. It's business. Our methods are consistent overall. I could be persuaded to remain neutral in this skirmish if you guaranteed your approval of your granddaughter's alliance with me." He laughed and slapped my shoulder ebulliently. "Well played, youngster. Honor and cleverness, a dangerous combination. I approve of you, and I'll keep your men on to fight this battle. I'd hate to inconvenience you for nothing." I gave him a small smile. "No inconvenience worth mentioning. If everything is in order after you sign here to nullify that clause." He did so, scrawling the devil in messy slashes. "I'll notify my men that they are at your command within reason. You've seen the contract." He nodded. "Very strict, but armies need that sort of thing or they break down a civil war. How often do you personally come to oversee your men?" I studied him. "As often as necessary. What are your intentions towards the girl?" He smiled at me wickedly. "Oh, but that's what her good patriarch is supposed to say. Don't worry, young man. I have no intention of doing anything unnecessary. I have, however, learned from my past mistake. There will be no marriage with the sort of man Sabine chose. Ah, Penny's father, the one who didn't want her. Was that even possible? I opened my mouth to ask, then held back. This conversation was going to get me into trouble. I could tell. I smiled blandly. We wrapped up the contract in record time, then I was heading back to find out what I could about Signor Ludi. I was almost out of the tent when I hesitated. I turned and studied the devil where he sat, relaxed, glass of red wine in his hand. How did you find out about me? He smiled broadly. Do you think I don't notice when a little Dayside or mage comes touristing into my city? Your friend wasn't very inconspicuous either. That one has a bit of dark and dreadful in him. You should beware. I should, I agreed. I should leave. What do you know about him? He laughed, that horrible, awful sound. A little, enough to know that it's safer to interview you rather than him. Does he reside in Darkside? His eyebrows rose. But of course, where in your world would so much darkness curl up to sleep at night? Yes, he's a Darksider to be certain. A very, very serious Darksider. I hope that my granddaughter isn't relying on him for any sort of comic relief. I studied him and that bloody smile. I don't believe she does. It's hard to tell. Her sense of humor can be slightly distorted. He nodded as if that was all well and good. I turned and left before I said anything else about her. I'd said enough to the devil of Darkside.
Dread Delight, Chapter 37. I woke up when Signore Ludi came to a stop, rolling over the familiar ruts and bumps of my old family home. I sat up, ran a hand through my hair, and again wondered what had become of the hat. It was such a fun hat. I really should have a pirate tea party sometime. Tea party. Drake would come tomorrow, and I wouldn't have any time to set up for the tea party. Maybe I'd have to miss it. I chewed on my bottom lip while I fished my phone out of my bag. I texted him to ask if the tea party could be at his room and waited for a response, but I didn't get anything. He must be busy organizing the entire school for the winter extravaganza. He was so cute, taking care of and helping so many mages. He thought he was so bad and dangerous, but he didn't seem to remember that half the time when he was actually dealing with people, like the halfway house in the hospital. I'd have to make a point to visit it sometime. It sounded like a fascinating experiment, or maybe I just wanted to know more about Darkside, or Drake. I walked out of the bar-like room, pushed open the door, and came up short when Signore's looming form blocked the way out. I smiled at him and wrapped my arms around his body. Thank you so much for bringing me home. I can always rely on you. He put his hand on my hair, pressing his palm down, heavy. Not at all. That is, you shouldn't have to rely on anyone. You're a perfectly competent creature. You simply need to learn to control your circumstances with a little more tenacity. I pulled away and wrinkled my nose at him. Maybe so. This time was extremely unpleasant. I patted his cheek and pulled away before I took any of his pain. He had pain that I needed to address, but later. Pulling his pain wouldn't help me deal with pitches. That was the thing I had to do, to focus on with all my energy and effort, healing so that I could make it to the tea party tomorrow afternoon without looking like a pirate. He lifted me up without my asking, which was unnecessary as my broken leg felt much better, no doubt, from his magic couch. But I just leaned my head on his shoulder and enjoyed the experience of not having to walk on it. I am very heavy, I said as he carried me through another compartment full of interesting-looking packages and objects without wrapping. Maybe he was carrying me to keep me from getting too curious about his work. I turned my head to peer over his shoulder as he left that room and took me into the front. Cara mia, you weight at least a ton, he said with his heavy accent before winking at me. I beamed at him because he was the first person I'd ever seen wink, and it was still the most fascinating thing when Signor did it. Drake made it look charming and flirtatious, but on Signore it was the epitome of conflicting and contrasting emotions that he communicated. There was nothing soft and flirty about him, and yet there was. People were complex with layers of light and dark, good and bad, that you had to unravel until you got to know who the real person was beneath. Except for mages. They were all evil and dangerous. He set me down on the ground, and I hobbled over to the house, hesitating as I looked over my shoulder. "Can you take me back? I suppose if you're busy." "I think it's best if your stepfather takes you. Don't you?" I sighed. I wouldn't get another chance to peek into his truck in a more whole frame of mind and body. "Yes, of course. Thank you, Signor, I owe you." He smiled broadly. "You will draw my pain like poison out of me, and not because you owe me, but because you're my Karamaya." He gave me a bow that was strange on the gnarled man, then turned and leapt into the truck, pulling out in a great cloud of dust, while I stared at his red receding taillights, feeling all these things. How many times had I run after him, choking on dust, while I tried to keep up, to race him down the drive? He was part of my life, as entangled as Poppy. I turned and went up the steps that sagged beneath my weight. The longer I was away from the couch, the more my body ached. The bruising would be horrible, and the swelling the most uncomfortable stage, really. I opened the door and stepped inside. I hesitated a moment to let whatever defensive surprises Revere had left see me and gauge me as family instead of enemy, although sometimes family instead of enemy, although sometimes family could be both. "Mom, Revere, I'm home." "Yay. Let's play cards. I know this really great game called." I stopped short when I saw the bronze statue. I'd been trying to forget that he still stood just past the entryway, beneath the elevated ceiling and the high windows, 3 stories up, that shed light on the broad hall that led up the stairs to my attic. It looked rustier than usual, and the expression on his face seemed amused by my injuries. "You fought Pitch," it seemed to say. "You are an idiot," which was probably true. I stuck my tongue out at him. "And you have nothing better to do than stand around and insult the wounded. What kind of a soldier are you? Where's your sense of fate? Of better man than I, Gungadin, or whatever? No, you're a sneering, sadistic, murderous statue, and you deserve to be smelted into herders. I'd chop you up one piece at a time if I didn't think your cankering rust would make everything backfire. Dear, you mustn't argue with inanimate objects," my mother said in her delicate, sweet voice as she entered through the door that led to the dungeon. Not really a dungeon. Dungeon connoted something much more grand and usable than the small space below ground that she used for her crafting. I'd learned my excellent herder skills from her. She was still better than me, probably, but mine were much more interesting. And pink. You make it sound like standing up straight. Don't talk to the statues, don't slouch, Penny. Don't make that face or it will stick that way. Don't dress up like a can girl and put on a show for the help. Speaking of, is there anyone here who can cook for me? I'm starving, I called Revere. I'm starving, I called Revere. He didn't pick up. She took a deep breath and smiled sweetly at me. "You look a sight. Have you been playing with Pitch again?" she tutted. "Surely you realize that's not the best notion." She frowned. "But Revere's spell was to keep Pitch under control while you were at school. That and protect you from the other witches." Her expression brightened. "Have you met anyone?" I sighed. "Can we discuss my marital future while you fix me? I have a tea party with a mage tomorrow afternoon, and I'd prefer if I didn't have an eye patch." She turned and walked into the other room, her movements serene, graceful, utterly beguiling. It wasn't too hard to see why Revere found her irresistible. She was lovely, and evil, and crazy, But if Whitley was an example of what mages liked, my mother was right there. Except that my mother hated people too much to manipulate them the way Whit did. We went into the parlor that my grandmother had loved to sit in with her daily correspondence. She loved to write letters to various witches and mages all over the place. She would sometimes read me the contents of the letters she'd get back, of experiments a mage was performing for the betterment of humanity, or some new political treaty someone was trying to have her critique to better their argument. She didn't teach me about that sort of thing, called it boring. For me, she gave me stories, tales of wonder and enchantment. But always with a moral. She'd raised me to be good. Why, I wasn't certain when my mother found the entire concept of good beyond her. Revere at least understood the theory. At any rate, when we walked into the room filled with the old upright piano, which someone had painted roses and vines all over, green velvet wingback chairs on either side of the fireplace, roses carved into every available surface, and the heavy drapes blocking out the sun, I smelled her, and then I felt her, and then I wanted to cry. I went to the drapes and threw them open, just like she would, then coughed at the dust that rose in the room. When was the last time the parlor got aired out? Was my mother trying to keep her scent alive in this place? My mother wasn't sentimental. Not really, but in spite of their differences. There was something like respect or awe in my mother's eyes when she mentioned my grandmama. Lie on the floor, on the ugly rug with all the decapitated heads. It was a green and pink rug where the bucolic scenes of happy peasants was one of the French Civil War where the happy peasants were relieving the heads from the bodies of their nobility. I lay down on it while my nose itched from the dust floating through the air, captured by the rays of golden light. It must be late afternoon. Signor had taken his time bringing me here. He probably had to schedule a delivery, so Mother was expecting him, and he was allowed onto the property through the various protection layers she was so meticulous about keeping, or making Revere keep anyway. She couldn't leave the house. Tell me all about this mage you're seeing tomorrow afternoon. What are his interests? Does he have connections? Is he a very wealthy mage? Oh, it's Rosewood, so that goes without saying. Her voice was sweet, but there were layers to her tone that I couldn't pretend not to notice. She held this little mage in contempt without knowing a single thing about him, other than that he had the misfortune of attending Rosewood Academy, where she'd sent me. I glared at her. He's interested in mustaches. He's connected to a guitar, and he's wealthy enough not to mind terribly when one of his shirts gets marred. Or maybe that's because he's extremely adept at laundry. He's extremely talented at laundry. He's extremely talented at laundry. I would say that's his most interesting feature. Her smile slipped. I shouldn't push her, not when she was going to put me back in one piece, but it was an old habit. Sorry, Mother. I tried to sound sheepish, but it came out annoyed. He's the greatest mage there. Not very good at spell work, but he has people who do that for him. Spell work is actually what brought us to this whole impasse. You see, this other mage messed up my protection spell, and then I was attacked by 4 creeks, and then Pitch came and... She slapped her hand against my mouth, making a sharp sound only slightly dampened by the layers of tapestry lining the walls. 4 creek? What did they want? I stared at her with my one good eye until she lifted her fingers. Pitch. That's what everyone wants. Anyway, after that, a mage fixed my spell. But he didn't include locking up Pitch. He doesn't know about her, at least he didn't until last night, when apparently she put on quite a show. Her face was interesting. Half angry, half amused. Did she? Doesn't like being locked up, does she? Scowling at her hurt my face, so I settled for an annoyed sigh. She doesn't care. Anyway, this mage is the one I'm having a tea party with. She smoothed her hands over my head, her skin smelling faintly of mint and sage. Not a bad scent, considering what it could have been. That sounds like it has potential. Right. When will you marry? I'm still working on it. He's not certain he wants to marry at all. She gave me a look, the one that said I shouldn't be so stupid. You don't wish to simply take him? Nope. It would save time. And that's why you always told me the story about great-grandmother Sabine who brought half of Darkside to their knees, only to be betrayed and killed by her love, because you wanted me to learn that the easy way is usually not the effective way. She smiled at me. Indeed. I'm glad that you learned something during your youth. I closed my eyes and focused on not noticing her. The way that she touched my face, unwrapped my splint, and slid her hands over my side. My internal organs were not in good shape. She would concoct something nasty that I would have to drink, and probably burn candles, and maybe do other things that I would find even less pleasant, but I couldn't be sure. Much less pleasant. The things I ate, drank, and inhaled were noxious, sure to kill me in every way that truly mattered. And through it all, she smiled pleasantly. She set my broken leg, and I managed not to scream, which got a pat from her on my broken leg. My internal organs were what she really focused on. What the nastiest potions were for. It wouldn't be easy to absorb anything deep enough through my skin. She injected a few things into my bloodstream, and once she took a great needle that she stabbed into my side and drew out a good deal of pus. I tried not to feel or smell that one, but it was a little bit difficult. Anyway, no point in dwelling on that fun. When Revere came, I was relieved. He would do some spell to set everything straight. He came in, took one look at me, and started lecturing me about the idiocy of females of my generation. For 10 minutes, he stood there waxing loquacious about all sorts of useful subjects until my mother cut him off. Revere, do you think you could set her leg? I have it ready. He blinked at her. Of course not. She has a different protective spell. I can't lay any spell work on her without undoing the new spell. That would take too much time and effort. How did you manage to break it? I smiled at him stiffly. I found a mage that I thought would be suitable husband material, but it turns out I was mistaken. When he broke my protective spell, it became glaringly obvious that I would need another. His scowl was furious. You trusted him before you managed to marry him. How is it possible for you to be so? He inhaled sharply. I half sat up, then laid back down because my insides were not in the best condition. I'm my mother's daughter. Need I say more? Where were you, anyway? His expression shuddered. His lips thinned, and he proceeded to put marks on the floor, measured out with his ruler, a lovely design full of swishes and swirls in a circle around me. It took him a good hour, and his forehead was dripping when he had finished drawing the last mark that brought the design together. And that's that, he said, while the sparks burst black. Then I felt much better, like being ensconced on Signor's couch. I closed my eyes and rested because whatever Revere said, he would heal me, and so would my mother. By the next morning, I realized that I was wrong. The healing was happening, but it was slow, barely magical. So much effort for such meaningless results. All he was doing was keying up my own cells to help them regenerate. What does this mean? I demanded of Revere where he sat in a wingback with a newspaper. No one had newspapers anymore. Maybe it was from Darkside. There's war brewing? No, this me not healing. He snapped the pages shut and glared at me over them. I told you, I can't heal you. The mage who reset your spell can. I'd suggest that you persuade him to do so once you get back to school. You should be up to travel by this afternoon without it undoing all the work your mother has done. But I wanted to look nice. I would not look nice. I would look truly terrible, and it was all Pitch's fault. I closed my eyes tight, and it hurt a lot because one eye was healing, but with so many other injuries for my body to handle, it wasn't going very well. I took a shaky breath and opened my eyes. Where's Mother? She hadn't poured a potion down my throat for hours. She got distracted. She realized that one of the chemical reactions she was searching for was linked to one of your healers. So now she's doing research, completely forgetting about me. He shrugged and opened his newspaper. Poppy was much louder. Also, there's only so much she can do. She's not a healer by nature. That was true enough. She was the opposite. That she could touch me for so long without inflicting more pain on me was kind of impressive. Fine. I sat up and then carefully rose to my one good leg. If I'm going to ask Drake to heal me, I should look a bit less like death warmed over. Could you carry me up to my room? He made a face like I'd asked him to chop off his left foot. No, like I'd asked him to eat my chopped off left foot, the one I'd left in the sun for 2 weeks to rot. What was so disgusting about carrying me up the stairs? Did Signor hate carrying me so much? Zach didn't seem to mind. Of course, because he wanted Pitch. He would do anything to have her, obviously. It kind of stung that he cared so little about me, but whatever. I hopped up the stairs, jiggling my insides with every jump. In my room, I started a bath, got out my grandmother's old shampoo and lotions. I tried not to use them so they would last longer, but I didn't really have a lot of supplies in my room anymore. I bathed, washed my hair, lotioned, potioned, and then dressed. I only had black left in my closet, but the dress was impressively ruffled and blousy. I wore a fluffy half-slip beneath it to hold the skirt out. I splinted my leg, pulled on my heavy-duty black tights, which held the splint nicely in place, then tied my hair back in a black bow, and headed down the stairs, dropping my shoes over the railing to fall the 4 stories down to bounce over to the forgotten soldier. I did feel better. It just wasn't the results I was used to. Stupid Zach for messing up my spell. Revere was waiting when I reached him. He held out a small book while I scrambled around for my shoes. He was above scrambling around for shoes. Finally, I had one on and carried the other while I took the book. What's this? This is a very rare and forgotten text that is full of healing spells. If you are concerned about owing your mage, you should offer this book as a gift and wait for him to accept it and offer to heal you without price. But isn't this rare spellbook the price of the healing? He rolled his eyes. Of course. I don't get it. A mage who is forming an alliance with a witch will hope to be useful. A witch will give that mage the opportunity to feel as though he's being honorable instead of self-serving. I gave him a hug while he stiffened. I see. Thanks for the lesson in mage logic. They were all completely crazy. I didn't yell goodbye at my mother. I was lucky to have seen her in such a docile and compliant stage. I didn't need her setting back any progress I'd made, particularly if Revere couldn't spell me back into shape. The ride home was much less comfortable than the trip with Signore, even stretched out on the back seat. I hurt so much. I was really bored with it. When we reached Rosewood, it was a little after 4. Revere must have driven slower to spare me some of the bumps. Either that or to annoy me. I opened the door and got out at the gates of Rosewood. It would be a bit of a walk, but my leg was feeling practically only broken once instead of 3 times. I tried to walk casually, but people still stared at me, maybe because I was wearing black. When I got to Drake's room, I knocked on the door, and it opened immediately. He wore a top hat, pink, and it matched his pink suit. He looked incredibly ridiculous, particularly compared to Revere, who didn't know that there were any colors in the world other than black and white. Drake's eyes were dark, but the specks of green were so beautiful, I slid my hands around his neck and pulled him close so I could kiss his cheek. I let my lips linger on his skin, inhaling deeply the black cherry scent, with more than a hint of ashes. I parted my lips and tasted his skin, something lavender and vanilla in his soap with an undercurrent of cedar. It was odd that I could taste that, but not smell it. I pulled away and smiled at him. "Hello." "You're late." He pulled me inside and closed the door behind me, then stayed there, staring down at me. I pulled away when I realized that I still had a bandaged eye, and I couldn't look that terribly good without all the perfect makeup I'd left at Rosewood. "I have a present for you." He studied me before he murmured, "What could it be? Is the mouse trained and ready to ride in my hat?" I shook my head and pulled the rare spellbook out of my bag. My hand was shaking. Stupid hand. I was fine. This wasn't a big deal. No problem. So why was it hard to smile? It's a book on healing spells. You mentioned that you wanted to improve your spell work. He smiled slightly before he took the book in his white-gloved hands. Indeed, it's a beautiful book. If only I had someone I could practice on. I raised my hand. I actually have a few small injuries that you could use, if you'd like. It felt so strange, so uncomfortable to arrange for him to help me instead of simply doing an honest and open barter. It felt like I was asking for favors, and he was giving them, all while pretending that we weren't. It was a game I didn't understand. He smiled widely, showing me his sparkling white teeth. Excellent. Excellent. I do so appreciate your willingness to surrender your injuries to me. I frowned as he led me over to the couch. It was dark in his room, except for the elaborate candlesticks on every surface with pink candles that smelled like cake. There were 3 tea carts, and I stared at them hungrily. Macaroons, bonbons, cupcakes, sandwiches, tarts, torts, 4 teas, flans. Suffles, heavens. Was that ice cream cake? How did he keep it from melting? He was truly a mage. "Here you are," he said, handing me a filled plate while he sat beside me. There seemed to be a few spells marked here: broken bones, reconstructing eyes, healing internal organs, and basic bruising. That's a bit for a first lesson. Do you think you're up for it? I smiled at him while I chewed a bite of apricot tartlet. If you feed me while you heal me, I'll put up with as much as you desire. He raised an eyebrow. If you use words like desire, I'll be forced to believe you. Revere was a much better spellsmith. Drake had to read the spell several times over, and then he'd make notations in the margins and look on his computer before he finally attempted anything. He started with my leg, said it sounded more straightforward. Still, healing my one leg took him 4 hours. I ate a lot, and then I simply watched him pace and mutter under his breath with a scowl of concentration on his face. I really liked it. Laying on his couch while he learned spell work and practiced on me. I laughed after the 3rd time when he finally managed to make one broken bone click into place. You're really terrible at this. He frowned and shook his head. Only encouragement allowed. If you can't say something nice and all that. Now shut up. This is going to take all night. He was much faster with the rest of the leg, and finally I exhaled in relief as I stood up and spun around. No pain, no discomfort, other than the swelling and bruising. He put his hands on my shoulders and pulled me close to him. Do you realize that you're going to have to kiss me now? I stared at him and smiled. I already kissed you. More kissing is against the rules. He glowered at me dangerously. Ah, I forgot. I suppose I'll have to kiss you. He pulled me close and almost brushed his lips to my cheek, then pushed me away. No distractions. Eat more cake or lie down. I have to study the internal organs next, or eyeball restructure. He winced. I really should have studied a little more spellcraft. As in some. He picked up his phone and spoke into it. This is Drake. Yes, I am experimenting with some healing spells. I could use someone to keep me from putting things together inside out, if you don't mind. He dropped the phone on the couch and then pulled out the spellbook to read through the healing spell again. I felt much better, particularly since if he'd healed my leg, then he could heal the rest of me, even if it might take a bit more time than I liked. When someone knocked on the door, Drake called, "Come in," and then a tall man entered, looking like a tennis coach in a suit. Not that I've ever seen a tennis coach, but something about him was like California only on the other coast, which also made no sense. I pressed my lips together to keep from saying anything. Maybe all the cake was going to my head. I'm going to heal her internal organs. It will be really disgusting if I mess this up. This is what I have. Do I need anything else? Drake said, gesturing the older man over impatiently. He came over and methodically went over Drake's notes. Drake, it's so gratifying to be called in your new endeavor to master healing cells. You probably should have called me before you mangled her leg. It looks as though you tried every possible wrong way. He looked at me with a smile that made his eyes crinkle. How do you do? I should introduce myself since Drake forgets his manners, if he has any, that is. I'm Jasper. Oh, then we have met, or you've met me unconscious, and we spoke. He nodded soberly. That's right. Jasper, if you're finished being appropriately polite and vaguely condescending, could you please tell me if this is right? It's her internal organs. I really don't want to make a mistake with those. Jasper didn't bother looking at his notes. Just shook his head soberly. I have no way of knowing. I can't see which of her internal organs are damaged, if any. I'm not the mage who set her protection spell. If you were a competent spellsmith, you'd be able to analyze her body. But teaching you, that would take far more time than I believe Miss Lane would like to spend in her current state of discomfort. If I did cradicalotomy on her, I'd have an idea what was required. He sighed. I can only imagine what kind of a mess you would have made if you hadn't requested assistance. Drake scowled at him, then shook his head and gave me a wry grin. Do you mind if we give you an X-ray type thing? Radiation? He shook his head and his expression turned slightly leering. You'll have to lie on my bed. Above your bed? Jasper corrected mildly. Oh, that sounds interesting. Of course. You'll also have to take off your clothes. Jasper frowned at Drake, then shrugged. It would simplify the process. Not all your clothing, of course, but a simple robe would be sufficient. So it was that a few minutes later, I found myself in my half-slip and camisole levitated above Drake's bed. It's not every day you get levitated by a couple of mages, one who knew what he was doing, the other one who seemed to touch me much more now that he didn't have to rely on his concentration to piece me back together. Feline, Jasper said. And this. Drake slid his hand over the bottom of my ribs. There's something here. Jasper nodded and gave Drake an approving look. Indeed, you don't actually have to touch the girl. Drake gave Jasper an innocent look. Are you certain? I laughed, a strangled laugh. Folks, please. I am not loving this floating above your bed thing. You'd rather be on my bed, Drake whispered in my ear so Jasper couldn't hear. I heard that, Jasper said. Notice the bruising in the liver. It's been freshly rejuvenated. Your mother, I imagine. I nodded. Liverwort juice. Drake made a gagging sound. Delicious. Jasper shook his head. Drake, focus. The girl isn't interested in an extended conversation. All right. Now? Drake grinned at me and snapped his fingers. The room sparked green and I fell to his bed. Be careful, Jasper snapped. But I was laughing, in spite of my internal organs. Jasper didn't do the spell work on me, but he assisted Drake and the healing went about 10 times faster with his assistance than without it. Jasper was also funny to watch with Drake. Jasper was clearly older, more experienced, but somehow Drake was in charge. It was funny to watch because the longer I studied them, the more it seemed like Drake resented being in charge when Jasper was older and wiser. Drake having to ask question after question, instead of simply following direction. It was infuriating to him. I really enjoyed watching him struggle to keep his temper, to focus, to be polite and respectful while trying not to completely mess up the very complicated spells contained in the small book. Jasper looked at it with longing, but Drake wouldn't let him see it, which was hilarious. And since I wasn't levitating, but laying on Drake's bed that was probably spelled like Signora's couch, I didn't mind. I relaxed into Drake's competent hands. Well, mostly competent hands, knowing that Jasper would keep him from messing up too badly. Then it was time to look at my eye. Hopefully, Drake wasn't squeamish. I was. Drake simply took off my bandage and started probing the wound like it was an interesting project in biology. He clearly had no problems with a delicate stomach. I didn't talk or think, just held my breath while I had to stare up into Drake and Jasper's faces, trying to not see them, instead focusing on the ceiling past them. My eye was much improved, but still, it wasn't pus-filled and oozing. At least I didn't think it was. It smelled clean, healing, like my mother's last poultice. She should have changed it more often during the night, but when she got distracted, there wasn't anything for it. "This may sting a little," Jasper said, and then it stung only for a moment, and with a flash of green and the feeling of tightness in my eye that eased back into the rest of my skull, it was healed. I exhaled as I stood up, blinking before I reached up to smooth my fingers over my eye. "Is it finished?" Jasper and Drake exchanged glances. "What? What's wrong?" "There's a slight scar that might decrease your vision by a possible 0.5%, Jasper began. 0.5%? It's okay. I'll poultice it and it will smooth out. What else?" "You're still a little bit colorful," Drake finally said. I blinked at him. The bruising, the swelling, of course. That was the tightness I could feel. "Is that a problem? Can't you do that?" Drake walked across his room, down the broad steps, and to the table where he sat down on the couch, leaning back while he ate a plate of food he must have prepared for himself hours earlier. "He'll need to rest for a few minutes. Then he'll finish up," Jasper said soothingly. "Don't let him fall asleep until he's done. You see, he's never done spell work of this magnitude so quickly before. He lacks the reserves of strength to do this kind of healing in one sitting. Your stepfather must be quite proficient if he can sustain healing for that amount of time." "Yeah, he's great." "Drake, wake up. You're not finished here." Drake sat bolt upright and turned to scowl at Jasper. "You're going to be the death of me. I see that smirk beneath the facade of dedicated servitude. Don't let him fool you, Penny. He's a terror." I looked at Jasper, whose eyes twinkled like an athletic coach I'd never had. "Miss Lane, it was a pleasure to meet you when you were conscious, but I have pressing business back at the estate. I trust that Drake can't mess up the bruising spell on his own. It's rather similar to the broken bone spell." I smiled at him. "Not at all. Actually, I'm feeling much better. If bruising is all that's left, I should probably just—" Jasper put a hand on my shoulder to keep me from standing. "Penny, it's almost as though you don't want to spend more time in my bed. Are you afraid of a sweet little mage like me?" Drake smiled at me over Jasper's shoulder, put his hand over Jasper's shoulder, put his hand over Jasper's, and then Jasper turned, took a step, and was no longer in the room, leaving me with a bright-eyed Drake. "Honestly, I can handle bruising. I've been doing it all semester." "Yes, of course you can. But why should you? We're already doing it. You know I'm not a halfway kind of mage. Relax." He sat on the edge of the bed with a small book in his hand. He read while I sat there. I should leave. I should do something else other than watch him read, but it would be so nice to be completely healed. I'd always taken Revere for granted, but not having him there to so efficiently and seemingly effortlessly heal me made me more aware of how much effort he had always put into my happiness and well-being. I should send him a card or something, He'd hate that. I'd definitely have to send him a card. I lay back down and closed my eyes. I was tired, exhausted because healing took a lot out of me. Or maybe it was the pain. Pain was exhausting. Whenever I took Signor's pain, I needed a long nap afterwards. What he'd said about me not owing him, but about me taking his pain, that was a little bit like the spell book. The debt that wasn't a debt because it was simply mutual gift. With Signor, it hadn't ever felt like that because I'd always openly taken his pain, and he'd always been my friend. To me, him coming, listening to me, laughing with me, it was more than any measurable price. It was more than anything, and he gave it without hesitation. Just as I took his pain. When Drake put his hands on my legs, I woke up, because his skin was warm, hot almost. Revere's hands got progressively warmer as he healed. So Drake being so warm was probably a bad sign. I studied him. The feverish flush in his normally pale cheeks, the overbright eyes that sparked green, but a darker color. He really was getting a good workout. I smiled at him sweetly. You seem pleased. Perhaps you wanted to be in my bed all along. Drake, I think I'm getting revenge on all the times in the last week I was too exhausted to walk after dancing with Ian and Zach. You're really worn out. Revere never gets so tired. His lips twisted in a sneer. Now you sound like Jasper. I know. I'm not good at spell work. I have no trouble mastering a subject if I see its relevance, but when I always had Jasper to do it. He shook his head. I suppose it's my arrogance. I have a lot of that. Less every day, I murmured, brushing my fingers over his lips. His eyes widened. Do you think so? Definitely. Wait until you have a pet mouse. There's nothing more humbling than putting on your favorite jacket and finding a fresh gift from your dear friend. He captured my fingers, brought them back to his lips to press a very thorough kiss to them before he returned to his work. Don't distract me or I'm liable to faint on top of you. And then what? I wonder if you'd make a very good blanket. There's only one way to find out. Shh. This is tricky. I rolled my eyes and held myself still. Mostly. But I couldn't help sliding my fingers under his shirt and tickling his stomach when he wasn't looking. Or tugging on his hair when he was bent over me, or unbuttoning his shirt, one button at a time, and seeing how long it would take him to notice. Heavens, I was playful. I shouldn't be, but he was so adorable, and I wanted to play. Pitch had played. It was my turn. Finally, he had his fingers on my face, stroking the skin, as if urging the swelling down while he spoke incoherent syllables that I was fairly certain were completely wrong. The swelling fell away, further and further, until I felt like I was floating on a sea of contentment, completely devoid of pain. I grinned at him and half sat up on my elbows. You actually did it. I thought you would mess up. But look at you. You really are the mage. He nodded slowly and leaned over me, leering. You have no idea how irritating it is that I'm going to pass out. I won't even remember how you feel beneath my face. I laughed. But before I could say anything, he slumped over, a boneless flop, while his eyes rolled back in his head, and he lay there, his body far too hot over mine. I did what any girl in my position would do. I pulled him over so that he was more comfortable and started knotting black ribbons in his hair. He was just lucky that I didn't have any pink ones on hand, although that would match his pants. I enjoyed myself, but after a few minutes and a dozen ribbons, I started feeling guilty. He'd exerted so much effort on me, and the only thing I'd given was a little spell book. Maybe it was rare, but he was Drake Huntsman. He could have all the rare books he liked. I slid my fingers over the perfectly etched cheekbone, then over the skin to his straight and slightly sharp nose. I ran my finger over the bridge and took a little bit of pain. Only a tiny bit, But then, as I drew my fingers down, lightly caressing his lips, I took a few drops more. His pain didn't hurt me. It would exhaust me. But at the moment, it felt like a legitimate reason to run my hands all over the unconscious mage. Not all over. I gripped his hands, stared into his closed eyes, and pulled his pain into me. It gave sharp and sudden. Signora's was always so reluctant, but Drake's was easy light, not sunk into his bones like lead in a coffin. The exhaustion hit me as suddenly as a piano falling.
Dread Delight, Chapter 38. Black ribbons? Does that symbolize like death of style or what? I turned to look at Viney, where she stood at the edge of the auditorium, arms crossed, anger in her eyes. I fingered the last of the ribbons Penny had knotted into my hair. I couldn't seem to get them out either from her immense skill or my lack of desire. Why take out black ribbons when you could keep them in? Afternoon, Viney. You're looking charming? Practicing core with the girls? Her scowl darkened fractionally. It could only go so dark, and she was already at that point of utter blackness. Zack is getting on my nerves. He does that from time to time. Just electrocute him or something. I find that always works for me. It's been a week since Pitch came. A week and Penny still won't let Zack get close to her, and he whines to me about it. He has everything he's ever wanted, and he whines. It pisses me off. That does sound annoying. It's not that I blame Penny. Everyone knows that Pitch roughed her up. No kidding, she did a number on me too, but Zack needs to figure out what he wants. I offered to give his link to Pitch, and he refused. What is that? Said that his love and obsession was enough of a hold over him, and he doesn't want to lose any more of himself. Like he doesn't have a choice. I saw him after Pitch. Euphoric, and now he's whining about how Penny doesn't like him anymore. So what? So what, indeed. I have to admit, I am not broken-hearted over this development. Zack's attachment to Pitch trumps anything he could ever feel for anyone else. Why is he complaining to you? He used to whine to Penny about how he felt about things, but she won't listen. She'll hang out with me, play video games or whatever, but when we had a horror movie, she just went to her room. I keep waiting for Zack to do something stupid, like assault her, force her to listen to him and be his friend in spite of how much that hurts her. She shook her head. I sighed. I didn't really have time for a heart-to-heart with Viney. That's frustrating. Look, I'm not sure what you want me to say or do. Zack and Penny have their own complex history that they must figure out. If I were Penny, I'd change rooms to get away from him, but she didn't want to start over with new roommates. And she likes you. I grinned at her. You've got her fooled, Viney. She thinks you're a good egg. Did she say that? Good egg? She snarled. I shook my head and patted her on the head. Her hair was stiff from whatever she used to keep it in spikes. She jerked away and pursed her lips. I'm not your pretty little pet of a girl. You know, with those ridiculous ribbons, you're the one who looks like the pet. I grinned at her widely. Good. I'd certainly like to give the appearance of that. Her scowl faded to concerned. Between Zack and you, she'll be ripped apart one way or another. Hopefully, Zack's way is over. And yours? I checked the time and shook my head. I need to go practice with the divine Whitley. Her glare darkened impressively. And when Penny realizes that you sing like an angel instead of whatever it is you sound like when you sing around her, when she hears you and the divine Whitley singing words of love to each other in front of the entire school, what then? She'll know that you've been mocking her this entire time, that she's a laughingstock to you. I gave her a charming smile. Then you'll help her be somewhere else so she doesn't need to think anything about it. She lifted her chin and swallowed like she could only speak with difficulty. It's going to cost you. I don't like helping you deceive her. I almost reached out and stroked her cheek, whispered something low that would send her pulse racing, but I remembered that I wasn't doing that anymore. I stepped back so I couldn't accidentally forget. Of course, it shouldn't take a great deal of time, so payback should be reasonable. Her lips twisted. The time it takes for one performance, yeah, I'll collect on that soon. I frowned at her. Within reason. I could simply sing badly during the performance. Your service isn't essential. She laughed, A harsh laugh. Drake humiliating himself in public. Everyone watching Drake on stage. Yeah, like you could ever swallow an ego as big as yours. You're making certain that she works herself to death with that revolting mage Eon just so she doesn't make you look bad. The only person I'd ever suspect you of. Loving is your own reflection. I studied her thoughtfully. That's probably true. If I'm so shallow, what does that say about the depths of all the witches who adore me? She winced, glaring at me. I hate my reaction to you. So do I. So stop having it. Forget about whatever price you're going to ask that's going to end badly. Ask for money instead, a business, dressing tips, something that won't hurt Oscar and Penny and me. And you... She stared at me with wide eyes. She'd asked me to not take advantage of her obsession, and the moment I held back, she couldn't help but indulge it. Pity. This would probably go very badly. Deals with witches always did, except where Penny was concerned. Deals with her were always mutually delightful. I left Viney satisfied, at least, that she would do her best to keep Penny from my performance with Whitley. People hurt each other. It was inevitable because no two people's wills could ever be perfectly aligned unless it was a slave-master relationship. I didn't mind a little bit of collision of will with Penny Lane. Waking up with her in my bed was the strangest thing. I spent far too much time fantasizing about it, not fantasizing because it had truly happened. I'd woken up angry, furious, wanting to strangle the witch in my arms because of what she was, my immediate reflex that of destruction, but then she'd stirred in my arms, snuggling deeper against me, and murmured my name. To find that the most diabolical thing she'd done while I was at her mercy was to tie knots in my hair was more than charming. I'd stayed there, perfectly still, for hours holding a witch and desiring her no harm. But that didn't mean that I wouldn't hurt her. It was inevitable, my nature. All week I'd spent in a strange haze, working with various students without the ordinary green fury lurking around the edges. I was so used to pushing back the anger, the violence, I wasn't sure what to do without it. I spoke gently with some poor kid who had no idea how to hold a knife, and it wasn't laced with sarcastic contempt. When I was with Penny, I wanted to luxuriate in her presence. I wanted to sink into her sweetness and never surface again. I didn't want to hurt her, particularly since I'd have to put her back together afterwards. I really hadn't thought this whole thing through, the becoming part of her and then taking over so much of her protection when I was destined to break her. It was inefficient to hurt her. But I had to, at least once. Ian sat beside me after the tourney on Saturday, both of us swollen-lipped and bruised. Penny hadn't come. Her skills improve every day. She's got the bones of a dancer. He didn't have to say who. He knew perfectly well that my mind was always half-turned in her direction. You're enjoying this week dancing with her personally. He shrugged. Zach was too stiff, too concerned with revealing his secret intentions that he won't even allow himself to realize. He's suffering wonderfully from their separation. I made a sound. I shouldn't be sitting there. I didn't have a moment to spare, not if I wanted to clear my Tuesday again to be with Penny, but I didn't want to move. You don't mind that she despises you? He shrugged. It's an appropriate response for any virgin in my hands. I glared at him. And any non-virgin as well. He gave me a glimmering golden smile. True. What do you think of Jackson? Not much. He hasn't been around to inflict his presence upon my thoughts. Whitley is using him for something. She sent him off to do something that makes her smile horrifyingly. Are you allowed to tell me that? You do belong to her? He grinned. She's so busy trying to get a grasp on the pitch angle that she's loosening her noose on me, at least for the moment. I'm sure it won't last. I'm sure it won't, Jackson. Maybe I can have Zach look into it. He's been bored lately. Bored is different from torn and anguished from loving two witches. He doesn't love Penny. Oh, I think he does. I glared at him. I don't think that's a useful thought for you to have. Should I burn it out of your brain? He laughed. It's already flown. My thoughts never last long. Flighty beasts. Speaking of beasts, have you seen Teddy lately? I shrugged. No, he's as busy with his school as I am with mine. How did you get out of the weight of responsibility? I'm jealous. I haven't seduced a female in months. You haven't lost your temper in almost as long. I wonder if Teddy is learning control as well. Perhaps we're nearing maturity. I stood and stretched. Let's hope so. His compulsion isn't nearly as forgivable as ours, unless he has a necromancer friend. He probably does. Happy thought. Ian grinned at me. I'm looking forward to the Black Heart tourney. I grinned back. It's going to be marvelous. He cocked his head. You're going to have to lose that happy magical glow if you're going to be effective against Teddy and his Black Heart minions. I rubbed my forehead. I know. It's difficult. I healed her. It should have irritated me, but instead I feel like she belongs to you and you're taking good care of your precious treasure, keeping her well polished and gleaming. The trouble is when you smell someone else on her, the happiness will twist into unbelievable fury. You won't be able to contain it, and then you'll have to fix whatever you broke. Afterwards, if you can. I frowned at him. I can fix what I break. It's what Pitch breaks that's difficult for me. I can do healing, just not conventional spell work. We don't need to, at least I didn't until now. He sighed and slapped my shoulder. It's difficult to be so amazing, isn't it? If you learn spellcraft, which it seems you're doing, I suppose I better actually work on my chemi skills. We'll be appropriately skilled mages by the time we graduate Rosewood. Won't Jasper be pleased? What about your grandfather? He shrugged. All he wanted was for me to be friends with you, and look where that got me. No, you're as much family as I'm ever likely to have. You and Teddy, I suppose. Teddy? Family? If so, he's the black sheep no one discusses. He laughed. Oh no, we always talk about the black sheep. Gossip is what they're good for. I heard that he has bound half the girls in school to him, but not like wit. None of them resent it. Sounds like I'm going to have to learn some lessons in seduction from him. That is a conversation I need to hear. What, you're looking for ideas for your sweet little lollipop? I cleared my throat. No, ideas aren't what I lack. Hearing the two of you talk about it will re-inspire me not to relegate Penny to nothing more than a conquest. As though you need it. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were in love with her. But since you know better... He studied me intently, searching my eyes, my face. You're afraid that you're going to hurt her and that she's going to let you. You're trying to be what you aren't to protect her from your darker nature. It's beautiful. I scowled and pulled away from him. Hearing you call me beautiful is a little too much for even my ego. You're going to make me blush. I headed out, leaving Ian laughing behind me.
Dread Delight, Chapter 39. It was the Monday morning, a week after the whole Pitch fight and Drake's bed thing. I tried not to think too much about it, but waking up with him in his bed, seeing his eyes all soft and delicious, wrapped in his arms, it was so simply perfect. I couldn't seem to think about anything else. I shook my head and pulled my knees closer to my body. I was waiting at the northeast delivery entrance with a very delicate parcel. But it was cold. It had snowed the day before, and there were still patches here and there on the shadowy edges of the lawn. I waved as Signore drove up. He nodded at me while he got out. We studied each other as we walked until we met in the center of the little paved lot. "Cara mia, how are you enjoying civilian life?" he asked in our secret language. I frowned at him as I handed him the parcel. What other kind of life do I usually enjoy? He raised an eyebrow. A life of piracy suited you, but I suppose as a Daysider, you wouldn't have much use for expressive scars and deformity. I laughed and put my hands on either sides of his face. I had no idea they were useful anywhere. I'd arranged this delivery specifically to take his pain. I hadn't touched it for a long time. I tugged on it, drawing it out like a silk cord. Into me, a reservoir that could hold more and more as I got older, as I practiced. "Cara mia, that is too much," he murmured as he put his hands on my arms. I smiled at him before the dizziness hit. He walked me over to the truck, lifting me to put me in the driver's seat as though I were still a little 9-year-old girl. Not that he'd ever let me into his truck. It had always been strictly off-limits, but apparently I'd broken that unspoken rule when I'd asked him to deliver me home. I glanced innocently into the back, trying to see into the depths before I sighed and turned to face him where he stood, leaning against the dash. I don't have any whiskey to give you, but I want you to tell me a story. He opened a compartment in the front area, revealing several bottles and glasses. I came prepared. I love that. I reached for a blue bottle with contents that danced with orange flame. I used to drink this all the time until one day the bottle disappeared. You like hogsnass? It's a drink for old folks who sit on their porch and miss the good days. He lifted the bottle from the case along with a glass and poured the contents. I took it from his hand and inhaled deeply. It smelled a bit like soap, but in the best way. I drank deeply, then held out the glass for more. He shook his head slightly while he filled my glass again. He took another glass and filled it, but he only sipped at the blue contents with leaping orange flames. The drink's effects might be too much for you after you've been weakened from taking my pain. I patted his chest. You worry too much. Tell me about Hansel and Gretel. He smiled, his uneven lips tilting dangerously. There was a witch that lived in the woods in a gingerbread cottage, that one? I nodded. I want to gobble up all the children in this school and lick my fingers from their sweetness. I'm failing, my friend. I have failed to find anyone that I can use to fulfill the requirements of the will. You have attracted sufficient interest. I waved my hand in front of his face, then studied his black beady eyes. You're so dark, so mysterious, so sexy. Do you still refuse to have me? Do you remember how I was going to make your mail truck into a cute little gypsy wagon with goats and chickens on the roof? I remember. You could defeat Revere, and I could disarm my mother, and we could drag her to safety while the bulldozers pulled down the house. He shook his head. You sound tipsy. I should not have let you take so much. I don't fight men like your stepfather. He's only trying to protect those he loves. There are enough people in these worlds who only protect themselves. I'm afraid I'm much more like that than you think. I wrinkled my nose at him. You're not any fun. I drained my glass and handed it to him, then slid out of the truck. I blinked rapidly while I tried to keep the world from spinning. Maybe drinking hogsnass after taking Signori's pain wasn't the best idea. Oh well. I walked away from him, walking carefully so I wouldn't stumble. Hogsnass didn't even have alcohol in it, did it? I walked around the corner and ran into someone. So sorry, I said, smiling then not smiling so much when I saw who it was. Oh, look! It's Pitch's plaything. Zach leaned close to me and inhaled deeply. Are you drunk? I waved him away, but then I stumbled into him. Get away from me. He sighed and swung me up in his arms. As though I'm going to let you pass out in the cold. Viney would never forgive me. I struggled in his arms. I am not drunk. I used to drink bottles of hogsnass and be just fine. Put me down. I am not a princess, you know. My words were so slurred. I giggled because princess came out. Priz's witch would work just as well. Zach grunted slightly while he took my weight, which made me giggle again. I am so heavy. I patted his face. He had such a face-shaped face. And definitely drunk. What's hogsnass? How much did you have? I answered in a stern voice, interrupted by giggles. 2 glasses. Penny shouldn't drink and walk at the same time. Not that I am drinking, am I? I squinted into Zach's blue eyes, but things were getting very fuzzy, and I kind of drifted until I came down with a whoosh on a bed. Poppy, you smell like fireworks. Have you been crying? I grabbed Poppy's hand, tangling my fingers in hers and pulling her against my back while I circled my fingers around her wrist. I stroked that wrist, the raised scar along the skin. I woke up wrapped in someone's arms, but it didn't smell like black cherry. I gasped and sat up, staring at the poster on the wall of Action Pitch, ready to hurl an explosive at somebody. I swallowed down nausea. You should drink this. Zach was sprawled on the bed beside me. He reached over and grabbed a green bottle with a skull-shaped cork out of the stand by his bed and handed it to me. I stared at it, trying not to feel sick from waking up with the wrong person. Nothing had happened. Of course not, except for that humiliating moment of utter weakness when I'd clung to him like he was Poppy. He was not my Poppy, except that maybe he was the one that Pitch would destroy like she'd ripped Poppy apart. Except it had been me who wanted to hurt Poppy the way she hurt me. Pitch didn't know limits. Hurting was hurting, and me wanting to hurt someone was more than permission to annihilate. Did I want to destroy Zach? I slid off the bed away from him, but he only cocked his head and stared at me like I was a complete idiot. Now, you're trying to stay away from me. You held me so tight for hours and hours. It's already done. As Drake said, I already smell like you. Have some, he said again, pushing the bottle towards me. It'll help with the headache. Apparently, Hogsnass isn't gentle. Take a few swallows, as much as you can handle without puking. I took it, uncorked it, and had one swallow. I almost threw up anyway. I shoved the bottle back at him while I rubbed my tongue on my sleeve. Gross. He grinned as he capped the bottle and put it back. Yeah, but it's medicine. Supposed to be gross. Why were you drinking Hogsnass with your delivery guy? You looked very companionable. I swallowed hard. He's the best delivery specialist around. He can deliver anything without getting blown up or giving away secrets. What was in that poison? He shook his head and held out his wrist, where he had a good thick scar. You were hanging on to this. Called me Poppy. Did Pitch give her a scar like this one? She gave me mine one night after a tourney. One of her last tourneys. The crowd was crazy, pushing forward to get to her, and I was there holding them back, trying to show her how cool I was and not like the mob, and she saw me. I swear for like 5 seconds she saw me, and then she smashed this bottle and slashed me across the wrist. That's when Drake decided she wasn't as cool as he thought, and when I knew I belonged to her. His eyes got glassy looking. Get away from me. I don't want to deal with Pitch anymore. I stared at the scar, ran my fingers over it, and felt something. A resonance that I couldn't deny. I pulled my hand back as if electrocuted. He swallowed before he leaned closer, so intent. Who is Poppy? Did Pitch kill her? His eyes took on that fervent glow of a true Pitch fanatic. The world got fuzzy, distant, and my own heart pounded, racing while my body ached to scream and burn. I jerked my hands out of his, then opened the cupboard beside his bed, where the medicine had been, along with a small knife I'd seen. I grabbed the knife, flicked it open, then threw it over my shoulder, straight into Pitch's pitch-black heart. Penny, what are you doing? I grabbed Zach's shirt and pushed him down on the bed, straddling him while I glared down at him, my own eyes burning. Lit. I thumped his chest as hard as I could. Have you ever heard of her? Poppy was lit, but now she's dead, and it's all the fault of that black-hearted witch. You don't care about her, though, do you? No one cares about lit, just Pitch, Pitch, Pitch. Do you think she's the only one I crafted for? Because she was the best, she was the only one who mattered? Poppy was worth 1,000 pitches, but no one cared. No one cared. I hit him and shook him while he stared at me with his blue eyes wide and shocked. Lit? Is she dead? Did Pitch kill her? I snarled at him before I arched up, gasping for breath, trying to find some kind of control, some happy macaroon bubbly place. Somehow I didn't scream, didn't rake my nails across his face. I rolled off of him, limp, and stared at the ceiling. I took deep, shuddering breaths until I could answer without screaming. No. Pitch would hurt me so much after this. So much. It was lucky that Drake was getting better at healing. He hadn't had time to waste healing me, but he'd spent the entire day on Sunday putting me back together. And now Pitch would rip me apart again. I'd slept with Zach and hurt him. He'd have bruises on his chest from my pounding on him. What was wrong with me? So much. So much. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry. I inhaled shakily before I shrugged. My voice sounded ragged and empty, like I felt, except for the rage that ebbed. You wanted Pitch to kill her? We lay like that, spread out on his bed, staring at the ceiling for a long time. After my heart had almost returned to normal, he sighed deeply. I've really missed you. I get that you don't want to make Pitch jealous and suffer again for it. So why does it bother me so much? I have everything I ever wanted, but I'm not happy. Sometimes I think that I'm going to tell Pitch that I don't want to see her anymore. But she hasn't shown up, and the longer I go without her, the more I realize that I'm addicted to her. Addicted to Pitch. How unpleasant. I'd been addicted to Pitch, too, once upon a time. The rush, the freedom, the absolute and utter lack of anything like fear when we were together, but it couldn't last. Maybe it would for Zach. Maybe he didn't have a conscience and wouldn't mind the fallout she brought down on the heads of everyone around her, but he couldn't have his Pitch and Penny, too. So, why was I still on his bed? Such a good question. Somehow, psychologically, in my deepest, most messed up brain, I'd made Zach my friend, my Poppy, the one I trusted even though it was in their nature to betray my trust and hurt me over and over again. I shouldn't feel like this, shouldn't be like this, shouldn't be such a weak, pathetic, idiotic mess. But I was what I was. Poppy was my friend. We lived together since I was 8 or 9. I don't know. We were like sisters, only more. Best friends, only more. One day she left me, and it's all Pitch's fault. He touched my arm, barely a brush of his fingers, but a shock went through me. I grabbed his wrist and pulled him against me, pressing my face against his beating heart. Why? Why would I touch him like this? It would end badly. I was finished with Pitch and everything she represented. Zach whispered, so low that I could barely hear him in spite of how near his lips were to my ear. Why do you blame yourself? I can feel it. The twisting in your chest, the guilt that eats at you. You don't just hate Pitch, but yourself. Not only hate, but fear. You're afraid of what you'll do, what you'll make Pitch do. I should have shoved him away, but I only laughed, muffled against his shirt. That's right, Zach. I am. You should be afraid, too. You should be afraid, too. You should be so afraid. Pitch would like to hurt you. All I'd have to do is say the word, think the thought, feel the desire, and she'd be filleting your skin from your bones, drying them in the sun to make me a wind chime. She may hurt me, break my legs and crush my organs, slash my eyeballs open, and shred my skin. But it's nothing close to what she would do to you. You should be so afraid. He put a hand on my head and pressed down heavy. Fear isn't one of my natural emotions. I love danger, risk. It's all part of what makes life bearable. The only thing I worry about is hurting you. I think I'm like Pitch. I can't seem to help it. Hurting you. I pulled away from him, feeling like I was losing Poppy all over again. I needed therapy. You have more imagination than Pitch. What time is it? 4 a.m., Tuesday morning. It's your Drake day. I turned to stare at him. He'd sounded bitter. Do I really smell like you? He shrugged. I thought me smelling like you was the problem. I rolled my eyes. Don't be an idiot. I don't want to smell like some stupid teenage boy. Drake will smell me and dance. I actually get to practice our dance today in class. I mean, not in class because we'll be in the small auditorium. And if I smell like you, I wrung my hands until he covered my fingers with his. You think Drake will be jealous because you spent the night with me? You slept with him all night Sunday. I ripped my hand away from him. Most of the night, he was healing me, idiot. It's not that Drake and I are together because we're not. But you and I are definitely, absolutely in no possible universe, even close to together. And it will look slightly like we may be, and I don't want anyone, including Drake, to get that idea. He grimaced. The whole school thinks that I'm dating Pitch. I'd be an imbecile to spend the night with you if it puts whatever I have with Pitch at risk. Yeah. Well, I think it's more likely that she'll feel like since I spent the night with you. She should too. Then she'll spend the night with me. I made a face. Did she really break your leg? You seem fine. 3 fractures, but clean breaks. My mother commented on how clean they were. He raised his eyebrows. Your mother? Didn't you notice I wasn't here on Saturday? Where did you think I was? He cleared his throat. I don't know. It's just hard to believe that Pitch would ever hurt someone like you. Someone so vulnerable and weak that you can't heal yourself. I laughed. You are so stupid. No wonder I like you. I'm really stupid too. Pitch can flay us together. He scowled at me. Thanks. I don't mind Pitch hurting me. I have so many healing spells soaked into my skin, it would only last a few minutes, hours at the most. You really took all weekend long to heal? And I had to trade Drake a really rare spellbook to get him to heal me. And he's a terrible spellsmith. He healed my leg wrong 4 times. Not that I minded. He was really sweet to try. Zach's face went kind of pale and sick-looking. Drake actually used spells on you. He's a horrible spellsmith. It's a miracle he didn't replace your bones with fruit or something. That would be interesting. I can't be picky. He's the one who reset the spell you so idiotically shattered. So he's the only one who can do healing spells on me. Revere was super pissed. Revere? I shrug. My stepfather. He's supposed to be this incredible spellmaster, but I don't know. To me, he's just a really good housekeeper, although he's been slacking lately. When I went home, the parlor was so dusty. Not that I've been in there for years. Maybe no one else has either. I miss my grandmama so much. Do you ever miss anyone so much you think you're going to die? He studied me. That's the kind of thing people say when they need a hug. If you don't want my disgusting boy scent all over you, you'd better go find Drake to cry on or something. I rolled my eyes. He's busy. Also, all week he's been a little bit weird. Weird? Isn't he always weird? He's been really soft. Like last Tuesday when we were in his car. You know, the regular kissing schedule. He was so soft. Zach's face went kind of still. I really don't want to hear about you kissing Drake. Why not? Pitch told me all about kissing you. No, telling is the wrong word. She gave me a very thorough demonstration. Why shouldn't you hear about Drake? I have to listen to you go on and on about Pitch and deal with her slicing my eyeball a good inch deep right through the center of my retina. Do you have any idea how disgusting it is to clean out eyeball wounds? You can listen to me talk about Drake. Pitch kissed you. I wrinkled my nose. Does that sound exciting? We are done talking about Pitch. We're talking about Drake. Anyway, he was just so soft, holding me so gently like I was cotton candy that might melt away in his fingers, and he kept his black ribbons in his hair. I had to untie them for him while he kissed my throat. Said it would keep me from fainting. I sighed at the memory of his breath against my skin, his lips finally brushing mine as the ribbons were forgotten. Every time I've seen him all week, he just looked kind of sweet and sighing, not wolfish at all. I can't bear it. It makes my heart want to explode or crumple into a million pieces. Pitch kissed you. I pushed his face away with my palm. Macaroons and cupcakes. You're so selfish. Do you think I want to listen to you wax eloquent about my nightmare? No, I don't. Fine. Tell me all about Drake. His voice, his touch, his amazing, all-over awesomeness. But the whole time I'm wondering how you got to be so stupid. Because I know Drake and I know that soft is not any part of him. I stiffened. And you know that because you're a girl who is sort of cute and quirky, that he seems to somewhat like, yeah, I'm stupid, but if you look at Drake F's pitch, I'd have to say that pitch is the far stupider choice. I slid off his bed to my feet. My head felt practically fine after that noxious slime Zach had given me. Since pitch is probably going to hurt you for all of this, Zach said, gesturing to himself where he still sprawled on his bed. Do you want me to come back to being your dance partner? I hesitated. Dancing with Ian wasn't fun, but it was extremely illuminating. He was good. Better than good. Also revolting, but revolting was better than whatever I was with Zach. No, you can sit and watch us like a good little chaperone. I'd rather have Ian's slimy hands all over me than yours. He scowled and sat up, leaning over his knees while he glared at me. I shrugged. You're welcome. Now I'm going to bathe 3 times, wax, triple lotion, and make certain I smell nothing like you. Bye. You can do all that, but you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go spar with Drake. And I'm going to smell so much like an adorably drunk Penny Lane that he's going to rip me apart so badly that you'll feel sorry for me. I whirled around to stare at him. What? Why would you do that? He cocked his head while he studied me. Justice. If my girlfriend is going to rip you apart for being with me, it's only fair that your boyfriend does the same to me. I shook my head. That sounds more like equality than justice. Stupid equality like men and women having urinals in their bathrooms just in case. He grinned. You didn't say that Pitch isn't my girlfriend. I laughed and crossed my arms over my chest. Yeah, because it's apparent that she's as much your girlfriend as Drake's mine. Boyfriend. Either way is equally ludicrous. Just so, or should I say, justly so. I almost smiled, but instead I turned and marched out of his room. What was Viney doing up at that hour? Apparently waiting for me to come out of Zach's room. Hey, Viney. I spent the night passed out from Hogsnoss with Zach. He probably put black lipstick on me and pretended that I was Pitch. How was your night? She blinked in surprise. Maybe I shouldn't be so direct, but she wasn't one of the people I felt the need to lie to about something as innocuous as getting drunk. You should be more careful. I know. Sometimes I'm so tired of being careful, of worrying and trying that I just can't care anymore. Do you ever feel like that? Not that we shouldn't keep trying, but some days it's hard. She bit her bottom lip. Is it Drake? He seems to be different lately. It's the black ribbons, right? So weird. It's freaking me out. Like the gingerbread house all over again. Maybe that's what the drunk thing is, trying to push him away, or get him to push me away, or get him to push me away or something. I rubbed my forehead. The headache was coming back. Drinking was such a bad idea. I didn't need to drink, so it was one stupid thing I could not do. Do you want to go work out or something? We've got some time before class starts. She hesitated, then nodded. There was something she wasn't saying. She was another Poppy, someone else I was letting close enough to hurt me. And she would. Soon, if my experience with Poppy was any indication, it was always nice to have something to look forward to. Time passed. Those few weeks between Pitch's surprise visit and the winter extravaganza, the students show that Drake had been working so ridiculously hard to make perfect. Maybe it was being so busy. Maybe it was being so busy. Maybe it was the way Drake looked at me that made me too happy, and happiness always goes quickly. The excitement, stress, and noise level built, and built until it was finally the night of the show we'd all been working and stressing over. I'd put as much effort into my part as anyone, more than some if all the extra time in my room practicing was any indication. I was already the laughingstock of the school, so any impression I made would be an improvement. But I couldn't disappoint Drake. Doing a public performance with him was a big deal. Viney and every other girl I talked to told me all about it. I was in my costume with Viney backstage. She wore a very classical leotard with sparkles and tutu, waiting for her number before I went on with Drake. Break a leg. I grabbed her in a hug and kissed her cheek before I gave her thumbs up. She rolled her eyes, then went out on stage. Wow. She may have been short, but the things she could do with those pointy shoes were incredible. She had a whole bevy of ballet dancers, and they did all these elaborate patterns and designs. While beautiful, it wasn't something I would ever be able to do. Which was fine. I made incredible lollipops, and that's what counted. Hey, are you ready? Drake grabbed my hand, and I stared up at him, feeling weird with my hair out around me instead of tucked away, a flower wreath in my curls. I put my hands on his chest for a second before I remembered that people were watching and we were definitely not dating. I pulled away, heart pounding. I'm nervous. I didn't think I'd be nervous. He grabbed me close to him, staring down into my eyes. Penny Lane, you are Gretel. You can't mess this up. I shook my head. I told you, I'm the witch. I suppose afterwards you can take me somewhere so I can gobble up all the tender morsels. Penny Lane, are you referring to me? I blushed and gasped, stepping away from him. Drake Huntsman, I'm shocked. There are rules. This isn't Tuesday, but it is a holiday in Pisa, where they celebrate the creation of pizza. What would be better than pizza and tender morsels all night long? I bit my lip as I stared up at him, then sighed. You really tempt me. He kissed my fingers. That's the idea. Come on, dearest sister, let's dance. Before I knew it, he pushed me, stumbling out onto the stage, feeling like a flamingo for a second. Paralyzed by the sight of 3,000 people in the auditorium staring at me, resident flamingo, however beautiful my outfit was. I saw motion from the corner of my eye and looked up to see Zach on the other side of the stage, motioning me emphatically, almost hitting another ballerina in the head. I felt like he was with me, like Poppy. Wind rushed around me, swirling my hair, and I spun with that, holding my arms precisely the way Ian had showed me, stretching out my foot just right in the wind. I got lost in that rushing breeze, caught, swirling, tangled up in doubts, fears, problems that had no solution until finally I collapsed beneath a tree in a pile of leaves. A dramatic whoosh with my arms stretched above me, making a beautiful line. Had I messed up, it was over too fast. And maybe it was a disaster. But no one yelled out how badly I sucked. I held very still while Drake came out with the grace of a dancer, the power of an athlete, and the stage presence of a superstar. The crowd came to life while he danced for them, so beautiful and perfect, while my heart pounded, and I saw only him. Finally, he fought, danced his way through the woods and storm, and found me. The music was as tender as his eyes while he took my hand, raising it to fall again, then trying again, pulling me against him, then pulling me against him, then spinning with me. The music wrapped around me like his arms, the rising orchestra coming to a fever pitch, until I lifted my hands, slid my hands up his neck, and kissed him. The audience gasped, and I felt Drake's lips curl in a smile beneath mine before he pulled away. That hadn't been in the choreography. Oops! We were supposed to be siblings. No, kissing. I'd seriously messed up, but when I searched his dark eyes for anger, the sparkling green showed amusement and something else. Something that stirred before he took me in his arms and kissed me as deeply as he could without me fainting. He wanted to kiss me even if I messed up, even if I made him look bad. My lips buzzed from that small contact. Since I'd already messed up, I could forget about the details and do what Ian had brutally trained my body to do, but also have just a little bit of fun. I threw my head back and did my best, playing the part of the sweet sister who may be a bit coy, and we did our lifts perfectly, gracefully, smoothly, one movement to the next without any hesitation or fumbling. I laughed as he leapt with me, our footwork in perfect time until the end where we stood, arms around each other in a brotherly embrace. I beamed at him as we walked, together, out of the woods. Once the curtains whooshed closed, the audience roared with applause that I could feel through the floor while Drake turned and picked me up, spinning me in the air, but in the armpit lift, the one that I was ticklish about. I started giggling and wriggling until he put me down, smoothing his hands over my hair before he pulled me close and kissed me. We were standing like that when the curtains opened again for an encore, because people kept clapping, and when they saw us kissing, started whistling and going completely mad. I pulled away from him blushing, but he held my waist, his hand strong, smiling confidently at the crowd before he bowed and waved. Then down came the curtains again, and this time he pulled me close, not a ticklish hold, and instead growled in my ear, "Penny Lane, what kind of performance was that?" Inspired is what it was. That's what Hansel and Gretel always needed. Incest. I elbowed his ribs, but he only grinned at me, tightening his hold. I messed up. He shook his head and frowned sternly. Kissing me could never be a mistake. But it's not Tuesday. He looked like he was going to say something or kiss me again, but then Viney came up with a small smile. She looked so weird smiling, like a doll that had it painted on. You guys were great. Penny, you didn't suck. They were amazing. Zach grabbed both of us and grinned madly, then kissed Drake, both cheeks like some European. What are you doing? This is not make-out time, Drake growled. You did say that kissing you was never a mistake, I pointed out. Zach grinned at me and wiggled his eyebrows. He tastes like you. I scowled at him. And you know that, how? Penny, you danced beautifully. Ian's voice was like liquid gold, his smile as appealing as the rest of him. In spite of how attractive he was, I smiled at him, full of goodwill. He'd made me look good. Thank you. Come on, Viney said, grabbing my arm and dragging me away from Drake. We need to get changed, unless you want to wear that tutu to the after party. Drake glanced at Viney, frowned, then relaxed his grip on me, and let her pull me away from him. That's right. I'll see both of you afterwards. You probably don't want to see Whitley's performance. I know that I don't. Zach frowned at Drake while Ian looked amused. Why not? Isn't she great? They turned to look at me like I'd sprouted another head. Ian gave Drake another glance before he smiled at me indulgently. That's right, she's a very talented performer. But seeing her with Drake might not please you. I lifted my chin and tried not to blush at the insinuation that Drake was mine, and I couldn't handle him with another girl, even if he was only accompanying her. I wouldn't be watching her, but Drake. We're friends. I watched Zach and his guitar duel, which was awesome, the chess performance that was so strange, but I loved it. And now I want to see Drake accompany Whit. Accompany? Ian frowned. I see. Well, I have no part in this. Like I said, well done. I'll see you at the party later. He turned and disappeared into the shadows of the stage while Zach stayed, scowling at Drake. Viney shifted uneasily. Finally, she glared at Zach and grabbed my arm. Come on, Zach. If you help, we should be able to change before the performance. That way we can watch from the audience. Right, Zach muttered and turned, heading out while I held back, staring at Drake. I wasn't quite finished with our moment of triumph. He stared back, his eyes dark and full of promise. He hadn't finished either. "Come on!" Viney yanked me away from him, through the remaining students who stood waiting for the final few shows. I was high on the applause and the look in his eyes as Viney dragged me to the dressing room. Zach probably shouldn't be in our dressing room, but there was a changing screen I could use, and someone had to help me with the laces that went up the back of my dress. "Zach, help with my laces." "No, Zach. I want you to take off my shoes while I wash my face." Viney nodded at him decisively. He rolled his eyes, then dropped down to pull out the ends of her laces. It reminded me of the ball, her pulling me away from Zach to claim him as hers, all for some diabolical plot I still didn't understand. Had she really been trying to save me from them? Or was she doing it on command for Drake? I bent down to help with Viney's other shoe, but she pulled away with her nose in the air. "You don't know how to take care of point shoes." "And Zach does?" It was infuriating. Viney took forever with her makeup and kept yelling at Zach that he was doing everything wrong, and the whole time I waited for him to unlace my dress. Then, when her shoes were finally off, she grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the room, slamming the door behind him. "Men are so useless," she said, turning to me with a sigh. "Let me do your laces. That way Zach won't be leering all over you." "You're mistaking him for Ian," I said, turning and waiting for her to finish. She was so slow. Instead of yanking it off, she took time with every single eyelet. Finally, I could wriggle out of it, and I did so behind the screen where I'd left my cute outfit. I changed in record time. When I came out, Viney was in her black jeans and black sweater, applying layers of dark makeup around her eyes. I washed the theater makeup off and hurried with my own makeup. I didn't have ages of time, but when I asked her, Viney assured me that we had plenty. Finally, we were ready. We left the dressing room, and Viney headed out towards the halls, instead of to the stage where everyone else clustered to watch the show. "Hurry," she called, and I followed her down the hall, up the stairs, so we could sit in the balcony section where they had the best acoustics and we could really see the performers. When we got to the solid oak doors that led to the balcony, the usher standing outside, a mage in a black suit and tie, stepped in our way. "No one enters during the show." I stared at him. "Please. We really want to see this last performance." He frowned at me and shook his head. He looked familiar. Was he one of the guys I'd seen undress in the locker room? How embarrassing. I blushed while Viney fumed. "Get out of the way. Do you know who I am?" Viney towered to her full height, which was very short. The mage stood his ground. "First of all, yes, you're Vanelldra Pinhouse. Secondly, I can't open the doors. Do you know who is on the other side? This is where the most important of the most important have their seats. Interrupting them could cause some student to lose a future position." Viney turned to me, her scowl shifting to discomfort. "Maybe if we hurry back, we can make it." I heard music begin, the sound drifting through the doors. A woman's voice like honey and angels. Then a man joining her, everything soulful and rich in his voice, even through the thick wood. That voice. I knew that voice. I glanced at the door mage, then at Viney. She must have known that they didn't open the doors in the middle of the performance. She wasn't a newcomer here. She didn't want me to see Drake. I didn't care why. I beamed at Viney. "That's a great idea. Let's go." We rushed back to the stage. Then, when we were almost there, I hesitated. "Actually, Viney, I need to use the toilet. Do you mind if I go in while you watch the ending? I'm sure Drake is fabulous, but we tried." She blinked at me while I headed toward the restroom, not waiting for her to follow me. "Right. I'll see you at the after party. Everyone will be headed there, so you can't get lost." She hesitated. like I needed her to lead me to the bathroom. Also like she needed to keep an eye on me. Nice. Later. I hurried into the bathroom, waited for the count of 10, then ducked out, and ran down the side hall. Smaller, one that led beneath the stage into the orchestra pit. I stood there on the edge behind the cellos and watched Drake sing the most incredible aria. Was it called an aria? I had no idea, but it was like angels and made me melt in the oddest places. I barely noticed Wit where she stood beside him, smiling at him like, "Oh, isn't Drake great and he's my boyfriend?" "Aren't I lucky?" kind of way. The orchestra swelled as Whitley began singing, the two voices perfectly pitched, perfectly matched, both exquisite in power and beauty. No wonder Wit wanted Drake. No wonder I wanted Drake. No wonder I wanted Drake. It was a wonder anyone didn't want Drake. Not that I could think offhand of anyone who didn't. Maybe Oscar. Their voices entwined marvelously, and I was swept away with the current of their emotions, fueled by their expressions, gestures. And then Wit put her hand on his arm, and I gasped. It was one of those perfect moments, right between phrases, and I felt like I may as well have screamed bloody murder. But the only person who looked over at me was Drake. His eyes met mine and held me where I stood, a little pink and strawberry blonde weirdo in the orchestra pit behind the cellos. Whitley began singing, but he stood there silently, staring at me until finally Whitley hissed at him. He licked his lips and then sang, the most soaring and ear-breaking sound I'd ever heard. The audience gasped, moaned, cried as the most beautiful songbird exploded and retched out its lungs in front of them. Drake sang more loudly, more atrociously than I'd ever done in my finest moment, my greatest hour. I stood there and watched him. Listened to him. His eyes never leaving mine, his heart in that song, a song of such breathtaking ugliness I could not question it. He'd sung it for me, because he'd rather be publicly humiliated than make me think that he was making fun of me on the top of that tower, and every time since I'd sung along to the radio with him. He sang for me, and my heart knew that song and sang back. Not out loud. I just stood there staring at him with the strange and horrifying realization that I wanted him. I liked him, but more, I loved him. Dread Delight, Chapter 40. You did great with Drake. Some girl in so much theater makeup, I had no idea who she was, put her hand on my shoulder in a weirdly friendly gesture before she turned and ran off. People ran all over the place, faces a mixture of shock, horror, and excitement. Which should have known better than to push him. The guy in front of me said to the guy beside him, not seeming to mind that I could pretty much see through his tights to his fine buttocks beneath, "Penny, Drake's looking for you?" I spun around to see Pete in tights, and nothing else besides a smile. I should be blushing, but it didn't seem real. Everything after Drake's mind-blowing performance just felt like one of those music videos that didn't make a lot of sense. You should probably put on some pants. He winked at me. For you, Penny, I'd put on all kinds of things. You're supposed to go to the big after-show party, and you're going in the wrong direction. I blinked at him. I think I need to take a nap. I'm pretty sure I'm in shock. He studied me, his smile still firmly fixed on his face. Did he know how to not smile? Is that right? I think the entire school's in shock. Drake doesn't fail. He certainly doesn't quit. He does put on a show. That's got to be the most memorable finale in the history of Rosewood. Right. I'm serious about going to Ed. All this near nudity is making me faint. He glanced down at his bare chest and smirked. I am pretty incredible. Drake said something about a deal you'd made, something about Jasper? I stopped walking and stared at the back of a girl in a shimmery dress. Her hair was fabulous. What kind of conditioner did she use? I did owe Drake. I'd said I'd introduce Revere to Jasper. Had Revere come? I closed my eyes tight for a moment. Macaroons and peanut brittle. Had Revere seen my performance with Drake? Seen me kiss him publicly? I took a deep breath and straightened my shoulders. Only one way to find out. I turned around and walked with the current of the other students. Pete kept behind me and pushed me through a door into a wide hall with an arched roof and a lot of adults who looked between grim, outraged, and expressionless. In that crowd of black-clothed people, I still immediately made out Revere. He met my eyes and raised an eyebrow before glancing away. I hesitated for a moment before I wandered seemingly accidentally in his direction. We walked, not looking at each other, but close enough that I could hear him. Penny. Revere. Your performance was... I glanced at him with a smile I hadn't used in a long time. It was. I didn't think you would come, but I'm glad. I owe a mage. He wants to meet you. He raised an eyebrow but didn't make eye contact. That reminded me that I wasn't supposed to look at him. It was like playing spies deep undercover. Where is this mage? Jasper. Let me see. I looked around, searching the sea of black tuxedos, and felt my chest tighten like I was having a heart attack when I saw Drake gazing at me with obvious interest. Is that him? Revere asked, clearly aware of where I was staring. No, I muttered quickly. He's just my pas de deux partner. The performance was all choreographed. He's not the one. I tried not to notice Drake, instead searching the crowd for Jasper, but my eyes kept being drawn back to his amused smile, head cocked while he made his way languidly towards me. I turned around, facing away from Drake, searching desperately for Jasper. Ah, there he was. Mage on the right, behind the overweight man with a monocle. Has brown hair, sunny eyes, looks like a tennis coach. Revere gave me one glance before he said, "We'll discuss things over winter break." He glided away in the direction of Jasper while I stood there, staring at Jasper like if I didn't blink, I could somehow not notice Drake getting closer and closer. He could be right behind me, fingers hovering over my hair. I could practically feel his breath on my neck. I spun around, but no Drake. There was a scrawny old woman dressed to the nines with bright red lipstick and heavy eyeliner. Your performance was remarkable. How long have you trained? I glanced behind me to see if she was talking to someone else, and jumped when I saw Drake, so close by my elbow. Wasn't she remarkable? He took my hand, brushed his lips to the back of it, then took his place beside me, smiling charmingly at the woman. I believe she would say that she's been training far too long. The woman raised her eyebrows as she glanced down where Drake had his hand on my hip. When had he put his hand around my waist? We're not like that, I said, trying to step away from him, but he only winked at me before he turned to the woman with a serious expression. We're only very good friends. Sometimes I forget myself. So lost am I in her. I elbowed his ribs, subtly so no one noticed. He didn't seem to notice either. What are you doing here? I hissed. He raised an eyebrow while the woman disappeared in the black crowd, mingling. I almost smiled, but fought it down. I couldn't play games with Drake. Not with Revere in the crowd. Fine. Mingle away. I'll see you later. I turned, but he stopped me, his fingers sliding around mine. Are you forgetting your debt? I already asked Revere to talk to Jasper. I'm mad at you. You lied. Are you really? Such a gentle fury. Drake's voice was low, his thumb brushing the sensitive skin of my wrist. I swallowed and tried to tell myself that I didn't like him touching me. I should go. I shouldn't let him hold my hand as though I would get lost in the crowd without him. I could not let Revere see us together. Revere would know the truth in an instant. You sing too pretty for me. His lips curled. Pretty is not the right word. I'm extremely gifted, and I've spent hours and hours taking that basic talent and turning it into something truly impressive. Talent without effort is negligible, which I recently realized applied to spell work, among other things. He stepped closer, ignoring the suits around us, the dark figures who clustered in small groups, talking about the show, particularly the fascinating finale. I should have stepped away, but I couldn't seem to make my feet move. I stared into those dark eyes, sparking green, the smooth cheeks, straight nose, and soft lips. Those lips that could sing like that. Why did you lie to me? I could argue that I never lied. I never stated that I was a horrible singer. We both know that I meant to deceive you because it amused me. Your shameless bad singing was ridiculously adorable, and I didn't want you to stop. I stared at him, at those lips, for far too long before I raised my eyes to his. Why did you do that tonight? Start singing horribly after I already knew you were a sneaky, deceptive mage. His eyes glittered darkly, and he stepped closer to lean down until his lips brushed my ear. It was less interesting to me what everyone else thought of me than how you felt. Isn't that remarkably altruistic? I should be rewarded generously. Don't you agree? My lips parted and tilted towards him. Then Revere yanked me to the side, inserting himself between us. Revere faced Drake, a dangerously contemptuous curl to Revere's lips. I don't believe we've been introduced. Drake's eyes were wide for a moment before he gave Revere a gleaming smile and bowed elaborately. Drake Huntsman, at your service. I take it that you're Revere Penny's noble stepfather. I blushed because Drake sounded like a total prissy rich boy. Revere despised prissy rich boys. If Drake thought that kissing up and charming Revere was possible, this was going to be a very painful interview. Instead of saying something cutting and cruel, Revere smiled back at Drake, a terrifying smile that made my neck hair prickle. Drake Huntsman, the famous heir to Huntsman Incorporated. How fascinating. I had no idea the heir to such a magnificent family would still attend Rosewood as a senior. Surely you have other diversions that occupy your mind. That's what he said. But what I heard was, Drake Huntsman is so pathetic because he's nothing without his family name, a family whose whole basis is on money, instead of merit, whose small mind needed very little to occupy it. I glared at Revere. He's nothing like that. Maybe he's not the best at spellcraft and has sloppy knees, but he's respected at this school, and not just because of his fancy family. Drake cleared his throat. To be honest, I think the majority of students do respect me because of my fancy family. There's a lot of class distinction among Rosewood students. I turned to stare at him. You don't mind Revere insulting you? He grinned at me. Your stepfather didn't insult me. At least not out loud. The fact that you know him well enough to read his mind then translate for me was an unexpected delight. My cheeks burned, and I glanced at Revere, who stared at me, utterly exasperated. Such a delight, he muttered. Indeed, Drake said, his voice smooth, soothing as he tried to slip around Revere to get closer to me. Revere blocked him, seemingly unconsciously. Since Penny has broken the ice so brilliantly, I suppose I should inquire. What are your intentions towards her? Are you seeking a bride? I gasped and wanted to snap Revere's spine in a few places. Drake isn't interested in marriage, I hissed. Drake smiled lazily. In general, that's true, but where Penny Lane is concerned, I would certainly make an exception. My heart pounded while I stared at him. Was I getting dizzy from desire, or was it because I wasn't breathing? I was so furious. Either way, I grabbed Revere's arm and tried to tug him towards where I'd last seen Jasper. Over here. You know how much I hate owing anyone. Revere wasn't moving. No, he was staring at Drake with a slight snarl. So you are courting my ward? No, Revere, it's not like that. We're just friends, really casual, disinterested friends who are definitely not dating. Drake laughed and winked at Revere. That's right. Tea parties every week, long private moments, and of course public displays of affection prove how friendly we are. I glared at him. You're not helping, Drake. Revere looked down at my hand where it was still gripping his arm and removed it, his fingers cold and hard on my wrist. Penny, is this not the mage who reset your spell and healed you after the last debacle with your friend? I am, Drake said, slipping around Revere and putting his hand on the small of my back. My reaction was immediate. I turned towards him, my whole body and will wanting to close the distance between us. Revere cleared his throat, and I closed my eyes. What in the world was I supposed to say? I could call pitch and we could slaughter everyone. Oh, messy. I could scream that Drake was not my boyfriend and that I kissed boys on stage all the time. Or I could make this short, sweet, and over quickly. Like ripping off a Band-Aid. Revere, Drake is the boy that I'm unreasonably attracted to, but there isn't any way that it's ever going to be anything serious. Revere raised an eyebrow. The boy who made you faint? I swallowed and refused to look at Drake. That's right. I pass out whenever he does something too sweet to bear. Although she is building up her endurance beautifully, Drake put in, his tone condescending like he was going to pat me on the head. I frowned at him. That's not relevant. Have you been spending a great deal of time together? Revere asked stiffly. No, I said, while Drake said, of course. Revere studied me with a stillness that boded ill. All the same, his voice was soft when he finally spoke. When you behave with this mage as you have, kissing him in public, touching each other with affection, it's going to communicate to every other mage that the two of you are seriously involved. He was saying that if I was playing with Drake, I couldn't be auditioning potential grooms. He was saying that I was an idiot for insisting that there wasn't anything between us, because anyone could see that I was in denial. Revere, Drake is the most popular boy at school. Every girl in school is obsessed with him. My reaction is completely normal and has nothing to do with actual attachment. He's not really my type, and I'm definitely not his. I've dated lots of mages. No one thinks we're together. Not no one, clearly, Drake murmured with a bland smile, while Revere stiffened. Penny, you're still holding his hand. I looked down, and there it was, the traitorous paw clutching Drake like he was my teddy bear, keeping away the big bad monsters. Drake laughed loudly and pulled me against his side. Isn't she adorable? It's something she does because I hate it so much. She really is dating other mages, and no one ever takes me seriously. I have a bit of a reputation for hating witches. He said in a loud whisper, like it was a secret he didn't even try to keep. Revere smiled again and stepped closer to Drake, ignoring me entirely. Huntsman, the consequences of you betraying my stepdaughter will be very permanent. I am not the worst of those who would take it very badly. Revere, you don't need to threaten him. We're not? Enough, Penny. Revere's voice was quietly furious. You're wasting my time and yours. You'll come home for winter break and tell your mother all about your exploits here. He shot Drake a sneering glance. Huntsman, hopefully your spell work improves drastically. With Penny, you will need it. He turned and vanished, leaving me clinging to Drake. A rush of anger filled me. I turned, dragging him through the crowds, bumping elegantly dressed people and their soberly attired daughters and sons. I didn't care, but Drake apologized, soothing and smoothing as we went until we were finally out of the double doors and into the hall. Everyone stared at us. Only students there, but the way they analyzed the image of us, holding hands after everything else we'd done, I realized the hall was not private enough for what I wanted to say to Drake. I dragged him along the main hall, then into a smaller one that broke off until I reached a supply closet. It was large, filled with old, dusty props from past years. I kicked the door closed and pushed him up against the wall. It was dim in the closet, the only light from a window half covered in plaster Grecian urns. His eyes were dark, fathomless, and the specks of green were barely visible. He smelled of ashes and black cherry, so much ashes and black cherry, so much ash I could choke on it along with my anger. Why did you do that? You made a deal for Jasper to meet him. Not you. The muscle of his jaw flexed as he leaned his head against the wall, exposing the delicious column of his throat. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we were having a secret, sordid affair. Not after you kissed me on the stage in front of hundreds of people. His voice was low with anger, and he pursed his lips. I kissed him hard, his lips resistant beneath mine for a moment before his hands pulled me against him, and he returned the kiss with interest. His lips were hard, then soft, like his hands, rough then gentle, tugging on my hair, sliding up the back of my neck, to dig his fingers into my scalp. He broke away, scowling at me. It isn't Tuesday. I don't care. I don't care about anything right now. We should probably not be in a closet when I'm this angry. I'm not used to being considered less than an optimal catch. If I'm good enough for you to carve your name into, why wouldn't you acknowledge me to your stepfather? And you, saying that you might marry me? We both know that I'm just a game to you that you will play, and then forget. You can play with me. That's fine. I signed up for the Drake Huntsman fan club, but putting ideas into Revere's head that you're serious about me. He's going to tell my mother. She'll expect you to, and we both know that I'm not what you want. I'll have to deal with that whole thing. He growled and turned until I was the one against the wall, his strong, lean lines pressed against me. Is the only way for you to understand what I want to carve my name into your skin. You always take what you want. He growled and caught my jaw with his teeth. I inhaled sharply while my hands dug into him, pulling him closer. He released me and exhaled, breath cool against my wet skin. I haven't taken what I want. You should have noticed my restraint. There's no point in my holding back if you don't appreciate the effort. So, he whispered, brushing his lips over my jaw. Much. He trailed his lips up to my ear. Effort. His teeth found my skin and nibbled on my earlobe while I tried to breathe. Drake, it's not going to work. I need someone serious. Someone I don't love, he finished for me, head bent to the side of my neck. I gripped his neck and slid my fingers up to tangle in his hair. You said that you'd get bored with me quickly. Why haven't you yet? You don't belong to me. How can I tire of something I don't have? I pushed him away to see into his eyes, to think or something. Fine. Write your name in my skin. It's only fair. He inhaled sharply while the scent of black cherry made me dizzy. Or maybe that was him. You don't know what you're saying. We should go. He pulled away. I scraped my nails over his chest where I'd put my name. He gasped and arched towards me. His reaction more than I expected from a well-healed wound. Unless it wasn't, I started unbuttoning his shirt, my fingers trembling while his hands slid over my arms, my sides, my hair, never still, never settling, as if searching for something. It only took 3 buttons before I saw angry pink skin. I frowned at it before I carefully traced my finger over the EP end, and E of my name. It didn't heal. I recarve it from time to time. I stared at him. Why would you do that? His lips twisted. Because I'm a wicked mage, and I like remembering your bite. It reminds me you have darkness that you keep locked up. If a witch like you can do such a thing, I can as well. But I failed. You pushed and pushed until you broke me. He grinned, sharp teeth gleaming. I like to remember that as well. You didn't seem to mind. I didn't. What did it feel like? Me writing my name in your skin. Wasn't it humiliating? He shook his head. pressing his thumb against my lips. Someone told me that I needed humbling. And that's why you sang badly tonight. He replaced his thumb with his lips, his bare chest beneath my fingers, my name rough on his skin. He kissed me slow, steady, sweet, so sweet, I trembled from the sweetness. My heart ached, pounded, and my whole body keened for him. Drake pulled away a little bit, and I searched his eyes for something. Love. I was looking for love in him like it was inside of me, this big, messy, bulbous monster that snorted and woofled inside my heart like an oversized dragon knocking over all the furniture. This wasn't supposed to happen, I whispered, tracing his face with my fingers. You're a dangerous distraction, a wolf. But I really want you to bite me. He swallowed and pushed my hair back less gently. You want my bite? I don't believe you. I ran my fingers over his chest, scraping the wound so he gasped and his pupils dilated. It's your turn to want something. Do you? He gazed at me for a long time, hands tracing the lines of my face. Yes, just not now. He stepped away from me, but I grabbed him and pulled him back, kissing him, desperate because he could not leave, not like this. Not when my heart was full and soft and aching for him. His hand slid over my hair, grasping and tangling until his fingers found the back of my neck, sliding over my bare skin beneath my collar to my back. I gasped against his mouth as his fingers dug into the flesh beneath the bony part of my shoulder. I pulled away to search his eyes desperately. Yes, there. Please. Then I kissed him again, scraping his lips with my teeth, tasting the sweetness of his mouth. He didn't taste like ashes, but like honey, dark, rich, so sweet it made my bones ache. He should be cutting my skin with his nails, but instead he massaged the muscles beneath the skin on my back and shoulder. I pushed him away and glared at him. You aren't cutting me. He gave me a half smile, but his eyes were unfocused, so dark as he bent close and inhaled tremblingly. It's not what you want, not really. You smell so delicious. Don't ask again, because I can't resist. Don't ask again, because I can't resist, and you will regret it. I couldn't breathe through the ache in my chest. Do you regret me tying you in the woods and carving my name in you? No, he murmured, brushing my lips with his. Never. But you did. I had. I'd run away from him, and the succession of disasters were from my running, or from my not thinking. He was right. I couldn't let some mage carve his name into my skin. What would Revere think? What about my mother? I was here to save her, and instead I was letting myself drown in a mage. Just some mage who made me forget loneliness, who filled my life with sparks of light, pleasure, joy, love, where before had been nothing but shadows and pain. I touched his face, brushing my fingertips over his cheekbones beneath the soft flutter of his eyelashes. He smelled so strongly of black cherry. Rich, dark, and just a hint of blood and ashes. I kissed him, slow, soft, like we had all the time in the world. He melted against me, holding me gently. And I clung to him like I was a koala bear. The world hung suspended in that bright, perfect moment, sweetness bordering on pain until he kissed me gently and drew back, his hand cupping my cheek. I need to get back. I have to prepare for the Black Heart tourney. He kissed me once on the lips, once on my nose, and once on my forehead, then tried to pull away. I clung to him, desperately koalaing him before I felt a rush of shame and let him go. Right. Sorry. Yeah. You should go and do the important stuff. He froze, staring at me. For a moment, all expression wiped from his face. You know that I want you. I shrugged and turned away, wrapping my arms around myself. My chest pounded harder and harder until he gripped my shoulders and forced me to face him. He half shook his head. I'm not good at self-denial. I'm giving you one more chance to withdraw the offer of your skin." I swallowed, and my heart pounded. "If you really want me, even if it's only for today, my heart is yours." He studied me for a long moment before he nodded, pulled away, ran his hands through his hair, glanced at me again, then reached into his inside jacket pocket and took out a very small knife. "If I'm going to cut you, it's going to be precise." I nodded and unbuttoned the top 3 buttons on my blouse, pulling back my hair to bare my shoulder to him. I gasped as he ran his fingertips over my skin. Then he grabbed me around the waist, pulling me against him so he could stare into my eyes while his right hand, the one holding the blade, pressed into my skin. He stared at me for a long time, the knife there but not breaking the flesh. I leaned back until I felt the bite of the blade slipping through my skin. I inhaled sharply, my chest rising and falling against his, while his eyes grew darker and darker, then began glowing green. I tangled my fingers in his hair while he shifted against me, the blade slowly sliding over around, his hand pulling me painfully close, his heart pounding against mine, his breathing rapid. The piercing in my shoulder grew to a burning, glowing ache that eclipsed every other pain I'd ever had. But the sweetness of it had me searching for his mouth. The pain burned pleasantly, rolling through my bones, muscles, joints, until it echoed inside me, easing all the other pain, the ache I felt in the space where Poppy had filled up my heart. In that moment, until that very last sweet cut, I was whole, perfectly whole and happy.
Dread Delight, Chapter 41. I left her in her room, closing the door behind her firmly. She felt how I'd felt after she'd engraved her name in me. Her eyes unfocused, euphoria blending with reality, so everything was beautiful and fuzzy. Hopefully the bliss would last a long time. I felt like ripping apart the world and burning it, running and not stopping. How could I have done that to her? I stood there, palm pressed against her door, while I tried to get it together. Yes, I'd been pushing her towards this conclusion ever since the woods, but this wasn't the right moment. It should have been later, after she came back from winter break, after she'd been without me just long enough that the craving was unbearable, and then I would take it slow and not leave her alone to discover the depth of my betrayal on her own. I didn't have time to coax her into calm acceptance of the inevitability of our lives being entwined. I'd broken her as she'd broken me. I could not step away from her, not from the moment I'd seen her standing in the orchestra pit looking up at me with love glowing in her eyes. She did. I could taste her love when she kissed me. I could smell it on her skin as she clung to me, feel it in her nails as they scraped over my skin. Love, and now she belonged to me. Shouldn't you be getting ready for the tourney? I turned to see Vinny standing short, arms crossed, glaring at me but looking tired. The tourney? She pressed her lips together for a moment. You've been preparing for it all year. Blackheart students should be arriving any time. It's going to be chaos. I swallowed and nodded. I should go. My hand rose again, fingers brushing the wood of Penny's door. What happened today? You were supposed to keep her away. She saw me. Her mouth twitched, and we all heard you. I shook my head, anger coming to life. If I hadn't seen her, then I wouldn't have. I ran a hand through my hair and took a shaky breath. I had a whole school of mages to break. This wasn't the time. Viney wasn't the right target. She must have suspected that I was up to something and slipped away from me. I should have tied her up, but she doesn't seem capable of being devious. Your debt is void. Zach's lazy drawl interrupted us. Come on, Viney, you can't give up Drake's debt. They're rarer than hen's teeth. Drake, the whole school is mewling for you. I glared at Zach, his blue eyes alight and glowing. I wasn't the only one close to the edge then. Why? There are other mages in this school who can manage things. Zach gave me a smile, a wild one that made him look crazy. It's the people that you manage so beautifully. Only you could turn what should be hurt betrayal into devoted ecstasy. Penny is in the palm of your hand. I looked down at my hand, clenched into a white fist. Yes, she'd been in my hand and I'd crushed her. I'd meant to. This was all part of the plan. I'd wanted her, and now I had her, and now I had her, and I felt like throwing up and destroying the world and hurting as many people as possible. Which was why I was walking past Viney and Zack, out into the hall, through the other students and out of the building, taking the long way through the cold wind that didn't cut through the heat that pounded through me. Green flooded the world, anger and heat merging until I stopped, opened my phone, ordered a pizza, and sent it to Lilac Stories. It wasn't a Tuesday. It was a holiday in Pisa, or something else that didn't seem very funny at the moment. The rules were to keep me from falling stupidly down this rabbit hole of acting recklessly with Penny. Maybe she wouldn't notice the bond between us. I wasn't going to use it, not until she got used to the idea. I had no interest in developing a relationship with her akin to Ian and Wits. She wanted me. I wanted her. Revere spoke as though she were eligible for marriage. These days it was unusual for marriage to be arranged, but Revere seemed from a different world, a different time. How could I get Penny to want to marry me? Reluctance worked to a certain point, but she really didn't want to need me. If I gave her too much space, she'd simply enjoy it. I didn't have to persuade her. I could force her. I had a bond engraved deeply in her skin. It had bled too much. I still had her blood staining my fingers, and it would soak into her adorable pink blouse. I'd used magic to hold back extreme blood loss, but it was inevitable. I looked at my fingers, but all I could see was her skin beneath them. I closed my eyes, and her own gazed back at me, gold burning bright in her eyes, lips parted, waiting for me to devour them. I could still taste her love, sweet and bitter at the same time. "Drake, where have you been?" I hunched my shoulders and ignored Pete's voice. My pace wasn't fast enough unless I flat out ran. I turned my head to glare at him, but he only grinned back. "The Blackheart senior mages have arrived and are arguing the locker room we've given them isn't large enough. Switch them. He looked surprised, but Rosewood mages can't be expected to change in that tiny, damp space. It's barely heated. I should have thought of this. They're our guests. Give our apologies and change rooms." Me? I growled at him. "Have Ian and Oscar help you if you can't manage it on your own." "Where are you going?" "You're headed toward the woods." I broke into a jog. "I need some air. I'll be back shortly." I hit a run and focused on each step in the snow, my dress shoes not entirely appropriate footwear, but it didn't matter. What mattered was making my body do something until it ached, something that wasn't going to rip someone apart. I was in the woods when my phone buzzed. I glanced at it, then froze. Penny's eyes gazed at me. I leaned against a tree, chest rising and falling while I wiped my forehead. It was only a text. "Thanks for the pizza." I texted back with shaky fingers. "Are you still hungry?" It was only a moment before she responded, "Only for you." I stared at that message for a long time, unable to quiet the pounding in my heart. She was still floating on bliss. Maybe she wouldn't notice what I'd done to her. Cannibalism? I like it. "When are you coming back?" If she was already starting to crave me, to ache without me, the euphoric state wouldn't last long. I should have stayed with her instead of what was I doing, running around in the woods. "Let's have breakfast tomorrow. Waffles." "Yes." Her response was immediate. She added in a moment, "I miss you." I ran my shaky hand through my hair and almost crushed my phone against the nearest tree. "I'm sorry, Penny. I'm sorry that I fulfilled your expectations so completely." I texted back, "I need to dress for the tourney. I'll see you again soon." I turned off my phone and put it in my pocket. I had to get it together. I'd won. I did not run away after I won. I stepped into Darkside, stood for a moment in a street watching a screaming monster race towards me before I stepped through again, barely avoiding a messy death. I stepped out in the hall outside the locker room beneath the tourney stadium. I slipped through the mages who milled around aimlessly, trying to look unimportant until I could get to Pete. "When the prince gets here, we're not going to accept such insults." An enormous boy, black-haired, black-eyed, the usual Blackheart Mo loomed over Pete, who grinned back at him manically. "And when Drake gets here, you're going to really wish you had." I cleared my throat, and Pete whirled around to stare at me. his eyes getting larger while he swallowed. I stepped through the suddenly quiet crowds towards the Blackheart mage, who seemed to represent the others crowded behind him. "Good evening. Welcome to Rosewood. I'm sorry for the mix-up. You are welcome to whichever locker room suits you best. You can have both. We're so utterly delighted that you were able to make it. We'll simply strip here." The kid's nostrils widened and his lips curled in disdain as he looked down at me. He really was marvelously tall, but perfectly proportioned. I looked him up and down while I smiled back at him. "I didn't expect the great Drake Huntsman would be so shrimpy and pathetic," he said. Someone laughed, but it was a laugh that filled my cantankerous heart with fond and terrifying memories. I actually smiled as I turned and looked down the hall to the mage who lurked in the shadows. "Speaking of shrimpy and pathetic," I drawled. He stepped out of the shadows, having them stretch out longer than possible until he revealed his impossibly perfect face. He even looked gorgeous in the terrible fluorescent lighting. "Drake, you weren't here to greet us." "My apologies. I had some energy I needed to get out of my system. I'd hate to hurt one of your mages irrevocably." The tall mage made an outraged sound. "Are you saying that you needed a handicap against us? Against the prince?" Teddy held up his hand, face amused. "Such little control. I'm delighted to hear it. Maddox here forgets that after graduation he'll be applying for a position among your mercs." I glanced at the tall mage. "You should apply early. We do have several openings this year." I turned back to Teddy. "You know that I never let my personal feelings interfere with business." Teddy hesitated, then nodded. "Indeed, we'll take the larger locker rooms if you don't mind." I smiled blandly. "It's an honor to have you here." "But," Pete began. I whirled on him and grabbed his throat, dragging him with me as I stepped into Darkside. I left him there somewhere cold on a dark plain as I stepped back through, the ache for blood burning in my mouth. I smiled at Teddy, then nodded at Oscar, where he'd been holding back. "Lovecraft will lead you to your quarters." Teddy cocked his head while he stared at me, black eyes alight with glee he didn't show in the curve of his soft lips. He was absolutely beautiful. Hopefully he'd be gone before Penny saw him. We stood there while the other mages shuffled off to their respective rooms. Finally, when the last mage had left us to the buzzing and slightly flickering fluorescent light, Teddy walked towards me, his steps light and graceful. I stiffened when he circled me, looking me up and down as though I were a breed of dog you might purchase. "You're shorter than I remember." He grinned then, a terrifying smile that reminded me of her stepfather, Revere. "And your fingers are blood-stained. That's sloppy." I licked my lips. I was so close to the violence. The buzzing filled my ears until there was barely anything else. Teddy could see it and would happily help me off the edge. "Teddy, you're beautiful." Ian's low laugh filled the hall and pushed back the green a little bit. "You shouldn't tease Drake. He's operating under the influence." I growled at him. Ian ignored my growl and dropped his hand on my shoulder, squeezing exactly where it would release a tiny bit of tension. Teddy laughed again, looking Ian up and down the way he'd studied me a moment before. "The two of you are glorious. You'd be very difficult to kill." I exchanged a glance with Ian before I shook my head at Teddy. "Is that something you can't help but attempt?" Teddy sighed and rolled his pretty eyes, lined with dark lashes. "Certainly not. My reputation is of lady killer. Not magic killer, not mage killer. If I ever kill you, it will be a surprise." "Attempt," I corrected. He only grinned. "It's actually nice to see you, both of you. I feel like we should go drinking and tell bawdy stories." Ian grinned. "Indeed. Your exploits with women are notorious. How do you manage it?" Teddy shrugged modestly. "I find that if I focus on a vice that isn't my predisposition, it keeps me occupied enough to make the other nearly manageable." I smacked Ian's chest. "See? All you need is a few more vices." I shook my head and turned to Teddy. "No good. He has all of them, and they don't help at all." "Vices aren't supposed to do good," Teddy smirked. I laughed and felt a tiny bit less like devouring the world in my hungry jaws. Ian laughed along with me until he glanced at me, his eyes glittering. "You smell of desire. She's all over you." Teddy raised an eyebrow. All I smelled was blood. Ian's eyes widened, then he scowled at me. "Drake." I shrugged off his hand and took 2 steps away from them both. "I've spent the last hour trying not to think of her. It's not healthy for anyone." "What is your vice?" Teddy asked. His tone languid, but his eyes were bright with intellectual curiosity. He was brilliant, by far the most curious and tenacious spellsmith I'd ever met. If he had a puzzle, he would worry at it until something gave, usually my own patience. Ian answered, "Lust." Teddy rolled his eyes. "Oh, I know. If I'm notorious, you're infamous." There's so little difference between the two. Zack spoke softly, but coming like this, intruding our conversation, made all three of us tense. I hate to disrupt this charming reunion, but unfortunately Rosewood needs our fearless leader. "I'll be right there," Ian drawled. I laughed and punched him in the stomach. "If only you were as much follow-through as you were swagger." I turned and walked past Zack. I raised a hand as I headed away from Ian and Teddy. "Later, we'll drink and reminisce." Zack fell in beside me. He deeply disliked both of them. He also had a lot of opinions about Penny. He's ridiculously pretty. Makes me feel almost plain. I can't imagine how he makes you feel. Grotesque. Luckily, I've been trying my whole life to look less attractive. Lucky pitch. I walked faster, going into the dressing room where the other mages were. I nodded to Oscar and went to a locker on the end. I started undressing, pulling my shirt off and throwing it in. Then, staring into the grey interior, I ran my fingers over the words that only barely justified my behavior. I let the glamour fall that covered those marks and turned to face the room. The conversation fell silent as one by one, the mages glanced in my direction and saw the angry, unhealed gashes. She hadn't cut very deeply, but it had left an imprint all the way to my heart, to my soul if you believe that mages had those. Zack came in, glanced around, then looked at me, his smile freezing, then melting into a look of hurt betrayal. Why would he look like that? Penny was mine. She'd been mine since the first tea party when Zack had declined and I had taken his place. I stood there for a moment in silence before I went to the wall where we stored all the chemicals and compounds. I searched for the precise items I'd need for my show. I had to focus. I should already have run over the music and lighting with the tech team. They knew what to do. We'd been planning this for months, but I always gave them one final check before the show. Oscar stood beside me, choosing his own chemicals. When he looked past me and stiffened, I ignored him. I didn't want to deal with it, Zachary, or whatever. He cleared his throat and nudged me. I grabbed his throat and arm, twisting while I shoved him against the shelf, hard enough to make the jars rattle. Drake. I froze while I stared at Oscar's smirk, Penny's voice completely out of place in the mage's locker room. At least she hadn't accidentally wandered into Blackheart. I pressed my teeth into my bottom lip hard for a moment before I stepped away from Oscar and turned to face Penny. She stood a few steps past the doorway and stared at me, her enormous eyes soft and liquid, mouth lovely and pink. She was exquisite, the most delicious witch I'd ever imagined, and she belonged to me. The mages had already begun edging out around her, leaving me alone with her in very little time. I licked my lips. "Penny, come to watch the mages undress again. You'll have to dig latrines." She walked towards me almost like she was in a trance, her steps graceful pink slippers peeking beneath the black gown that floated over her body. She wore a thin silk cloak that must have left her pale skin cold, but she didn't seem to notice. Her curls tumbled down over her shoulders, skeins of red gold silk that had been spun to entangle my heart. "Drake, you didn't answer your phone when I called you." I took a deep breath and finally moved towards her. We met in the middle of the room. I stared at her while she gazed back. "I'm sorry. I should have stayed with you." She cocked her head. "I feel strange, like I'm under a spell, but you're the only one who could cast a spell on me." I swallowed. "No spell." She frowned slightly and then ran her fingers over my chest. I inhaled sharply while she studied me. "Energy work. I couldn't tell before, but I can now. I can feel you. I was drawn to you before like you were my home and I was your pigeon, but now it's like there's a door and you're one side of it and I'm the other, but we're always swinging together. No, that doesn't make sense." I covered her hand with mine. "This isn't the best time to discuss this." She stared at me, her hand cold. She was freezing. I should warm her up, take her in my arms and smooth away all the doubt and worry. "Then just tell me. I'll get out of your way." I swallowed before I stepped close to her while her eyes widened and her lips parted as though I were going to kiss her. If only I were. I slid my hand beneath the cloak. Then, when I felt the bandage beneath, I dug my fingers under the edge so I could slide over the raw wound, slick and wet with blood. Her eyes widened and her fingers pressed into my chest. "Property of Penny Lane," she whispered and finally blinked. She stepped away from me, forcing my hand to fall from her skin. I almost pinned her against the shelf and touched her again, but instead I crossed my arms, sliding my fingers together, once more slick with her blood. "And now, your monogram." She stared at me, the glow leaving her eyes, and instead they glistened with something else. "It will heal. Tell that to Zachary, the cut pitch made all the way to his soul. Tell that to Ian, who has belonged to Wit for 4 years from the doodle she made in his arm." "Zach, the wound doesn't have to say property of." I gave her a tight smile. "No, usually we're a little more subtle than that. I do like the direct approach. It would be even better if you'd drawn it across my forehead." She shook her head, sending her hair flying around her. "I didn't know. You've been planning this for a long time, getting your revenge for what I did to you in the woods that night." She made a face. "You acted so reluctant." I knew better than letting a mage cut into my skin, but it didn't matter. It still doesn't matter. I still ache for you, like. Her eyes widened. "You will undo it, won't you?" "I'll undo the—" She gestured to my chest, uncertain what words to use. "I never meant to take you like that. It was an accident." I growled, forcing myself to stay where I was instead of pressing her against the wall and making her take back her words. She needed me. She'd told me so. She didn't want to throw me away like last season's jacket. "I'm afraid you misunderstand, Penny. Mages tend to be possessive about things that belong to them, and I'm the most possessive mage I've ever met. You belong to me." I turned and walked back to the shelf to study the contents. Magnesium. I was going to do something with that, but I couldn't remember what. "Are you a complete idiot? I can't belong to a mage." "Then you shouldn't have begged me to carve my initials into you. How many times did you beg? I lost track. Potassium. That would be interesting." "Are you trying to blow up the entire tourney?" She reached past me and pulled a small bottle towards the edge. "This will give you the precise kick you need, and you should combine it with an aerial assault." My hand covered hers, and for a second I thought my heart would break, but I didn't have a heart. I let go of her, and she stepped away, crossing her arms. "Drake, I can't belong to you. I have a lot going on with my life that doesn't need this sort of complication." I shrugged, studying label. "It's done." "Drake," she thumped me on the back. "Pitches could kill you." Her voice was a low hiss. "She's welcome to try." She went to thump me again, but that time I spun and grabbed her wrist, staring at her coldly. "Penny, I have no interest in torturing you. Think of it as a close alliance. If you require the services of a mage, I'm here to assist you. If you do not wish to kiss me, I will not press you." Her eyes burned back at me, furious. "And if I wish to marry another mage?" "That won't be possible." Her eyes widened. "Why not? You're going to stop me?" "The last time I kissed a witch who wasn't you, it very nearly killed me. Go ahead and try to kiss another mage. Your revulsion will stop you far more than anything I could do." "What kind of curse is this?" I shook my head. "Not a curse, but a spell. Harbor's regret, they call it." "That's a myth." I closed my eyes and ran my hand through my hair. "This is not the best time to discuss this. If I don't get the Rosewood mages prepared, they're going to be a mess in the tourney, and some of them might get seriously injured by Blackheart. Come to my room in the morning and we'll have waffles." "Waffles? You think that waffles are going to fix everything?" "It really almost would, but Drake, you don't understand. I can't belong to you. I have a mission here, and getting distracted by a mage is not it." "It can't be undone." "Everything can be undone." I stared at her, and she stared back, her determined frown somehow even lovelier than her trembling smile. She would try and fix this like she'd fixed the dress she wore, like I fixed laundry, but some things could not be fixed. And if it could, I would do my best to stop her. She belonged to me. That was precisely how things were going to stay as long as I breathed.
Dread Delight, Chapter 42. I left Drake in his locker room, only realizing on the way out how it must have looked. Me walking to find my master like a freshly raised zombie. I stumbled into the girls' restroom. It was empty and cavernous. It looked like it hadn't been used for years. I stood in front of the white porcelain sink, gripping the edge and staring at my vacant eyes. I shook my head and pulled my hair over my shoulder, turning so I could see the initials carved into my skin. He'd done a much prettier job than me. Of course he'd used a knife instead of his nails. He'd monogrammed me like a towel. His towel. My breathing hitched as I put my hand over my shoulder, running my neatly manicured fingernail over the outrageously curlicue D and the H, twined together with what looked like a dragon. I inhaled shakily. Everything after the last cut had been a blur, him buttoning my blouse, whispering words in a language I didn't know as we walked back to my room, then him giving me one last slow kiss before he'd closed the door and left me alone. I ran my hands over my crown, then let my hand fall limp, sore, drained, truly exhausted. What the crap was wrong with me? I'd just followed Drake into the men's changing room because he hadn't answered my call. He had to answer me. He couldn't leave me alone. Seriously, I actually felt like that. Needy and desperate for a mage. It had finally happened to me. I'd begged some mage to cut his initials into my skin. That had really happened, and I'd liked it. Oh no, I'd loved it. So much. I'd do it all over again if he were here now. Not that he could because he already carved his name in my skin. I thunked my head on the mirror. Once, twice, 3 times. But when I straightened up and blinked at myself, the stupid girl blinked back at me with enormous, soft hazel eyes and puffy, parted lips, like she was just aching to kiss some snake again. She was. She couldn't lie to me, not when she'd begged him to engrave his initials into her shoulder. I groaned and forced myself away from the mirror. I dressed the wound without looking at it, dreamy and dazed, thinking of Drake like he was my Prince Charming. He must find me so contemptible, falling for him so easily. No, he didn't. He liked me falling for him. He'd intended it from the first moment we'd met. Waffles, he thought. I could be soothed with waffles. Pitch would take his waffles and choke him with them. What would she do? She would do whatever I wanted her to do. I mean, she would hurt whoever I wanted her to hurt, plus others as bonus. And me, of course. I pulled the cloak around my shoulders and left the bathroom. I passed a few mages on my way to the main hall. Rosewood mages. Drake had been standing there shirtless, showing all the other mages who he belonged to. What was wrong with him? Where was his sense of shame? Of course, he hadn't had any shame when he'd sung so ear-shatteringly badly in the performance. Maybe he was simply shameless. Mages were supposed to be. I needed stink repellent to keep Drake away from me. I needed more than that. I needed so much more than that. I needed a weasel guardian. I reached back under my hair, but I'd left Senior safely at home. My fingers found their way to the bandage covering his initials, and I was right back in that closet with his lips against my skin, his breath skittering over me. I was really falling, out of control, completely under his spell with or without this new complication. Love was its own prison. Even without Harbor's regret, if that was real, I was far too addicted to Drake. I turned the corner into the main hall and stumbled over a shadow that was apparently holding a mage. I flinched away from his touch and didn't even look at him. Drake was right. That mage's touch, even through the silk cloak, made my skin crawl. "I'm sorry," I mumbled as I continued on my way, pulling up my hood and drawing the front together over the minimal bodice of Whitley's remade gown. I should go to my room, concoct a poison that would make Drake regret what he'd done, but instead I was going out in the cold, icy night, to huddle with a bunch of crazed fans and ogle my love. My love. I felt a wrench of nausea in my stomach, but there was nothing to do about it. When I passed a mirror, I stared at the girl looking back at me. She honestly looked like a macaroon, a sweet, innocent, adorable little bonbon who would never tie someone up in the woods or beg someone to cut her in a closet somewhere. After all of that, we hadn't broken the rules except for the only kissing once a week thing, but he said it was a holiday in Pisa, and he'd sent me pizza. My stomach was still tied in knots, and my arms felt heavy, like they didn't know how to hold themselves up by themselves. I needed Drake to walk around holding my arms up for me, pressing me against walls. I scowled at myself, but I didn't have the heart for it. I just looked cute and a little bit petulant with all that hair and those big eyes. Why were my eyes so big? Why were my eyes so big? Probably still shocked by the closet, by the name carved into my shoulder. I shook my head and continued on. Flashes filling the night once I stepped off the last wide cement step that led into the field beyond the tourney. Flares went off while laughter echoed through the cold laughter and bickering, as so many people careened around in their dark cloaks. No one had their faces covered, so I didn't either, just kept my hood up and my hair tucked in. Groups of cloaked kids circled barrels of fire that licked the sky like orange tongues. I saw a few faces lit in the dancing light, strange and unearthly, like a bunch of witches dancing around a cauldron or something. I pulled my hood further down over my eyes and headed around towards the stadium entrance. I hesitated when I saw a familiar short form striding through the crowd, her cloak flapping to reveal her blood-red sweater. She pushed through a pair of other witches. Witches who let it go without retaliation. Viney was in a bad mood. That must be the Rosewood entrance, and I wasn't feeling entirely like sitting among the Rosewood witches and listening to them scream Drake's name. I might kill them. That sounded like an extremely pleasant diversion, almost better than waffles. I circled the stadium, hearing the chanting and eerie laughter and catching glimpses of wild eyes dancing in flames. I climbed into the bleachers amidst the Blackheart students, settling down in the center of the audience, back from the railing. I sat there and let my mind wander back to the closet, my fingers sliding beneath my cloak to touch his monogram. I closed my eyes and felt his lips on mine, hands tangling in my hair, voice murmuring in my ear. Things he hadn't ever said, like love. He'd looked at me on the stage, and I could have sworn there was love. But what did I know about love? I shook my head and focused on the stage. Do you want some popcorn? I glanced over at the mage beside me. He had his hood low, so it covered all of his face besides his soft mouth. Maybe it was a witch. That mouth was far too soft for a mage's. He held up a paper bag with a picture of a witch riding a broom with popcorn inside it. I shook my head and faced forward. He rattled the bag, then was silent for a few more minutes. I shouldn't sit here, clenching my skirt in my fists. What if I fainted again? I shook my head slightly. I'd be fine. Drake stepped out of nothing onto the stage. No green lights, no smoke. Just one moment he wasn't there, the next he was. All around me, hisses and boos filled the air as Blackheart saw their enemy. He turned his head towards us and smiled widely, sharp and toothy. His eyes sparked green while he held out his hands, gesturing this bring it on thing like he'd done with Ian so long before, but different, more sharp and mocking, less playful. One of the people in the crowd behind me stood. A tall figure who unfastened his black cloak and threw it off. He stood there until, with a snap and crackle, he turned into ashes that spun and drifted through the air to reform on the stage as the tall black-haired boy who had been sitting not 2 rows above me only seconds before. My heart pounded as I stared at him. His cloak was still there on the bench where he'd left it. This wasn't going to be an ordinary tourney, not if the audience was participating. I shifted uneasily, waiting for Drake to do the green lights thing, but instead he ran and slammed into the guy's knees, flipping him over and down in the most brutal and vicious move I'd seen in a very long time. It reminded me of Pitch. Drake had broken the Blackheart student's knees. Drake didn't stop there, but raised his fist and smashed the guy's face over and over and over until the guy melted away like smoke. I couldn't breathe as Drake stood once more, blood flecking his face as he smiled, his black shirt darker in some places. He turned towards the other side where Rosewood sat in the bleachers. When he lifted his arms, they rose in one screaming, seething mass of completely psychotic approval for their fearless leader's brutality. I covered my mouth with my hand while I struggled to breathe, but the scent of black cherry was everywhere in the air. Yes, black cherry and the tinge of blood. That was Drake's scent. He's in fine form this evening. The voice to my right was dry, rather amused, like watching Drake rip apart boys was good sport. I turned to glare at Popcorn Boy. You think it's amusing. He tilted his head, and I saw a flash of dark eyes that reminded me of Signore Ludi before he smiled. He was the most beautiful man I'd ever seen in real life. He looked like one of those Asian pop stars who do lots of face surgery and wear lip gloss. I checked his mouth, but they didn't seem to be particularly shiny. His lips curled in a delicious, big, bad wolf smile. Not another one. I turned to face front, pulling my hood low so I couldn't see him in my periphery. I should have worn a ninja scarf. It was a sign of disrespect for such a bad fighter to challenge him. That was a warning for other impudent Blackheart students. I don't believe you're one of them. I'm actually certain of it. I shrugged and slid away from him over the bench, but the stranger only slid closer to me until I could feel his arm against mine. I closed my eyes and struggled to stay calm, but I was finished with arrogant mages who didn't respect a girl's space. Over and over, I told Drake that I wasn't dating him, that we weren't together, and then the second I beg him to, he turns me into a monogrammed towel. Popcorn Guy had chosen the wrong night to mess with me. I pulled a little pouch out of the cloak pocket, pinched some powder out of it, then turned and blew it into the stranger's face. It wasn't much. Just a mild coughing, sneezing, choking powder. I stared at the silver flecks of dust as they stayed caught in the air, suspended. The man's eyes on the other side of the sparkles full of this darkness, heavier than anything I'd ever felt. Signor Ludi knew that darkness, but he didn't dance in it. Not like this creature with the exquisitely beautiful face. He opened his perfect, pillowy lips that put Jackson's to shame, and then he exhaled, slowly, breathing onto the powder flakes. Instead of them spinning into my face, they expanded, spreading into these shapes. Strange shapes like dancers. Dancers I vaguely recognized. The sparkling miniature dancers spun around and around before they turned into flames, and then nothing but smoke. I gasped and could smell smoke. I leaned closer and sniffed. Yes, smoke, and his scent of black licorice. That was really interesting. How did you do that? He raised his eyebrows and tilted his head slightly. Would you like another demonstration? I nodded, then waited while he smiled slightly, a smile that lifted up the edges of his lips and showed sharp canines. I was going to wait until after he'd beaten a few dogs. You know, let him get the raw brutality out of his system. But how could I disappoint you? I inhaled sharply and put my hand out towards him. Don't. But he melted while I stared at him, holding the edge of his cloak. Just melted into smoke, his cloak collapsing in a puff that smelled like licorice. I rubbed the mage's cloak between my fingers while I turned towards the platform. Drake stood in the center, his foot on another victim. I hadn't seen him pulverize, when a cloud rushed around him, black with flickering lightning inside. The smoke wrapped around Drake, thick and heavy, until I could only see an outline of Drake's body. The cloud rose in the air, Drake inside of it, carried higher and higher above the platform. I wasn't breathing as I sat there and watched Drake rise to a lethal height if he fell. This was all choreography and show, but the mix of the choreography and show, but the mix of licorice and black cherry made me nauseous. I gripped the stranger's cloak in my fingers while the smoke swirled around Drake high above the platform. The lightning seemed to go through Drake, and he made a sound, low, maybe like crying. But as it got louder, no, it was laughter. A crazy laugh of anticipation and delight that made my stomach curdle. I knew that kind of laughter, and it inevitably precluded something stupid. The smoke vanished, and Drake fell. I barely noticed the man standing on the platform on the side, seeming relaxed as he looked up, watching Drake plummet. Drake fell laughing, like Poppy had fallen, down, down, down. But instead of the sickening impact of his flesh against the platform, there was an explosion of green sparks that danced like rain falling up, instead of down. It sizzled and hissed, while the black-haired man with the perfect face held his hands out, as if waiting for something. The sparks shifted, flattening along the floor, then rose in a tidal wave that poured over the man. He waved his hand, curving above his head, and spun, his hands following the motion of his twirl, so when the green fell over him, it spilled around his little bubble. He crouched and then spread his hands, exploding the bubble and sending the green water swirling through the air away from him. Drake came together in a shower of green sparks and stalked towards the Blackheart student. Their faces wore the same expression, watchful, anticipatory, and incredibly dangerous. The Blackheart student wasn't as tall as Drake, maybe just a bit shorter than me, but with that lower center of gravity, he moved fast, towards Drake in a blur. Drake blocked that first strike, but slid over the platform with the Blackheart's hands in a diamond shape over his chest. Drake fell back and threw Blackheart over his head. He landed lightly, then spun back into Drake. They fought, moving together in a blur of motion that barely registered positions. But I knew that movement, the forms, had seen Revere perform them religiously every morning and evening. They came apart for a moment, crouched in defensive stances before Blackheart moved forward, then swept from one direction before he reversed and spun, putting the force of his impact and weight against Drake's knee, his stupid cocked knee. Drake went over, but his other leg came up, wrapping around Blackheart's leg and taking him with him. What followed was a mess of blood and rage. I put my head down on my knees, the scent of anise from the cloak drowning out the blood and black cherry. How long ago had it been when I would have watched with interest instead of horror? Maybe not even interest, just uncaring observation. But now I felt every punch. And it hurt, my side aching, my ribs burning. I felt a hand on my shoulder. An older woman with a pale face looked concerned. Was she a teacher from Blackheart? She reminded me of Professor Vale. Are you all right? I took a deep breath and forced myself upright. I gave her a sickly smile before I swallowed and forced myself to look at the platform, to watch the two beautiful specimens hurt each other. Drake was glorious. Pale skin and red hair, crimson from a cut in his ear that stained his hair and cheek. Popcorn Boy's elbow slammed Drake's face, while Drake's knee came up in the other guy's kidneys. I took a shaky breath and focused on the space between me and the fighters, the air that swirled with drifts of snow, small bits of sparkling crystals that spun through the shadows. The rest of the fight passed in a blur of motion outside of my focus, but when a golden dragon exploded in a shower of light that buzzed and popped, I stared at it while it climbed through the sky, wings outstretched. Then, at the explosion of heat and flame, the two fighters broke apart, dodging the fireball that lit up the platform. Green water swirled over the golden fireball, and the air was filled with hissing green steam. The crowd erupted in crazy screaming, jeering, furious, angry spectators at whoever had disrupted the spectacle of Drake fighting the Blackheart, guiding the Blackheart guy. They wanted to watch them beat each other to death. Around me, the murmuring was darker, angry as people stood and hurled insults at the golden dragon who shimmered before coalescing into an Ian shape. He had the same designs gold in his skin, so beautiful as he walked around without a shirt, nodding like, "Yeah, I am this hot." I stood along with all the others, but instead of cheering or screaming, I slipped through the crowds, jostled and pushed as I ducked around bodies along the aisle towards the exit that was too far away. I should know better than to sit in the middle of crowd like this. I pushed down the panic as I struggled through the pulsing crowd, heading towards the exit that seemed as far away now as it did before. I continued pressing forward, pausing when my hood got knocked back and I met the coal-black eyes of a lean, mean guy whose lips curled as he stared at me. He reached forward to touch my hair, but his eyes widened and he froze, then fell back into the cloaked figures behind him. A cloaked figure reached towards me, pulled up my hood, and grabbed my wrist. That touch was cold, the grip like iron. I pulled away, but another hand closed around my elbow, then on my elbow. Then on my other side, 2 more witches closed in, gripping me. 4 witches. 2 more figures walked ahead of us, cutting through the seething crowd like a couple of scythes. 6 witches. I glanced behind me and saw 2 more close behind. 8. 8 creek? I inhaled deeply and smelled that scent of stale death that hung on the creek's skin. Yes, 8 creek, and I was going with them like a sheep to the slaughter. I wasn't sure if Pitch could handle 8 creek. Only one way to find out. I would not let Pitch loose in the crowd of students. I would wait until we were clear, and then... I walked with them, their hands surprisingly gentle, as long as I didn't resist. "You are going to regret this," I murmured. The woman close to my right tightened her grip on my arm until I inhaled sharply. That would leave a mark. She said nothing, but another witch cackled, low under her breath. I hated that sound. She was laughing at me. She should, but not for the reasons she thought. She should laugh because I was stupid enough to trust a mage, not because I was letting myself fall into the hands of a couple creek. As we walked through the crowd, scenes flashed through my head. All the ways that Pitch could kill them. Yes, 8 wouldn't be any problem at all. 43 seconds. 43 seconds. 4-2. The witch to my left dragged me too quickly, and I tripped over my gown. 44 seconds. Pitch was going to take her time with that one. Number 4. Another number 4. Another number 4, but this time I didn't have my phone for her to confiscate. They led me through the crowds of witches and mages, who were still dancing and laughing on the field outside the tourney. The second we broke past the last barrel, shadows materialized past us, pale faces flickering in the distant light of the moon. I didn't have to count. Creek came by 4s, and there were more than 12. This would be a problem. Pitch would need my help. I had 3 herders knotted in my hair along with the powder in my pocket. But 16 creek? A witch materialized in front of me, her eyes burning red as her dagger-like nails grabbed my face. She shoved herbs in my mouth, pinching my nose closed like her fingers couldn't simply pry my lips open. They couldn't curse me, but they could use herbs to drug me. The bitter taste of poppies filled my mouth as I struggled. The witches gripped me tighter, painfully as they rose, jerking me up into the sky. Pitch, I need you. I only needed to think it once, and she was there, a flicker of black that slashed through ligaments and throats, taking out the first 4. No time to play with number 4. I fell on her body, headless and bloody. I snapped 2 herders from my hair and rolled as 2 creech dove towards me. One herder cut through both of them, but the explosion was too bright. It would draw attention. A creech struck my face, snapping my head back, but that didn't stop me from throwing a pinch of powder into her face. 2 more bodies fell around me as Pitch did her work. But there were so many, and when I looked up, I saw whips of energy the creech were using to try and corral Pitch. That would make her very angry. I could feel her anger, and I snarled at a creek, bashing her face in with my forehead before I swung around and down into a crouch, flinging up a handful of powder in another creek's face before I rolled away over a dismembered arm whose hand was still curved around an energy whip. Gross. But maybe I could use that. I picked it up and swung around using the whip like I would a ribbon, slashing through 2 creech who hissed and fell back. I dodged sideways as Pitch dropped another creak. What were we down to? 4 plus 8. Whip another Krieg's cloak to shreds, revealing a horribly terrifying smile, teeth ragged and broken like she chewed on bones in her downtime. I gasped as I felt something squeeze my chest. It wasn't my chest, but hers. Pitch. They shouldn't be able to touch her, not really, but when I looked up and searched the sky, they had blue ropes wrapped around her, squeezing her, strangling her, dragging her up and away from me. No! I screamed and ran over the field as fast as I could, faster and faster, until I was almost as fast as Pitch. If they managed to really take her away from me. I stood beneath her, stretching my hand up as I reached up, past my fingers and into the sky. Energy work. It's what I could do. My palms burned when I felt the electric ropes, but I gripped them and pulled, loosening them just enough for her to dissolve into nothing. I crumpled to the ground, breathing hard, aching with every particle of me. Pitch would give me the pain soon enough. But for the moment, there was only exhaustion. The creek circled above me, still too many for me to hope to defeat on my own, and I was out of tricks, all but one last herder I held in my fingers. The moment they dropped down like one enormous bird of prey, ready to scoop me up and carry me away. I hurled the herder and flung myself on the ground, arms over my head. The skin of my arms was shredded from shrapnel while the sky exploded. I heard a few thumps around me as the witches drew back to regroup, then a hand on my arm that pulled me up. I gripped it back tightly when I recognized those crooked fingers. Signor Ludi, I sobbed, and for a second he pulled me against his chest in a rough hug before he took me back towards the crowd. He was heavily cloaked, hooded, and wore a deep shadow over his face. It didn't matter. I clung to him, feeling like I'd finally found something steady, a rock in a storm. But the creek, wouldn't they kill him once they'd regrouped? I couldn't lose him. I chewed on my bottom lip and pulled away from him. You shouldn't have come. They'll hurt you, he growled, an odd sound from him. He sounded like a mage. Of course he was a mage, but I didn't think of him that way. He wasn't a dangerous creature I had to guard against. Was he? Get behind me, Karamaya. Stay low. When they come down to get you, I'll eat their eyes and crush their hearts. I didn't think Creek had hearts. Signor stiffened, and I looked back at the shadow forming, a cape flickering around his feet. It was the popcorn guy. What the macaroon was he doing here? You want to die? I demanded. We didn't have time to argue, not when the sky was whistling as the witches flew above us, finding a new formation with their now uneven numbers. 7 left. Pitch and I had taken out 9. Not too bad. Stay low, Karamia. Signore shoved me down and actually placed one sturdy boot on my back between my shoulder blades. I would have argued, but at that point he would be a target, and I would only distract him. Could he and the popcorn mage possibly survive an encounter with 7 furious and psychotic creatures? They were Darksider witches, every one of them battle-hardened and homicidal. That Pitch could take out so many. No wonder they wanted her. If only they could take her without it killing me. The rest of it happened fast. So much faster than I expected. My visibility wasn't good with my cheek pressed to the icy, bumpy ground. But I heard the whistling grow louder and louder until the witches fell as one on Signor. I had a better view of Popcorn Mage than Signor, who stayed directly above me, pushing my head down any time I lifted it off the ground. With his boot. Macaroons and bonbons, I'd have to wash mud out of my hair along with blood. If I didn't die or worse, get captured by Krieg until Pitch was tortured out of me. At any rate, Popcorn Mage knew how to kill Krieg. He went for their throats, moving in a graceful swirl of his cloak, and he had knives. So many knives. He had knives. He had knives coming out of his boots in all directions. That was an interesting way to decapitate someone. Pitch would be impressed. Okay, I was a little bit impressed too. Mostly grossed out. He killed two. And then a head fell 2 inches away from my face. The empty wide eyes of a witch staring at me, her eyeballs completely white without a pupil. So gross and worse. The pain. The exhaustion was circling around me faster than Creek. I closed my eyes, half to get away from the blank stare of the creature and half because I was so tired. Signor grabbed my already bruised arm and pulled me upright. He glared at me. I could barely see his black eyes beneath the mask, but I did see the sword he held in one hand. Oh, that was pretty. It glistened like rubies filled with fire. Signor, that sword is gorgeous. That's why you aren't married. You can't find a woman who compares to her. He flicked his fingers and the sword vanished. He put his hands on either side of my face, gripping me hard like stone and bone. No softness of flesh to soften his fingers. He pulled down his mask and brought his face to mine. I saw red in his eyes, like the glow of his sword. He smelled wonderful, like standing on rocky bluffs, staring out into an endless black sea, or flying through a starless night on the back of the wind. How many Creek were there? 16. Pitch and I killed 9. He grunted. You're going to suffer great pain from this battle. I shrugged. It's better than the alternative. His fingers buried into my face, and I felt the strangest ripping through my face and down my back to the base of my spine. I arched and gasped, going limp around him while he drew the pain out of me as I'd done so many times before to him. I hung from his hands until he slowly lowered me back to the ground and stared at me. His eyes were still red. His eyes were still red. Somehow I knew that was a bad thing. You didn't have to do that, I whispered, careful like I was facing a furious Senior Mort. He was going to bite me because I'd done something very bad, like forget to feed and water him for days. He ripped my cloak like it wasn't already shredded enough and gripped my shoulder, hard, digging in where Drake had monogrammed me. He leaned closer and growled, low and long from his throat. Nice, Signor. Don't eat stupid penny, unless you want indigestion. All that hair can't be good for a mage. I know I shouldn't have done it, but he played me so beautifully. You should have seen him. He sacrificed his ego for my feelings. His ego. I didn't think there was anything more a mage than his ego, but apparently owning me was worth the sacrifice. He shifted, pressing his face against my shoulder. Then I felt his teeth sink into my skin. Ow! And then green sparks exploded around me, and Signor was knocked away from me. He didn't land, simply disappeared. I don't mean to interrupt, but this might not be the safest place for you to relax. I breathed rapidly. The feel of Signore's teeth in my shoulder burning with a terrible fire. It was like Drake and Signor were fighting in my skin, and I lost. I covered the wound with my hand and winced. My cape was completely worthless. I looked like I'd been in a fight with 16 Creech. I'd lost the bandage, so all sorts of crap was in my open shoulder wound. Drake's initials and Signore's teeth. I'd known he was going to bite me, but usually I was wrong when I knew things like that. I shifted my shoulder and nodded to the Blackheart mage. I stumbled over the ripped hem of my dress. I stopped for a moment, stole one of the mage's knives, slashed through the front of my skirt above my knees. A little bit short, but I wouldn't trip, tossed the knife back at him, then strode back over the frozen field towards the tourney. He fell in beside me. After a few steps, he cleared his throat. That man, the one with the red sword. I don't suppose you could introduce us sometime. I don't have to. You can meet him anytime on your own. I can? Google specialized international delivery services. His is the one with Idul in the title. If he doesn't like you, he'll probably run over you with his truck. So it's a risk. And if he likes you? I winced and touched my shoulder. He'll probably bite you. Do you think he has rabies? I'm all up on my shots. I glanced over at him. I hate to be rude after you were so helpful back there, but what are you doing? He smiled at me, his face so utterly beautiful it seemed like a cartoon or something. I reached out and poked his cheek, but the skin was soft, fleshy, so different from Signor Ludi. I pulled my hand away and rubbed my fingers together. His face was fine, but my stomach churned at that touch, because he wasn't the mage I belonged to. When a Crete touched my cloak, the one that you were holding, an alarm went off, and I knew that there was a problem. I found the cloak outside, left in the mud so carelessly. He fingered the fabric and carefully pulled the hood over his head. I wouldn't have found you if it weren't for the explosives. A sudden bolt of pain went through my shoulder and I hissed, kneading it with my fingers. That makes sense. Except it doesn't. Why would you join a fight with a stranger? I don't know you. He gave me a sudden smile that wasn't flirty. I got the distinct impression that he didn't use that smile very often. You belong to a friend of mine. He cocked his head. Can you cocked his head? Can you call us friends? How strange. Drake dislikes losing things. I stiffened up and turned to face him. He might be very good at killing Krieg, but I had pitch. Would I really call her back so soon after I'd gotten rid of her? Signor wasn't going to take that pain for me again. It had cost him a lot. What could I do to make it up for him? He was so angry. He'd never been angry at me before. Never. I glared at him before I shook my head and continued towards the tourney. I wasn't going there, but passed it to my room before someone saw me in my shredded clothing and started asking questions. I'm Teddy, he offered after a few steps. I'm Drake's towel, but you knew that. Towel? You wrap around him when he's damp? He monogrammed me. You could be his sheets instead. Lay over him while he sleeps, or his robe covering his naked body. I whirled around on him. Don't get the idea that because I needed saving by Signora you can talk to me any way you want. I have had a very long day. I have mud in my hair, and I'm so angry that I'm not going to be able to sleep until I've put my fist through Drake's face. I would happily practice on you. He smiled. You're adorable. My mouth fell open in shock. Adorable. I was covered in Krieg gore. My dress was a complete wreck. My hair, I didn't even want to think about my hair. And he called me adorable? There you are. Meeting all the worst knaves, are you? Drake's voice was low, amused, stunningly rich. It was only a few words, but my skin prickled, vibrantly aware of him. I did the first thing I could think of that would really irritate him. I grabbed the popcorn mage by the clasp on his cloak, jerked him towards me, and mashed my face against his in what felt like assault, but hopefully looked like assault, but hopefully looked like a kiss. The mage's dark eyes widened for a moment, staring into mine before the corners crinkled. His lips parted, and I found his tongue down my throat. Macaroons and lollipops gag. It was terrible, much worse than terrible, and after I let him go, he didn't stop with the tongue. Finally, I shoved him away from me, dragged my forearm across my lips, and tried to get rid of the revolting feel of him. I froze. Drake hadn't stopped me. He just stood behind me, watching. Not very pleasant, is it? He murmured. Teddy enjoyed it much more than you. What he really enjoyed it much more than you. What he really enjoyed is how much you and I both hated it. He's a bit of a sadist, aren't you, Prince? I whirled around to face Drake. What do you want? He studied me, his face still while his eyes went to my hair, over my bruised arms, slashed gown, and shredded cloak, pausing on the bite mark over my shoulder. I felt that, he finally said. I did not feel the rest. The apparent battle that I so sadly missed. Was it a good one? He asked, turning to Teddy or Prince. Popcorn Mage. 16 witches, she said. Pitch flying through the sky, raining dead creek, and the ruby defending her at the end. Yes, it was the best fight I've ever attended. Drake's eyes narrowed, flashing green. No wonder you took a break from the tourney. I wondered what could possibly steal you from the chance of beating in a few fair Rosewood boys. Prissy brats, Teddy said cheerfully. I can still do that, but it's not every day. He swung his gaze back at me. Be gentle with him, witch. He has no idea what he's getting into. With that, he stepped into Darkside, leaving me alone in the dark with a mage traitor who I wanted desperately to kiss until the taste of wrong left my mouth. Penny, he said in a low voice, I've never seen you so brutal, beating mages like they were a watermelon. 16 Creek. How could I have missed that? You should have called me. I left my phone in my room. He inhaled sharply. Not like that. We have a bond. You can draw my attention any time you like. I can find you in a storm or know when you're hurt, but I didn't know. I'm not hurt. I'm fine. Your arms are bruised. Your face is swollen. I'll have to heal you. He stepped forward and put his hand on my cheek. I should have pushed him away. But he was my healer, and I didn't want a swollen face. This would be better to do now, quickly before I went to my room and slammed my door on him and the rest of the world for a long, long time. Drake, what is the ruby? He raised his eyebrows, dark eyes sparking. Darksider sorcerer, head of the finest assassin guild in Darkside. An assassin? That makes no sense. Drake shrugged as he trailed his fingers over my cheek, eyes sparking green. Teddy is obsessed with the ruby. He's probably mistaken. Teddy wants to be the finest assassin in the world when he grows up. His dream is to take the place of the ruby someday. He has cool knives, and he doesn't fight with a cocked knee. He wrinkled his nose at me. If I'd known you were watching, I would have been more vigilant. You were supposed to be in your room. This isn't a good night for you to wander around. I should have made certain you were safe. He frowned suddenly hard, fierce, and his fingers trailed down my shoulders to my arms. I'm not very good at owning you, am I? No, Drake, you need to undo it. He shook his head, lips tight. I can't. I'll walk you back to your room. I glared at him, then spun around before he had chance to finish with my arms. We walked in silence for a long time. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, he finally murmured. Oh, be quiet. Cree shouldn't be your problem unless you're just sad you missed the fight. I wish you'd been there. You could have gotten your head ripped off by a couple of Creek, or dropped from 1,000 feet to shatter on the ground. That does sound enjoyable, much better than an angry Penny giving me the silent treatment. Now I understand what Zach was always going on and on about. Your conversation is always adorable. I cut him off and spun to face him. Drake, you don't understand. I can't belong to you, ignoring the part where I despise the concept of being owned by some heartless mage. I don't have time for this. If I have to find a way to break the bond, I will. And if I can't, then I will, and if I can't, then I will break you. He finally smiled, a beautiful smile that lit up his eyes. Finally, a threat. I've been waiting all night for a threat. Please break me, Penny. Destroy all the malice in this mage, and make him something that deserves your love. I want to rip the world apart when you look at me like that, loving me in spite of everything. I know you can't stop because love is who you are, and I want it even though all I can give you in return seems like nothing in comparison. Stop! I told you what I love most. My business, my weasel, and my independence. You took 2 of those things from me. I don't want to hear what you want. I don't want to hear what you want. You can take your stupid wants and choke on them for all I care. I don't have time to be the object of some stupid mage's desire. He cocked his head at me. Is it the curse? I have a great many resources that are at your disposal. Curse? What curse? He put his hand on the base of my spine. Here, it's very well done. The protection spell keeps it in bounds, but as much as I've studied it, I can't see a way of freeing you from it. If you let me study it directly. I pulled away from him. Don't touch me. The only curse I have is falling in love with the mage most likely to destroy me. The fear, the fainting, the memory loss, all of it is part of the curse. The effects are extremely strong if you suffer them, in spite of all the protection spells laid on you over the years. I swallowed and put my hand over my spine. I don't know anything about it. He moved closer, fingers brushing mine as we walked too slow. I should be running away from him, but how could I run away from the feelings in my chest? They were worse than the mark in my shoulder, but I wasn't about to tell him that. I belong to you, Penny. You may as well make use of me. I whirled around and grabbed his shirt, dragging him close to me. I held him, a breath between our lips. Use of you, is that what you intend to do with me? I might love you, but you should know that I have a track record for destroying and disappointing the people I love best. I kissed him then. He kissed me, sliding his strong hands around my shoulder, fingers sliding over the monogrammed bite, and the ache faded with that touch. I kissed him hard, angry, desperate, and hurt. I'd been right. He was a mage I could never marry. No, belonging to a mage like Drake permanently closed the door to that idea. He'd killed my mother. No, I'd killed her. I'd begged Drake to mark me after I tied him in the woods, losing the control they'd trained in me so carefully. I'd failed. I pulled away, lips burning. You don't understand. I can't belong to a mage. He brushed my lips with his and tangled his fingers in my hair. I really hate you saying that. You can. You do. You will until you die. He kissed me again. I should have bit his tongue, but he was nothing like the revolting popcorn mage who hadn't even tasted like popcorn, just Dead Creek. Drake didn't understand, and I couldn't explain it to him, not without making myself even more vulnerable. No, I would find a way out of this mess. Somehow. Right after I stopped kissing him. Thank you for listening to Dread Delight, the second book in my Wicked Witches, Curses and Kisses series that starts with